Hello, friends and neighbors, and welcome to the third stop of the National Professional Fishing League, brought to you by Fishermans Central here at the Harris Chain of Lakes in beautiful Leesburg, Florida. I'm Luke Duncan, and today I'm joined by bass fishing veteran Bradley Hallman and bass fishing funny man Fat Cat Newton out on the water to bring you 7 hours of live coverage of this big bass factory, the Harris Chain. And Bradley, it showed out yesterday, man. They caught them good. We had a lot of fun on live, had some fireworks. We're going to see some more fireworks today.
I like it how the cream starts rising. I enjoyed yesterday, day one. We've got some cameras with guys. We're taking stabs in the dark. We don't really know where our big players are going to be. We've got some ideas, but a lot of times, forefront favorites coming into the event sometimes doesn't pan out. But yesterday, we hit the nail on the head with quite a few anglers. So we've got some of the same guys today that we had yesterday.
No doubt about it. We get lucky sometimes. Sometimes you catch 2-pounders, sometimes you catch 8-pounders, right?
Yeah.
And we caught some 8-pounders yesterday. We're very fortunate. Now, I've got to ask you, filling a big seat there,
Absolutely.
Double D, David Dudley,
Yeah.
fishing an event this week. We're missing Dudley, but what did you think of your first day here in Florida at the NPFL?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I was hoping I wouldn't mess up too bad. It's some big shoes to fill, and I realize that. I'm really enjoying it, but it's a huge learning experience for me. So you guys be a little bit patient with me today, but I'm doing my best.
I think the overwhelming theme yesterday was you're way more fashionable than Double D. Way more fashionable. You broke the internet with your wardrobe. You're killing it again today. You're making me look bad. But what are we going to see today on day 2? Heading into that showdown Saturday, what do you think? Will we see a big shakeup? What are you expecting today?
I do expect some shakeup, but I also expect a lot of the guys that we've got in our 10 cameras today that you guys are going to see. I think that we're going to see 5 to 6, maybe even 7 of these guys go ahead and play into showdown Saturday. There's going to be some moving, though. We're in Florida. I look down the list. I mean, all the way down to maybe 20th or so, you can see guys that have the potential, bait-wise. I mean, it's stacked in there, maybe even down to 25 or 30th. Guys have the potential to move
You said
back
that last night. Nobody's really out of it, and you know what? We will find out who's in it to win it today at the weigh-in. But yesterday at the weigh-in, we had a lot of fireworks. We're going to take a look back at that right now and see what the folks miss. Big bass coming across the stage at the drive-thru weigh-in yesterday here at Venetian Gardens.
River has got 5 in the bag today. There's the boom! How about a day 1 weight of 20 pounds, 12 ounces right there? Let's see some fish.
A little something, too.
There's the boom! John Cox with a weight of 20 pounds, 9 ounces right there. 18 pounds, 14 ounces. Local boy right there, DeBerry, Florida, Keith Carson. He's got a good bag, folks. Put it on the scale for me. 20 pounds, 7 ounces. Bobby Layham, let's see some fish. 5 in the bag for Jake Boomer. How about a day 1 weight? 20 pounds, 10 ounces. Your new leader, the Boom!
And as you see there, Boomer Sooner, I guess I've got to say that. You wore the Boomer Sooner shirt.
Yeah.
Jake Boomer, of course, on top of our top 10 today. Jake Boomer leading this thing. The Washington State angler, though.
Yeah.
Doing a little different deal than we saw a lot of guys do on camera yesterday. We're going to get more into that. But going through this top 10, Jake Boomer on top, John Cox, Bobby Lanham, River Lee. Let's talk about River Lee. You got to talk about River. A guy that overcame, just adversity at Wright Patman.
Absolutely.
Unfortunately, had his day 1 weight out there disqualified, comes to Florida. We covered him most of the day yesterday, really got back in this thing all the way around. Dale Prinky, Fat Cat Newton's guy.
He's a guy.
He
picked him from the beginning.
He did pick him from the beginning. He said, look, you better watch my guy. And he shows up and shows out yesterday. We talked with Dale. We spent some time with him in the weigh, and he's so excited to be on camera today. We're going to get to see Dale, an Ohio angler, very special guy out there on the water today. Hopefully catch some big fish. Rob Turkla, the Big Bite, Big Bass Challenge leader, which could net him up to $6,000 at the end of the week. But we got to see those fireworks live yesterday. Mr. Lunkers TV himself, he even did a little big fish dance after he got it, man. Awesome stuff.
Are we going to see another handle stopper today like what he did yesterday?
Holman handle stopper. I think we will. I think we're going to see several more before this event's over. Keith Carson, the local favorite, coming in. We spent some time with Keith yesterday after the weigh-in. I don't necessarily think the day went as Keith wanted it to, but he knows enough that he made those adjustments to not lose the tournament on day one. He's very excited going into day two. And you can kind of see it in his eyes, right?
Keith coming into this is kind of the gorilla in the room, right? Where you set this up, guys. I mean, he's the one that we're really watching. A lot of people were expecting to do well coming into this event, and he's right on point right now.
Absolutely. A newcomer to our top 10, a guy that was, to me, one of my favorites in the field coming into the year, Bryant Smith, West Coast angler. We haven't got to cover him today. Looking forward to that. And then you have a familiar name, Mark Schilling. We've seen him in our top 10 in and out.
Yep.
We've covered Mark at the first two events a lot. And then another familiar name, my old buddy, Roll Tide Alabama boy, David Gaston, slid in the top 10 today, actually in a tie for 10th place with John Sokup. But David gets the 10th place nod due to big fish.
Yep.
And we're going to take a look right now at that big fish, Rob Turkla, the Hallman handle stopper. had my heart stopping, is what it did whenever that thing came up in the grass. Such an awesome, awesome bite. And this can happen, guys, anywhere on the Harris chain.
Absolutely.
Right? Anywhere. Tons of water here.
That's a maggot. That is an absolute fuck beast! Woo!
And look, he's excited there. At 3:30 yesterday afternoon, as he comes pulling up at the drive-through weigh-in, he was still that excited.
Yeah.
He was shaking, man. Big bass will make you do crazy things.
Fish like that's what we're looking for. Those are the game changers. The guys that land fish like that today are going to be the ones that stay in the top 10, and the ones below those guys are going to be the ones that will make huge jumps today to move up into it.
I'm going to ask you this, because this is a Florida thing. We talked about it yesterday. A lot of lakes you go to, you see a guy with 20 pounds. You're like, oh, he's got 5 4-pounders.
Right.
You know, or 4 decent fish in a 6-pounder, what have you. Down here, you see guys like Turkley had 19 pounds, but now 8 pounds of that is one fish. Will we see somebody else do that today? One bite,
right?
Vault them into the top 10 for Showdown Saturday. Will we see that today?
It plays both ways, right? You know, me coming from Oklahoma years ago, I would come down here and I saw the same thing. But what you see is that some of those guys that are on that caliber of fish, it's not so much a lucky bite like it would be in Oklahoma, somebody catching a 7 or 8 pounder, or, you know, other parts of the country. When you come to Florida, yes, it can be a lucky bite, but on day 2, as we move and progress with this, you're going to see the guys that are just on that caliber of fish, and you'll see it happen over and over and over.
And Rob definitely has a good pattern figured out. Talking to him, I mean, he was expecting to get a 6-pound plus bite, and like a lot of our leaders are right now.
Yep.
Interesting for me, though, is Jake Boomer. You look at the size of his fish, he had a good average. He was a little under 21 pounds. He told me, you know, Kissimmee grass.
Correct.
That's all we saw yesterday for the most part.
We talked about this a lot.
We talked about it. Seeing some docks mixed in there. But talking to Boomer last night, offshore hydrilla, he said, I've only got 8 bites, but he got 8 of the right ones. What will come out at the end of the day? I'm going to put you on the spot. What's the pattern that leads after day 2?
I don't know. So we didn't see this yesterday on the camera.
You can't say
I'm excited about this because I want to see. We didn't have an offshore guy crank on them yesterday.
Absolutely.
But yet here we are starting the day with the guy leading this tournament that's sitting offshore.
Out of our top 10, we've got, after talking to all of them, we've got a lot of different things going on. From David Gaston down in 10th. He's a swim jig guy. Surprisingly enough, though, frogging here. He's over in the Emerald Marsh throwing a frog. Not a shocker. I'm hoping we can get some awesome blow-ups on camera today. So 10th, frogging. First place, offshore. Isolated hydrilla. Yep. Most of the bites going on in Harris chain.
It is. I think that's typical, right? I mean, it's not just absurd to hear that there's some really quality fish and quite a few of the guys. But this all can still change today as well,
no
right?
doubt about it.
It's time management. You know, we talked about strategies for this event. You talked about the bushes in the last one being the problem, what was going to be the gorilla in the room here, and we talked about it yesterday. It's time management. A lot of these guys have decided to stay in Harris because of time management.
A lot of our leaders.
Not all of them, right? We've got guys scattered around. You talked about the Emerald Marsh. That includes idle time. That includes locking time. It's time management here. It's a big deal.
Another factor, as always in bass fishing, the weather. I believe we caught up with Fat Cat Newton about the weather a little earlier today to see if it's going to cause a shakeup. Let's go on the water with the Big Cat.
Hey there, Fisher World Woodshaker. Fat Cat Newton coming at you with day number 2 of your On the Water coverage here, Harris Chain Lakes. Right behind me, you got Randy Cookerell. I think he's right around that 15 spot right now. We just watched him put 3 in the boat for his 5-fish limit, so he's got that fully loaded live well. He made a move right down the street to another spot, rolled up on John Cox. Randy's doing something different than a lot of the guys already saw. When we rolled up on Randy Cookerell at first, Ohio Pro, those Ohio guys were showing out, man. It's crazy down here. What we saw, he was up on that Kissimmee grass. He was parallel on the Kissimmee, throwing out towards the main lake. So we watched him make some casts and everything and got to talking to him. He's just cranking. He's throwing a little square bill, and he's throwing an old OG Slim, and he's also throwing a little bit of chatterbait here and there. He found some old dock pilings that are out in the water. He said everybody's just going over top of them, around them, nobody's fishing them. And we watched him pull 3 fish off those dock pilings. Also, having this overcast, he wants a little bit more wind. The shad are coming up boiling. The shad spawn is still happening. I've been on this, what's today? I don't even know what today is. Friday maybe? Let's go with that. I've been here since last Saturday, been on the water almost every day. Haven't seen shad boils like I've seen today. This morning, we've seen more topwater action than we have all week. When we launched, we thought we were going to the eye of the storm. There's a front moving in, but it seems like it might skirt right around Harris on the west side, but some of the boys are probably going to get wet. But you see, we got that good overcast. Seems like it's going to stay cool for a while. That water temp right now is 80 degrees. Yesterday morning, we saw it climb up there. It started around 81. We saw it get there right around 85, 86 tomorrow. But this morning, the way things seem, it's going to stay cool out here. The few guys that we have talked to, they just want a little bit of wind, and it seems like they're going to get it. Randy had something good to say. It made sense. He likes catching them on that crankbait, but he's used to cranking up north in Ohio. He said the water's colder up there. The mouth is a little bit tougher. He said down here with this water temp, earlier this week it was almost 90 degrees, and like I say, it's in the 80s now. He says the bass's mouth is like butter. So when he gets them with them treble hooks, he's being very, very careful with them. He said because he's lost so many fish this week from those hooks just ripping out of the mouth just like that. So sticking them's one thing, land them is another. We saw him land one and almost lose it. So he can find them. It's just capitalizing and keeping them in the boat or keeping them hooked up. So seems like he's in the right place because number 2, John Cox, is right there. We're going to stick around, see if either one of these guys catch Big Belly Kelly. We're going to be on the water all day. So, Luke, Bradley, I'm sure you guys are in studio with your feet propped up, whopping sleep out of your eye, probably getting a back massage right now, laid up in the AC while I'm out here doing all the work. So, you guys keep up the good work, and we'll see you soon.
You know, he really gives us a hard time, Bradley. It's not that easy in the studio. You know, sometimes they might not bring us the right sandwiches at lunch. You know, the water might not be room temperature for you. You're kind of a diva sometimes. We appreciate the Big Cat. Good stuff there. And we appreciate each and every one of you sticking with us all day long on the National Professional Fishing League Live. And we're going to take a quick break to look at our amazing sponsors that bring you MPFL Live. And we'll be right back with live action from the Harris Chain.
This is my passion, and this is my tackle store. Because Fisherman Central is owned and operated by a group of anglers who are as passionate about fishing as I am. That's why you'll find the highest quality tackle from names you know. Plus hard-to-find lures designed to give you that extra edge on the water. And they all come with expert advice on how to use them. It's like having a tackle store in your neighborhood, no matter where you live. So visit one of our 2 Ohio locations or shop online from anywhere. At Fisherman Central, our passion is catching.
Hero Beverage Company. Specialty grade coffee that's small batch roasted in the U.S. and shipped fresh to your door. Enjoy a freshly brewed cup knowing your purchase directly helps everyone remain operational. Order a bag today at drinkhero.com.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
The bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Flo from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here.
Super fun beach day, everybody.
Hey guys, Brad Fuller with the National Professional Fishing League. We're here at the Harris Chain and I've got an exciting announcement. Fully Loaded Chew partnered with the NPFL and they're bringing you a contest where you can win free dip for a year. You simply go to our website, click on their banner ad at the very top of the homepage. It takes you to the Fully Loaded page. You enter, you win free dip for a year, as well as the 20 next contestants will win a sleeve of their chew to try. Don't forget, you can go to fullyloadedchew.com and you can get a can for $1 to try out. Fully Loaded Chew has 3 levels of tobacco-free nicotine. They have Fully Loaded, which is the full deal. They have Half Loaded, which is half the nicotine, and you can win yourself all the way down where you have no nicotine, but you still get to enjoy a nice dip. Check them out at fullyloadedchew.com.
TH Marine has been producing top-of-the-line marine accessories to rig boats from transom to trolling motor for decades. From jack plates to fish care to LEDs, TH Marine has you covered. TH Marine, outfitting your boat from transom to trolling motor.
Welcome back.
All right.
NPFL live action with the man. Florida man even. Bradley.
Yeah.
Florida man, Keith Carson.
Harris Chain man.
Harris Chain man. And he's on point.
He's got one on the bed. I'm teasing.
Man, I just had a giant.
He had a wake.
Right here. Oh my gosh. So I'm back where I caught him yesterday, and there's a lot more boat traffic here today. I've already, if you look up in front of us, you'll see that there's bubbles. I already had a competitor pass me. There's competitors behind me. There's local guys. Right now, I know that I know I should leave. I just know it. Like it's shot. And even if the fish are still here, it's mentally affecting me, and that's not good. So right now, I got 2 little dinks. I've had about 6 or 7 bites, and I'm missing them. And the reason is because when it's real shallow in here. It's like 1.9. Yeah, it's really shallow. So when you get boats idling like this, it's muddying it up. And although they're not catching the fish are like repositioning. Every time a boat goes by and it throws a wake up on the duckweed and stuff, you know, the fish swim out, and it sets it up to where I don't know where to cast anymore because the fish have moved so much. So, you know, right now, like I said, I know I should leave, but I'm just hoping I can get one over 3 pounds. If I could leave here with 3 fish and get one good one, then I'll go out in the lake and scramble and, you know, hopefully come up with at least 15 pounds. You know, that's like my best, as of right now, that's my best option. You know, it's, I don't know, it's tough. You know, you got to navigate boats, you got to navigate weather, you got to navigate fish, and you got to do it all perfectly 3 days in a row to win one of these. So I don't know where to go from here, but I'm kind of just not thinking this is it. I think I just had another one follow me.
So Keith knows this place better than anybody. We see him in this little sneaky spot yesterday.
Yeah.
Sounds like word got out a little bit. He says he's got a little more company in there, and like Keith said, he's handling it like a pro, which he is. he's always got his composure about him, but you can tell he's a little frustrated because these fish are very shallow. He says there's a bubble trail or two up in front of him where some guys have already passed him in the canal where he's fishing this little creek. You know, those fish don't like that, Bradley. Like you can see him getting down in stealth mode. These fish are super shallow. He's catching them on top water or waking this worm.
You know,
a little
I might
bit,
have
like
to
we saw
throw.
yesterday. And
I might have to throw a dang spinning rod. But shoot, if I have to do that, then I should probably leave.
I love that. Seeing the thought process. Seeing the thought process with Keith Carson this morning. So you want to be a bass pro.
There's nothing.
And I can confirm that he did have a spinning rod on the front deck yesterday. So from Florida man, Keith Carson, to the one, and not only John Cox was in second place yesterday, fishing completely different than Keith Carson and a lot of our guys in the field, throwing a swim jig around docks, throwing a chatterbait around docks, and really kind of had it to himself the way he was describing last night.
Got two, but I had two actually slap at it and not come back to it, and I haven't had that happen at all during practice, so I don't know if I might need to change up to a square bill or something. They just don't seem to be eating it the same as they were yesterday, or in practice for that matter. But the two that hit it, or the two that I caught, hit it good, so I don't know if it's the big ones that were lethargic. I couldn't tell how big either one of the misses were, but they definitely just slapped at it instead of eating it. But I'm in the right area. There were some big ones yesterday caught, because I know of at least two camera boats I've already seen in the area. So I wasn't the only one that caught good ones in here. But of course, this time of year, the fish aren't moving up here, they're moving out of here, so we shall see. I'm gonna give it just a little while longer before I start covering some water that I really didn't run yesterday, and maybe come back for this area for more of an afternoon bite out a little bit deeper.
All right, John Cox talking a little bit about
some
changes he might have to
I've
make.
seen several fish caught.
We're going to change up and go get our first look now at one of my favorite guys in the field to cover. We've been lucky enough to have this guy on all three tournaments so far. Second place in the Progressive AOY, David Caston from Alabama, doing what he loves, throwing that frog.
Feeling like I need to get a big bite. I didn't get in here this early yesterday. In here a whole lot more earlier. I ain't got the chop of wind I want really out here to get them to eat. Got one little tiny rat. Just need to try to get a big one early. We can. Yesterday morning I caught two big ones right off the bat. So I just need 3 bites out of here, big bites, and I'll be fine. I don't got to catch a limit. I just got to catch 3 big ones. And they go a long way. Just 3 bites really is what you come in here for. If I do catch 5, you'll have a giant bag. If you don't, oh well, you're still doing good. First backlash I've ever had in my life, by the way.
I just fact-checked that, and that is not true.
Coming off the backside. Now, I will say that most of my bites have come around this hydrilla with the pads mixed in. It's just about all of them. And it's so thick, it's topped out, but it's, you know, thick all the way to the bottom. Ain't like there's holes or nothing like that. I mean, there's holes out in it, but it's not hollow underneath. So it's not ideal to catch them off the top of the mat because it ain't dyed underneath yet. I'll catch a big one here in a minute, make it all worth it. I don't think I've caught one in a gap yet.
Bradley,
in between one of these. Yesterday, I've had one bite in a gap, and that was it. And it could have been a grinnell or both in.
You and I have both been here several times. There's not a place on the Harris chain that looks more like what you
Caught one of my
expect to
big
fish in
fish
Florida
yesterday.
than the Emerald
There
Marsh
it is.
over in
He
Griffin,
ain't
right?
big, though.
Maybe Gaston hooked up.
Let me tell you, that was a lucky swing.
That worked out
I
well.
didn't step on him. I just merely calmed him down. Little, barely a pound action. Gonna need a big bite. Well, now I definitely only need 3 big ones to do what I gotta do. I can start making my way back. I gotta get very situated. This is the problem you have. I got 360 and Panoptics on here. Don't even use them. Don't even know why I got them. But I have them in case I do decide to fish the offshore ever.
Gaston. Seeing Gaston there with his second keeper. And we're going to go over now to Fat Cat Newton's favorite, pre-tournament favorite coming in, Dale Prinky, Ohio angler. Was in our top 5 yesterday and on the unofficial Way Live board this morning. Already making a lot of noise. Over on Lake Harris, Dale Prinky. Bradley, we talked to Dale yesterday afternoon, throwing a chatterbait a lot. Said he found a magic dock yesterday. He must have found it again this morning unofficially right now, 5 for 12-4, sitting in second place on the
lifting it up.
So you and I got to spend some time with Dale.
Special guy.
Special guy, just great fisherman, great outdoorsman, loves to hunt and fish, but has had some challenges in his life. And we talked with Dale a little bit about that yesterday. And we've got a piece we want to share with everybody that just tells you how special.
Hooked up.
Dale Prinky.
Dale's having a special tournament, guys.
Here we go. Here we go. We're going to take a look as soon as we see this fish here at the road Dale Prinky's been on to get to the National Professional Fishing League and what this means to him. So that's his fish, 5th fish there. He was a little nervous about having a camera, but also excited.
He was.
Well, that's a limit. And that is key.
Hallman was coaching him up. This is his first time on live.
Pound and
He
a
said,
half.
hey, just forget he's there. Just forget
Skinny.
he's there. Those fish are having a party in there, those pool noodles. It's going down.
He had a special day yesterday.
Did have a special day.
Had 19 something. Was in 4th place at the end of the day yesterday. He's having a very special tournament. He started off the morning strong.
And he fishes a lot of lakes in Ohio. He was telling us, and Fat Cat was saying this as well, that set up very much like the Harris chain. He feels comfortable. See him taking care of those fish with some G-juice there. We're going to take a look at Dale's journey to get to the MPFL right now. Back to Dale Prinky on the water. I think we had some audio issues with the video there piece that we wanted to run on Dale, but has certainly seen just a lot of struggle in his life. And, you know, he actually lost an eye due to a special type of cancer, and we will get it ready. We'll show you that piece
it's a special
later
piece,
today.
yeah.
It's a special piece, and Dale's a special guy that his heart is just bigger than, you know, all of the hearts in this field combined. Man, he wants this so bad. You can tell talking to him. He just he loves this so much, and we're all pulling for Dale this week. And like you said, having a special tournament, climbing up that Way Live leaderboard as we speak unofficially, and hopefully we get to cover Dale on Showdown Saturday headed for that hardware.
Dale's just one of the many stories that we have like this
No
in the
doubt.
National Professional Fishing League, you know, and that's why we wanted to point that out. We will have that up later today, guys, with the audio. I've seen the piece this morning, and it's a really, really good piece, and we want to share that with you guys. Prinky's kind of got a little deal going on that looks a lot like a shad spawn in the morning,
Yes.
you know, with that chatterbait on the outside edge of that grass. We thought we would see some of that shad spawn coming into this event, and Fat Cat told us that he for sure knew that there was the shad spawn going on with some of the guys. They had some of the action yesterday morning. This morning's a little bit overcast and cloudy, and exactly what these guys would need that are on that pattern. And Prinky started off this morning with the bang. He's already got his limit in the boat. That in itself will help him settle down with the cameraman issue that he was so worried about yesterday afternoon when we visited with him. Putting that fifth fish and just having a limit in the boat early in the morning, big or small, helps a guy really settle his nerves down. And he seems to be fishing extremely calm, cool, and collective.
Oh, yeah, not
cool hand.
Dale Prinky.
Dale Prinky.
I think we're going to get a look at Dale's big fish. He got started before we went live this morning with some fireworks. We're going to look back at that now. Dale Prinky on Lake Harris doing work this morning.
Oh my goodness. Nope. Oh, that's a freaking giant. Oh, baby. Oh, yes. That hook came out in my finger.
I think that's bigger than 5, Bradley.
That is a beautiful fish. So
Back
now
over to Dale Live, who I think is sandbagging a little bit because that fish is bigger than 5 pounds.
Now we know a little bit more of why he is so cool hand, Dale. Frankie.
No doubt. Kind of got off to a big jump this morning.
Fish like that settle the nerves.
No doubt about it. We're going to go over from Dale. We're going to check in on Bobby Lanham. Bobby, Fat Cat's favorite guy in the field. He finally gets to use Bobby in the appropriate context. Bobby, who right now, I'm going to go ahead and call out on live, looking at what he's doing, is not doing anything that he told me at the weigh-in that he's doing. He said, yeah, I'm fishing offshore hydrilla. That's not offshore hydrilla, Bobby. Calling you out.
Scattered grass patches.
You are not in a scattered grass patch.
See if we can keep her going. We've had a lot of short strikes this morning. Just now seeming to start moving up into the grass, so we can start pulling up a few bigger fish.
I'm starting to think that Bobby just thought I was another competitor yesterday when I came up to him to go, hey, we're going to have you on live tomorrow. What? Can I get some details of your pattern? He's like, yeah, scattered offshore hydrilla this morning, reeling a worm.
It's not
some trees. He threw me for a curve.
That's not uncommon.
We caught you, Bobby.
For a fisherman to tell a little
this is true
story. He's definitely doing something that we've got other guys in the field.
No doubt
that we've
about
seen.
it.
So there's a couple of patterns, and this is what I love about this, and especially to set up this morning. I mean, we've got multiple things. Everything that we talked about that might play here at the Harris Chain this is the one that I told you that I myself was not aware of and didn't think of coming into this event. And he and both Keith Carson are kind of playing the same type of
Saw
game.
a couple other guys doing this similar thing as well. That creek battle, canal
Absolutely.
battle. Bobby with 4 in the box this morning already. Yeah, Bobby was a name that we, saw on the Way Live unofficial leaderboard yesterday early. Fat Cat caught up with him on the water. He said he thought he had a little shad spawn deal going. Looks like he's still working that this morning.
Yesterday we did see some of the creek guys really explode early, right? That's where that ended up coming from, some of the action that we had. And I say creek guys, I mean this can be canals and things as well. We're not exactly sure where all of our anglers are, but we can tell that they are in the confinement of one of the two. The thing that plays in the afternoon or tended to play a little bit more in the afternoon was more of the dock fishing for sure. Some of the guys that really swelled there, and along with the flippers.
No doubt about it. Going to get our first look go from Bobby, who was in 3rd place officially. And we're going to get a look at the guy that was on top. Jake
When you're where
Boomer,
I'm from,
Washington State
everything
angler.
down here is really interesting. Like we're on a different planet. My little
Jake,
girls
the
would
owner
love
of
this place.
Alpha Angler Rods from the West Coast. Talented angler. Hooked up.
Oh. That's a little better one.
Also like to point out that Boomer said he was fishing isolated hydrilla.
I was going to point that out.
How's that one? My glasses make it look like a
Actually, I have
5-pounder.
text from Jake saying that.
Everyone's like, what's wrong with his glasses? Look at that thing. You stay in there. I still need to put my weights in. Luke Duncan's gonna chew my butt.
Oh, there's going to be a conversation, Jake.
Sorry, Luke.
The offshore hydrilla and the
You're
Way Live
watching.
app. know it.
Well, maybe we don't have an offshore guy in our top 10.
As long as Jake's catching them, I'm happy for him. I don't care if he's offshore or in the Kissimmee grass. And taking care of that waylive out. Tournament director Brad Fuller always makes me be the bad guy at the meetings about the waylive out. But it is crucial to tell them the story. Of course, you can find the waylive unofficial leaderboard over at tnpfl.com. Keep up with it all day. Everything is unofficially unofficial until the anglers get back to the Venetian Gardens here in the city of Leesburg for the drive-through weigh-in. Starts at 3 p.m. with Big Al McCullough on the mic. And as Big Al likes to say, here comes the boom. He was really excited to say that with Jake Boomer yesterday, you could tell.
Coming to you. Coming to you. Live.
You know, Jake was telling me last night that he did venture away from the hydrilla yesterday afternoon, had a couple of bites in the Kissimmee grass, and somebody that we saw in the Kissimmee grass and basically fired a cannon shot in the Kissimmee grass yesterday, Rob Turkla from Texas.
He's right back where he started. I've got a feeling about this guy this week. He's much more calm, cool, and collected this morning than when we saw him first thing yesterday morning.
No doubt about it. It's funny, brother. Those 8-pounders will do that. Confirmation on your pattern, your practice.
Should get bit right here. Maybe on this backside where it won't be as windy.
You know, we heard Rob say multiple times yesterday, Bradley, that he didn't want the wind on these stretches. You can see got a little breeze blowing in on the grass this morning. He also said multiple times we need these clouds to get out of here to set the fish up. Will this hurt this bite today, the Kissimmee grass flippers?
The breeze that he has right now is not equivalent to the one that we were looking at yesterday morning that he was upset
I
with.
think it has something to do with a little bit of current that runs past this area. And depth, of course.
Man, I'm really liking his focus this morning.
Definitely slowed down a lot from where we saw him yesterday morning, taking his time. Is committed to the area, you can tell.
That rod and that weight is extremely easy to get used to, the fluid motion of doing that all day, and it tends to get into a rhythm. And after he swung that the entire day yesterday, it helps not have to think about things.
Absolutely.
You just kind of get in that pace. You just keep swinging that rod with that big weight and
wait for the line to jump.
Something to pull back on. And any flip could be another handle stopper.
Man, absolutely. No pressure on Rob, but we're expecting that now.
If he does this all day long and keeps that focus that he has right now, there is no doubt he's going to be with us.
No doubt about it. Something we're going to do right now, take a look at the fine folks that make this all possible here at the MPFL, our sponsors. Time to pay some bills, and we will be back in just a few moments with more live action from Leesburg, Florida.
This is my passion, and this is my tackle store, because Fisherman's Central is owned and operated by a group of anglers who are as passionate about fishing as I am. That's why you'll find the highest quality tackle from names you know, plus hard-to-find lures designed to give you that extra edge on the water. And they all come with expert advice on how to use them. It's like having a tackle store in your neighborhood, no matter where you live. So visit one of our 2 Ohio locations or shop online from anywhere. At Fisherman's Central, our passion is catching.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
It's a bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Flo from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here.
Super fun beach day, everybody.
Omega products are built by fishermen for fishermen. We set out to build the best vibrating jig on the market. The blending of high-end components, a detailed assembly process, and a burning desire to achieve perfection are the pillars of the Rapture bait. Nothing in life worth having comes easy. The Rapture was no different. Countless hours of testing and retesting. The result, a vibrating jig that hunts, hooks, and catches bass like no other.
TH Marine has been producing top-of-the-line marine accessories to rig boats from transom to trolling motor for decades. From jack plates to fish care to LEDs, TH Marine has you covered. TH Marine, outfitting your boat from transom to trolling motor.
So when does it start? It starts with a mission, driven by a greater Orlando. It starts with a region united by a love for the game. When does it stop? It doesn't. Because here there is no off-season. It starts when you accept the challenge, when you share the love, when there's a reason to rally, when I becomes we. It starts when you have access to every court, every field, every moment. It starts when you have options. Lots of options. It starts when you come for the game, but stay for the magic. When we shoot for the belt, the cup, the gold. So when does it start? It starts when you say, go.
Welcome back to Lake County, Florida, the Harris Chain of Lakes. Getting a look at Rob Turkla, who caught the biggest bass that we've seen on the National Professional Fishing League all year, and the Big Bite Challenge Big Bass leader so far for here at the Harris Chain. 8 pounds, 2 ounces yesterday. A Hallman handle stopper.
I don't know why you call it Hallman, but it's definitely a handle stopper.
It's just a great term, Brad, you came up with yesterday when you can't turn the reel handle, when you set the hook and you can't even gain anything.
He was looking for it yesterday, you know, and those fish get that big. Sometimes that's what it is. You think your reel's broken. Man, I'm telling you, we're seeing a different Rob today. Just his intensity is awesome.
It's maxed out.
Mm-hmm. Not rushing things, calm, cool, and collected this morning. Boat control, moving slow, covering it thoroughly.
You really slowed down this morning.
Mm-hmm. Don't want to be big. Nope.
Hooked up?
Not big.
Like a keeper there, but not a giant, but certainly one he'd like to have in the box, I'm sure. On the Way Live app right now, we do have Rob with an early limit.
Sleepover.
The YouTube beep there, saving his clip.
I'm always amazed at guys that can fish without a hat.
Same.
I mean,
yeah, I'm just a hat guy.
It's like the dream you have, you know, that you're out in public and you don't have any clothes on.
Yes, it's terrifying for me.
It's just an uncomfortable feeling.
I fished the Bassmaster Open on Pickwick Lake a few weeks ago. You competed in that tournament as well, Bradley. On the second day, my favorite hat. I was having a terrible day anyways. Favorite hat blew out of the boat. Went to the weigh-in, hatless. Nothing worse. Nothing worse, man.
I keep an extra hat in the boat at all times, just for that reason.
Jump over now from Robert Turkla to West Coast angler Bryant Smith, who is making a charge up the leaderboard this morning. Unofficially in second place right now, Bryant Smith. He told me he's working a seawall pattern early in the morning on Harris. Some cypress trees, possibly a shad spawn situation. This is our first time getting to see Bryant in this event, but all year on live. And Bryant, a very accomplished tournament angler on the West Coast, ventured out this year to the East Coast to join us on the National Professional Fishing League. Talented angler. You've ventured out west. You've heard of Bryant. You fished the U.S. Open out there, and some of my buddies, West Coast bass pros, like Cody Meyer. Cody said, man, Bryant's the real deal. You guys are lucky to have him.
There's a lot of quality anglers on the West Coast. A lot. High quality. We see it on all the national tours as well.
Yeah, they're well represented across every professional fishing circuit. And I think it's, Bradley, they have a wide variety of fisheries in the state of California, from deep spotted bass fisheries to the California Delta to Clear Lake. These guys get to see it all when they fish tournaments across the West Coast. To the desert lakes, the Havasus of the world that these guys compete on at times.
I spent some time out there. The U.S. Open is one of my favorite events to go attend every year out in Las Vegas on Lake Mead. And these West Coast guys are some of my favorite people, you know, because it's not the same faces that we see, you know,
Right.
through growing up and stuff here at home. So when I go out there, everything's fresh, and those guys are just incredible people to be with, incredible anglers out on the West Coast, and they're so diverse. It's not just California. I mean, these guys are coming from
That's right.
Arizona,
Absolutely.
Washington. They're all up
Idaho,
and down that West
Oregon,
Coast.
yeah.
Yep. And just a great group of guys, man. Great people.
Beautiful look at what Bryant's doing there. We were talking last night, and I have to say, you know, for the guys that lie to us, Bryant, he's a good man in my book. This is what he said he was going to be doing, Bradley, and this is what he's doing.
It does resemble a potential shad spawn type scenario.
Absolutely.
You know, this would definitely be going on here up against the sea walls, the break walls, and up against those cypress tree knees.
Unofficially with 13 pounds, 7 ounces, his big fish just a 3.8. So he's got some solid fish in the boat.
Absolutely.
A 6 or 7 pounder goes a long way for Bryant, and he is very early in the day, a couple hours into his morning. I think we got a little bonus boat-to-boat action from the big cat. Fat Cat Newton out on the water. Called up with Sheldon Collings earlier this morning. The Okie angler. Kind of a typical Sheldon look right there, standing on the trolling motor, burning up the bank.
A little more wind there than any of our anglers we've
doubt.
seen so far this morning.
A little bumpy.
Looks like he's looking for a reaction strike with some moving. Bait of some type.
I was going to say, are we seeing a buzz bait there maybe, or a chatterbait, just, or a spinnerbait even? It's hard to tell.
He is definitely winding and rod tip. Ooh. White chatterbait?
Or a swim jig even.
Shad spawning looking area as well.
No doubt about that.
You know, it's amazing that we're this late in the year. A lot of guys, especially this far south, would think that
No
would
doubt.
be over. And it was something that you and I talked about that we looked for coming into this event to be covering, is that the guys might potentially have this going on early in the morning, and if we had cloudy or rainy days.
Now, do you believe the clouds prolong that? Because typically that shad spawn is the first 2 hours of the morning. Will the clouds help with that? Extend that into that 10 o'clock hour even?
Yeah, I 100% believe it.
9 or 10?
I believe it can extend it throughout the
All
entire
day?
day if it gets dark enough and wants to do it. I'm from the school that I believe that the shad spawns primarily at night. That's really what
And
I
that's
kinda
why
think.
we catch it in the morning like
we
that?
catch the end of it in the morning. That's my feeling, because when you fish late enough in the evening, you see it kick back in and go pretty strong. It may. I'm sure the high peaks are, sunset and sun up, but yeah, definitely they like the low light, and the clouds definitely extend it throughout the day.
Gonna go.
I believe we saw the same fish catch there twice. From
Yeah,
Mr.
I think that's the same fish.
From Mr. Collins.
Sheldon? River
I
Lee.
can't get a big one. They're all the same size.
Guy made a lot of noise yesterday.
I got 2 3s and then 3
Unofficially
like
right
2.5s.
now.
Or
First
3.
place.
I mean, I got. Yeah. But hell, at this time yesterday, I only had 3 dinks, so I ain't complaining.
We're live.
Oh yeah. You know, if I had one, I would wear it with you. It's too freaking hot. Yeah. Hey, if I had one, I'd wear it too. Oh. You got your limit yet?
Friendly morning chat.
Close combat there.
Yeah.
I'm in the same boat. Oh, I've got about 13 and a half, maybe 14. But I don't have a big one. They're all the same size. It's not what a Florida bag should be.
You always worry that.
But yeah, you had 13
this is when
though
the
yesterday.
6-pounder goes down between the two
Yeah.
of you.
Well, then you should be fine.
I believe that's Arkansas
Yep,
angler Paul
I hear
Browning
ya.
wearing a mullet wig this morning.
I got my 2 big bites yesterday. I hope I
Feel
at least
like you
get
put it
one
on
today.
for us to acknowledge it.
That was an incredible.
Good luck, buddy.
It was beautiful. Looked like Pete Mano.
I'm trying.
Muskie Pro.
I got bad luck too. See, I might have a little good luck, but there's some bad luck there also. I just gotta keep fishing. Oh.
River, who did have some
What's
bad
up, guys?
luck down at right.
We
Patman.
are having a pretty good morning so
Bounce
far.
back.
This time yesterday, I only had 3 fish for like 6 pounds. And so I got about 13 and a half, maybe 14. So it's been a better morning so far, but I don't have a big one though. My biggest one is a 3 1/4. They're all the same size. So, which I ain't complaining, but I'm gonna have my shot at 1, maybe 2 big ones a day. I just gotta capitalize on them and put them in the boat. So, but it's been a good morning so far. Been just started the morning fishing behind the docks, fishing cypress trees and stuff, and that helped me get one of my better 3-pounders, and then I flipped the rest of the time, and they seem to be biting right now. They seem to be biting a little earlier than what they did yesterday. So we're just gonna keep plugging away. That 1 big bite will put us right where we need to be. So let's just hope we get it today.
So crucial right there. River has a solid limit in the boat.
Okay, I'm about to catch one.
You hear him talking about 3-pounders and 2.5s. Those are great quality fish.
I got one chasing me right now.
Really
It just
establishes
waked
the
it
tone
down.
for the day. Now he's going to flip the rest of the day.
I don't know how big it was. It looked like a decent wake. Man, they're sitting in funny spots
Still
today.
in that same area, Bradley. He didn't pull out of there.
You know, Keith started yesterday morning out there on the lake on the outside edge of the Kissimmee grass.
Where did he go?
And,
he was right there. Dang it.
came into this area in the afternoon and had a lot of success.
Back-to-back 4-pounders. If you've ever fished in Florida, you know that sound.
That sound means you are around them.
Yes.
That is the sound of the coot.
Yes.
I'm still kind of hoping I can get one big bite in here and then get out of here. And then, you know, go fish the lake, try to find some banks that aren't in the wind. And then the wind is supposed to change today. And when it changes, then I'll have, I don't know how long. I'm not sure, but I'm hoping I can have an hour during a wind shift where it's just dead slick. And then I'll run the lake as quick as I can, hit as many good spots as I can, and you know, maybe get a big one on each spot, which is definitely possible. I can catch them all pretty quick if I get the opportunity. And if I don't, then I don't. Here comes another one from like 10 feet away. Problem is they don't pick it up really when I let it sink.
Talk about a guy that's dialed in, Bradley, paying attention to the weather hourly.
It's not often that we get guys that are willing to share their thoughts as well as he just did.
Oh, man. Keith breaks it down as well as anybody. And that,
back to Boomer.
Back to Jake Boomer, sitting on top of our leaderboard after day one at the Harris Chain. Boomer, the Washington State angler. Ooh.
Boomer.
You just like saying that so much.
I hope I get to say it all weekend.
There we go.
Look at that poor thing. The back is all.
Bradley, I hate to point it out again, but not isolated hydrilla. I repeat, not offshore, Jake Boomer. Proud it's working out.
Gosh. But he is the first guy we've seen actually flipping.
Pressure on you, buddy. It's kind of like when the
docks.
dentist is like.
Guys, yesterday we're all winding.
A lot of moving baits around the dock.
There we go. We're getting one. Oh no. He's still alive. Gosh, cheek. Which one of you guys is bleeding so bad?
Jake Boomer.
Funny thing is, you're going to remember
over
me by
to
Chris
David
now, too.
Gaston.
Yeah, I'm start calling you Chris.
Throwing the frog.
It's gonna be my alias.
He's in a really special
Oh
place.
man, that's a big
He
one.
is.
There's a giant. Stay hooked up, baby.
Oh my God.
That's a 10-pounder. 10-pounder. Yeah, that's a 10-pounder. Look at that. Let's go. We're having fish fry tonight, son. Oh, fire that Crisco up. Golly, look at that. Yes. Yes.
Okay,
Thank you, Jesus.
Great camera work.
Golly,
Great
that's a
bite.
big one. Oh, man. Thank you, Lord. Look at that.
Bradley,
Like
I think we have a new leader in the Big Bite Challenge.
Let's go
Big
here and get
Bass.
some
Sorry,
scales.
Rob.
I don't think she's 10, but she's a solid 6. No. Ooh.
Oh no, it's big.
Golly.
What do you think, Brad?
Get a little official weight.
I'm going 8 pounds.
Picture too.
Yeah, I'm going to go.
I don't think it's a 10, but
I
I'll
don't
go
either.
I'll go 8.
But I missed yesterday by quite a bit, so I'm going to go more. I'll say she's a 9.
I'm going to say she's 8.3. That makes it bigger than Rob's, just because I said it was bigger.
Rob,
I'd say she's quite bigger than that.
922.
Hold that baby up.
My goodness.
A shot.
Yes. Thank you,
From
Jesus.
Lake Griffin.
Hey, I don't need that no more. I'm good. Dang gum, that's a big one.
David Gaston.
Lord have mercy.
Biggest fish I think I have ever seen.
Oh man. Oh, he wasn't a 10, but 9. I'll take a 9-pounder.
I'm alive now.
Luke,
look at this coal.
Shots fired.
Shots fired
from the other side of that lock.
That's right. And a coal. Quite a coal there. You know, we'll take an 8-pound coal. All I got to say is welcome to MPFL Live and welcome to the Dadgum Harris chain,
That's a coal.
ladies and gentlemen. And congratulations, David Gaston, because that was
Tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna move this big one over here on this TH Marine auctionator side. Man, he don't even fit. Let's go.
Keep his ass alive now.
Man, oh man. Give me some, cameraman. My man.
Curse is over.
Curse is over.
I don't know. It's a great problem to have when one won't fit.
Yes.
Let me take a break real quick. I'm nervous. I have to chill out.
Oh.
And on
David
top
Gaston,
water.
man. Second place in the Progressive AOI. 2 great events and just picking up where he left off. Talked to this guy at the meeting. Very frustrated by his practice. And
are they wigging out
comes
on
into the
that?
weigh-in. I know David pretty good. We talked coming through the weigh-in line yesterday. He was smiling ear to ear, and he said, I got him today. And I said, you told me you weren't going to catch him. He said, I lied. They bit today. Catches a 9-pounder right there for us on the MPFL Live.
What he's doing in the area that he is in is a high-risk, high-reward place. Historically, that's what this is.
I was getting ready to leave.
He is taking that risk and is getting paid for it.
Yes, he is. And now a guy that we have spent a lot of time, Double D and I, Bradley, at the first 2 events. Mark Schilling is a name that
we've got 2 so far.
has been talked about a lot. He's
A 1
way
and a
up
2.
there in the Progressive AOY as well.
It's kind of mixing it up, fishing the outside grass, going up in shallow as well. I know where the big ones will go, but they're just not there yet. We're gonna work down a little edge right here. Throw a chatterbait for a second. I'm not too worried. I just got to stay confident and patient. My fish are coming later in the day. Anything before noon is kind of a bonus. Yesterday at noon, I think I only had 3 pounds. So I just got to stay focused. And I need some sun. It's not looking too good for that.
As we look at Mark Schilling, we're going to pause and take a look at our fine sponsors that are bringing you this amazing coverage of this big bass factory here in Lake County, Florida. We will be back in a few moments with more MPFL Live action.
This is my passion, and this is my tackle store. Because Fisherman's Central is owned and operated by a group of anglers who are as passionate about fishing as I am. That's why you'll find the highest quality tackle from names you know. Plus hard-to-find lures designed to give you that extra edge on the water. And they all come with expert advice on how to use them. It's like having a tackle store in your neighborhood, no matter where you live. So visit one of our 2 Ohio locations or shop online from anywhere. At Fisherman's Central, our passion is catching.
Hero Beverage Company. Specialty grade coffee that's small batch roasted in the U.S. and shipped fresh to your door. Enjoy a freshly brewed cup knowing your purchase directly helps everyone remain operational. Order a bag today at drinkhero.com.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
It's a bundle! It's a bundle and it saves everybody. Hi, I'm Will from Progressive, and I couldn't help it over here.
Super fun beach day, everybody.
Hey guys, Brad Fuller with the National Professional Fishing League. We're here at the Harris Chain, and I've got an exciting announcement. Fully Loaded Chew partnered with the NPFL, and they're bringing you a contest where you can win free dip for a year. You simply go to our website, click on their banner ad at the very top of the homepage. It takes you to the Fully Loaded page. You enter, you win free dip for a year, as well as the 20 next contestants will win a sleeve of their chew to try. Don't forget, you can go to fullyloadedchew.com and you can get a can for $1 to try out. Fully Loaded Chew has 3 levels of tobacco-free nicotine. They have Fully Loaded, which is the full deal. They have Half Loaded, which is half the nicotine, and you can win yourself all the way down where you have no nicotine, but you still get to enjoy a nice dip. Check them out at fullyloadedchew.com.
TH Marine has been producing top-of-the-line marine accessories to rig boats from transom to trolling motor for decades. From jack plates to fish care to LEDs, TH Marine has you covered. TH Marine, outfitting your boat from transom to trolling motor.
Welcome back to Leesburg, Florida, where fireworks have gone off this morning. If you're just joining us, we've already seen a 9-pounder on a frog get caught by Mr. David Gaston. Keith Carson provided some fireworks for us yesterday as well. The local
man, I
angler,
just
winner
lost
of our Wright
just
Patman
lost
event,
another
stop
one
2.
right here, like smoked it with like 10 feet of line out, and man, I don't know. It's like they're not getting it at all. They're just grabbing it. They're smoking it hard, but hitting it really hard, but then just not getting the bait in their mouth. They're only getting it by the tail. So it's I don't know. Just keep going. Hopefully get a big one here and get out of here. Yeah, it's hard to leave because I'm getting bites, but my catch ratio is probably 25% of the bites I'm getting, so that's really bad. You know, people say don't leave fish to find fish, but damn, if you're only catching 25%, you better freaking leave. I'm not having very good percentages right now.
Keith is so analytical about everything he does, man.
He's spot on.
He is.
But that being said, I am, oh my God, holy crap. It's chasing brim. No, dang it. It's chasing brim instead of my bait. Come on, find it. That was a big wake. That ain't no 2-pounder right there. Oh, here comes a boat. Dang it. Come on, find it.
Oh.
Got it.
Oh.
That's not the same fish.
Oh.
Oh. That's not, maybe it is the same fish, but I don't know. That one had a giant wake. That one smoked it and actually got it. There we go.
Amazing stuff from Keith Carson, man. The guy's so
he's
dialed.
One.
And no offense to the other anglers, Bradley, but I could just watch him struggle.
Right, that's number 5.
It's just hearing his thought process.
We got no fish on the big fish side and 5 on the small fish side. So that ain't good.
Oh, and the pressure of the boat coming at the same time.
Oh, man, that was all so intense, man. MPFL Live,
1/5.
Roman candles going off this morning. Folks out early in the pontoon, just cruising up the small creek where you don't typically see pontoons. Right, Bradley? I don't feel like that's a place for a joyride. They may be in there doing some fishing as well this morning, though.
I think there's another one there. It's gotta be.
Is that Fat Cat in the pontoon?
Is that guy on the front deck fishing?
Is that Fat Cat?
Is that guy fishing on the front
Is
deck?
there a grill on that? If there's a grill on it, it's Fat Cat. Bringing Keith some burgers. Look like he might be fishing.
Well, I guess I better hit these pads before they come through them.
You see him, he's rushing a little bit, trying to make some casts before the pontoon rolls through the area.
But he can't leave that left side because he knows what's there. He saw it move.
Keith, of course, we talked about yesterday. Wins right, Patman. Has this event this week here. Hooked up in front of the tune.
Okay. Little guy. I don't even think he's going to do anything.
Now the pontoon's never leaving.
At all. I don't even think he'll measure. Yeah, let's just throw him back. Hey guys.
You don't have time for that noise.
How are you? No, not at all. Yeah, I know it. Yeah. Yeah, good luck, guys. All right.
Very Keith Carson.
Let's go ahead and retie real quick. After I caught 2 fish.
If you caught any big
I might
ones,
go
we
1
just
fish
ran over
without
one
retying.
with the pontoon.
But usually not going to
We
go
saw
2.
one float up.
But it's okay. No big deal. Enjoy your day, fellas.
Hope you
don't need no limit.
Grand. The man of the morning.
Back to
Mr.
the-
Alabama himself.
That fish 9 what?
David Gaston.
I put it on my app, 8 pounds, but on my handheld scales it said 922.
I'd just like to point out that on live, he's a liar. David Gaston.
Can you do me a favor?
We'll have a talk about that at the
Can you send it-
drive-through weigh-in this afternoon,
No,
buddy.
can you send it to my dad?
Can I send it to you, Dad?
Yeah.
Well, of course.
I'll tell you his number.
Yeah, one second.
And when you send it to him, tell him to send it to
Dave,
my
we
wife
don't
too.
want your pop's number
I
going
remember
out
her
on
number
live.
by heart,
Yeah.
but man, it's
There he is. Gaston excited this morning.
that is a black. I ain't never seen one that black. He'll call though.
Look at that. That one's lived his whole life in that grass.
I'm telling you, ain't it though? Look at that. Have you ever seen one like that?
How's that happen? Man, he swallowed it too, huh?
Oh yeah, he bleeding. That not good.
That fish. Bradley, the
No, we got a bigger
vegetation
problem.
does
I
that,
could lost some
right?
juice.
Yeah.
Nope. Oh yeah.
They're just so far underneath
Out
that
here making
mat and
progress.
Have been there for so long. It's so dark.
Of course, you're seeing David add that TH Marine G Juice right there, live well additive. TH Marine, the official fish care sponsor of the NPFL. And that is a Gatorade for fish, essentially, Bradley. I've actually seen Fat Cat Newton do shots of that, though, at the bar at night. And it's kind of crazy what it'll do to the big cat. It gets wild on G Juice sometimes.
He'll make a call.
You heard him say that fish was bleeding where he hooked it, poured that G-Juice in there. G-Juice actually has...
Actually got a lot.
In the formula...
Oh, that was not intended to happen.
Yeah, he dropped that one around the carpet, Dave.
One,
should have gone
two,
behind the back there.
3,
But it will actually, it has,
4,
has
it's
an
a 5
ingredient that will
This game over for
cause
the day.
blood clots.
Done.
It will slow
Done
the
with it.
bleeding down. guys are running these live wells all day, recirculating that juice, adding ice, taking care of the resource here at the Harris Chain. Of course, all bass will be released back into the Harris Chain after the drive-through weigh-in. David Gasson's going to have some to bring through that drive-through weigh-in this afternoon.
Dude, I'm telling you, he is in the promised swampland.
That's a game changer. That's not
I started the morning in 10th place.
Don't take much to get to 20 when you got one like that.
Loves to throw for all
I just need 4 to go
fish.
10 pounds.
Now we're going to take a look at a guy we've covered a lot at the first 3 events and shook up that Way Live leaderboard yesterday and was sitting second going into the morning. John Cox.
All right.
Are you ready? So we're still on the struggle bus here. This is the Mike Bell Chevrolet struggle bus. Day 2 jinx. We've got 3 little dinks today. Not getting that big bite and really not getting just the timing's bad. Everybody, I've seen a lot of anglers slip in and catch one right where I was planning to go, and it is what it is. It's not like this pattern was a secret, of course. It was televised. So just waiting on that big bite. I don't think I'll have a problem catching 5, but there's only so many beans to go around. And I caught the 2 big ones early yesterday, so I don't know if I've missed my window or it's just a different day. I need that sun to come out, kind of position the fish to the shade on the bases of the trees and the docks, and I think it'll put them more in the target area. Right now they're just out roaming and random, and best I can tell anyway. I just haven't ran into any.
John Cox, who we saw work the dock pattern yesterday with moving baits, swim jigs, chatterbaits. Really looks like he's switching it up this morning. Says he's driving the struggle bus a little bit, and I'll have to agree with him. Had over 20 pounds yesterday, but right now, a couple fish in the boat. It's unofficially slipped to the 16th place spot on the Way Live leaderboard. John had a good event down at Eufaula, our first event of the year, our inaugural MPFL event. Was able to take home the Big Bass Challenge, Big Bass down there, and won $6 grand, Bradley, for one cast.
Wow.
Down at Eufaula. From John Cox. Over to Rob Turkla. Fishing a dock now. He is mixing it in a little bit. We didn't see a lot of that yesterday out of Rob, but maybe with the conditions, he's changing things up just a little bit.
Still calm, cool, and collective, though.
Oh, yeah.
Boat's moving slower, covering every single inch of it.
Can't wait to talk to Rob this afternoon about hitting that dock twice, 2 casts in a row. Got to give him some crap over that. Rejected, not once but twice. And as we look now, a couple hours into the morning here, on the Harris chain, our unofficial top 10 leaderboard with Mr. Dale Prinky sitting on top, the Ohio Angler Fat Cat Newton pre-tournament pick. I'm starting to think there's some insider trading stuff going on there. Call him out on that right now on live. Dale Prinky in the lead. River Lee, who we saw lead unofficially most of the day yesterday, the Texas angler. Bryant Smith from California sits in third. David Gaston, who is a liar and put his big bass in at 8 pounds when we saw it on live as a 9-something. So he's probably a little higher on our unofficial leaderboard than we're showing, but Gaston having himself quite the morning in fourth place. Bobby Lanham in fifth place. Keith Carson in sixth. John Hookup Soakup. Nick Provanizak, our Angler of the Year leader, has slid. Actually, on my unofficial board here, he's actually out of our top 10 right now. We've got Robbie Frazier, Dustin Perry, and Jake Boomer, our day one leader, has slipped to 10th place unofficially, but some new names in there. John Hookup Soakup, who was tied for 10th yesterday. Robbie Frazier sliding in there, Alabama angler. Right now, the Way Live leaderboard. Of course, you can find that and all the coverage on tnpfl.com. Completely unofficial until the anglers get back to the drive-through weigh-in in Venetian Gardens here in Leesburg, Florida. If you're in the Leesburg, Florida area, come out. Take a selfie with Bradley Hallman. He had an autograph booth set up yesterday down here. I actually saw him sign a baby. It was an interesting situation. Bradley, is it fair to say that David Gaston has a fully loaded live well this morning?
It is fair to say.
Pushing capacity.
Just such a game changer, that fish, you know.
That's what we talked about first of the show. Who's going to be the guy that catches that 8-pound plus fish? Changes their entire day. Back over to David Gaston.
Can imagine what another bite like this will be.
Gaston working
so hard
that
when
frog.
The frog goes sinking.
What I was saying
Second
was
place in AOI.
What another bite like that.
You just feel like any second
yeah,
it can happen in here. This area, Bradley, historically known for giant bass. And the Harris chain, we talked about a lot yesterday, sets up a lot differently than Okeechobee, Toho, Kissimmee. This is the type cover you see at those lakes more so than the Harris chain. A lot more residential canals, a lot more docks, a lot more Kissimmee grass, a lot more deep water even. This area in this marsh, very, very special on the Harris chain.
You know this now, though. It ain't nothing. Yeah. Consistently.
I got to spend some time with David after the Wright Patman event. We actually went out on the water and fished a little special lake he has in Alabama. And did this right here with him through the frog. And, man, he has got so much confidence in this technique. Learned a lot fishing with David. We had seen him 2 events in a row. He is a master with a swim jig. So much confidence in that.
We're going to catch another big one in a minute.
Equally
When
as
we do that,
confident in the
it's
frog.
game over. For today, at least.
He's feeling it.
Yes, he is. And it's early,
there's
man.
something
It's
you
so
ate last
early.
night's about to kill you. Or it's part of getting old in it. You could eat 2 French fries and burp for 3 weeks. When you get your age, isn't it?
The swamp in here is special, like you said, but it's finicky as well.
You get old.
The water's so clear. Talk about that. What does that do to these shallow water fish and this clear water?
What you mean?
But just this
I said,
area
you're
right
aging,
here,
you're
I
getting
know
old, much as
historically
you
is
burping.
special. Lights have come on here many times. Lots of derbies have been won in here. Lots of more derbies have been lost in here.
Yes.
Blanks in here.
Big.
Terrible finishes, 180th place finishes come out of this place. I mean,
Put
and
my
that means because they
stomach
go
in
in
it, I
there
don't
and
like
they
it.
do not bite, and there's nothing you can do.
I don't like feeling
But there
like
are
that. That's what I'm
giants
supposed
that
to
live
do,
in this
though. That don't
place.
make no sense. You get fired up for something for doing your job. Yeah. Cool as a window unit. In my head, I was like, it's coming off. I ain't gonna catch this fish.
Gaston is
She
never
gone.
at a loss
Bye-bye.
for words either.
Think we see him stay here all day long now? You said he came in here late yesterday. Today he started.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he didn't go in there till well after lunch. What he was telling me yesterday at the weigh-in. Got 3 big bites when he went in there immediately, and then had to leave. Of course, this area you have to go through the lock to go to Lake Griffin.
What I did
Takes
notice,
a couple
your bites
hours
might
of
be
fishing time
random,
out of your
but
day.
They all in a certain area. It ain't like it's just. There's 3 bites right there.
It's amazing how the bites can tend to come from the same small area in a place that's so big and everything looks good. But that's very common.
Brad, I just got a text. Got to throw this out there on the live. Hunter Bogman, our Arkansas angler, he had to fly home yesterday. His wife went into labor. Just got a text. His new daughter is here, so congratulations to Hunter.
That's awesome, man.
And now Hunter will be trying to figure out how to get back to the Harris chain. But his wife and baby are both doing awesome. I just got that text. So
that's great.
Congratulations to the Bogman family. When we are waiting on a picture, he says, I promise it's on the way. So hopefully we can share that with you guys. Hunter, yesterday on the water, he had 2 bass for 5 pounds, 7 ounces in the live well. This all happened in the first couple of hours when we were live. Big Al McCullough rushed him. We actually got this full story last night. Rushed him to the Orlando airport. Turns out he was on a different airline. He had to fly out of another airport that was an hour away, barely made it. It was like planes, trains, and automobiles, but Big Al got him there, got him home, and he made the birth of his first child.
That's incredible.
So congrats to the Bogmans. Good
I caught
stuff.
some on this one yesterday.
And we've got to
Crazy
cover
about
Hunter a lot this year.
But they hit prop bait so good in Florida, they ought to hit a frog with some spinners on the back. Yesterday they bit it pretty good in the evening on Harris. Sun went away a little bit.
The sounds of Florida, Bradley.
The Floridian coots
Yes.
is the sound
The
that you
birds.
is the sound that you hear.
You get back in these areas and it makes you feel like you're in the Amazon, though. All these sounds, you're seeing gators, snakes.
I told you this morning when we first heard
David
the first one.
Gaston's.
And I told you that means you're around them.
That's right. A lot of action early this morning from David here on the Harris chain. NPFL presented by Fisherman's Central, where you can get online and order you some of those frogs. I think in the next break I'm going to make sure I get a few of those David Gaston frogs from Fisherman's Central.
I know I had
That would be
another
the
frog right in
Spro
here
popping
yesterday, but
frog.
anyways, there she is.
Go from one guy that's second place in our top 10 progressive AOI to another guy
grass
that
over
has
here.
made a home in the progressive AOI standings this year. Mark
I marked it all.
Schilling from Texas.
What looked good?
Back on that Kissimmee grass grind, looks like, Brad.
Looks like we're back to the same bait as well.
Just went into kill mode right there.
It's a big one. That's a big one.
Called it.
Oh,
With the
gosh.
glasses on.
Not as big as I thought. That's a good one, though. That was a good adjustment, huh?
Mark Schilling.
There we go. Number 3.
Good fish.
2.5 pounder.
Different bait
Skinny.
choice as
Was
well.
a different bait choice. I was wondering if you caught that, Bradley.
I did catch that.
You were a details guy, though. I knew you were
Lord.
missing that. Little creature bait action look like, huh?
Little brush hog.
If you had to guess, how many
Man,
bass
I'm flipping
have
them in
been
the
caught on
boat.
that
This is a
lure
new rod I got.
since its inception?
It's jacking them in the boat.
I don't think you could fit them in the New Orleans Superdome.
Probably the finest creature bait ever invented, probably.
It has seen some action over the years.
It was one of the originals as well.
The original creature bait, right?
I don't
Would
know.
you call it that?
I don't know.
Isn't it? It's, to me, in bass fishing, it's always amazing. There are
It
new
looked
designs
right.
all the time.
I looked
in
at it and I
lures,
said,
but when
there's got to be one right
something
over
like
there.
that comes out and it
I'm gonna
just
go down this bank a little bit
works, you know,
further
it's a
now.
it's
Something
a shot
different.
in the dark.
Something
Hopefully
different.
that is a
It's amazing,
clue,
and it has
not
been
a
a staple for
decoy.
years and years.
Do we think Mark is on the Harris chain?
On Harris?
On Harris, I mean.
Yeah.
Yes.
Looks like it.
I hope he's on the Harris chain.
If he's not on the Harris chain, he's in trouble. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
Or he's pulled a smooth move. Mark Schilling action on Lake Garcia down the road. He put it on the trailer this morning. Hey, we get 3 strikes a day, Bradley. I had 2 yesterday. I didn't completely strike out. That's your first one in 2 days, so you're good.
Well, I was thinking that a little bit looks like Dora.
Does it?
Just a little.
Okay. Dora, of course, a long ride away from takeoff here at Venetian Gardens. And as Mark gets re-rigged, we're going to take a look at our sponsors that make all of this possible.
Do a score tracker update
Just
for
like
these
each
guys.
one of
A
you,
little
we appreciate you
MPFL
watching
update.
MPFL Live, and we'll be back with more
So that's a
action
2.
from the Harris Chain of Lakes, Leesburg, Florida.
This is my passion, and this is my tackle store. Because Fisherman Central is owned and operated by a group of anglers who are as passionate about fishing as I am. That's why you'll find the highest quality tackle from names you know. Plus hard-to-find lures designed to give you that extra edge on the water. And they all come with expert advice on how to use them. It's like having a tackle store in your neighborhood, no matter where you live. So visit one of our 2 Ohio locations or shop online from anywhere. At Fisherman Central, our passion is catching.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
It's a bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here.
Super fun beach day, everybody.
Omega products are built by fishermen for fishermen. We set out to build the best vibrating jig on the market. The blending of high-end components, a detailed assembly process, and a burning desire to achieve perfection are the pillars of the Rapture bait. Nothing in life worth having comes easy. The Rapture was no different. Countless hours of testing and retesting. The result, a vibrating jig that hunts, hooks, and catches bass like no other.
TH Marine has been producing top-of-the-line marine accessories to rig boats from transom to trolling motor for decades. From jack plates to fish care to LEDs, TH Marine has you covered. TH Marine, outfitting your boat from transom to trolling motor.
So when does it start? It starts with a mission, driven by a greater Orlando. It starts with a region united by a love for the game. When does it stop? It doesn't. Because here there is no off-season. It starts when you accept the challenge, when you share the love, when there's a reason to rally, when I becomes we. It starts when you have access to every court, every field, every moment. It starts when you have options.
What the heck is that?
Lots of options.
Over there on the bank, I mean, it was the whole back of a fish.
It starts when you come for the game, but stay for the magic. When we shoot for the belt, the cup, the gold. So when does it start? It starts when you say, go.
And we're back on the Harris Chain with some National Professional Fishing League live. And we would like to thank the Greater Orlando Sports Commission for having us here in this area. Awesome place that loves bass fishing tournaments to visit the area for sure. Back over to the man that started the day in second place, John Cox from Georgia. Not to be confused with the other John Cox in pro fishing who was fishing his own event today. Some people get confused by that. I don't understand how, but they do. I like to say the one and not only John Cox.
Fat Cat had a conversation with John yesterday and then had a conversation with us last night and shared some really cool stuff.
There's a skier right there.
John's got
a whole lake to ski.
A multiple.
They're going to come over here where everybody's trying to fish.
The assortment of swim jigs on his deck. You know, he's got 4 or 5 tied on, different applications, breaking these docks down different ways, which I think is really, really cool.
And there was a, you know, you mentioned rate of fall yesterday being a big factor in your flipping. You said I'll have 4 baits out, the same bait with different weights. Sounds like John does
the same
thing, man.
But with swim jigs to cover different depths.
Mm-hmm.
Waddins everywhere.
Okay. But no audio? Audio? No audio.
The quad.
fish
Quad breaking it out this morning. With Prinky, John Cox, Keith Carson, and David Gaston. That's a hot mess waiting to happen right there, Bradley.
I can tell you're quite a bit younger than me. Just the fact that your eyes are working that well this morning.
I'd like to point out that Mike can see the screen better than you, but you can see bass a lot better than me on the bed. We had that discussion last night at dinner as well.
Little height advantage there. Helps.
Yes, that's if you're over 6 feet tall, you should be outlawed that you can sight fish in bass tournament. Of course, Dale Prinky started the day in 4th place, but it's now unofficially in our lead. Still working that same Kissimmee grass pattern, the outside edge with moving baits.
We haven't been back to Dale in a little while, but you're right. He is officially, unofficially in the lead.
Unofficially, unofficial,
with
official.
With a 14-13. Am I reading that correctly?
I just updated it. I show it at 15-12.
Oh, my gosh.
Dale. With only a 4.5-pound big bass, he's calling it, which I think you lowballed it a little bit, but a lot of room to grow for Dale right there for a fully loaded live well. Of course, we saw Gaston with the fireworks this morning. 9-pounder Keith Carson, the local favorite, unofficially in 8th place. John Cox has slipped to 18th place unofficially right now. John told me at the weigh-in that his lovely bride is a big fan of MPFL Live and said she really enjoys Luke Dudley. He got a kick out of that. He said, honey, it's Luke Duncan and David Dudley.
Luke Dudley. I may have to use that
Luke
as well
Dudley.
on both of you guys when I see you from time to time.
David Duncan.
David Duncan.
I got a text from Double D this morning, Bradley. He said he was enjoying it, and he was he's trying to practice for his own event.
Absolutely.
And watched most of the live coverage. He says if he has a bad event, it's our fault, which I was expecting that, from Dudley. He likes to blame me for things. But he said he misses being at the Harris Chain, not for work, but there's an oyster bar here. We went there the other night. He said he misses those raw oysters. He ate 125 one night the last time he was here. He's a caveman, David Dudley. And those of you that follow along with MPFL Live know that Dudley likes to eat.
That's a lot of oysters from Magnolia's Oyster Bar.
The folks at Magnolia's, they hosted us the other night.
Are you hungry? You want a snack?
I don't know if he got a T-shirt for eating that many oysters, how that works at Magnolia. Do you get a T-shirt?
Should.
You should. And a wheelbarrow to get you to back to the truck? I'm not sure. Keith Carson going to make a little move, looks like. Keith has been in this, if you're just joining us, he made a move to this area yesterday afternoon late, was able to capitalize on a couple key bites to really change his day. He got dialed in. He started in here today, but he's had some local traffic, some other competitor traffic in this small area, so it looks like we're going to see a move out of Keith. Of course, I don't think he has a shortage of places to fish on the Harris Chain, lots of experience.
Let's talk about this a minute. I think that –
and just we get another quad box. This is all the action this morning. Jake Boober, Bobby Lanham. Bobby. I like saying that.
Bobby.
We hear it so much from the Big Cat. Rob Turkla and Bryant Smith, the West Coast angler, who looks like he's abandoned the square bill, seawall, cypress trees to move to Kissimmee grass. And Bryant told me last night that this is very much what he did yesterday to get into the top 10.
Okay.
He started in the morning. It was very much an early morning thing,
Okay.
and then switched to the Kissimmee grass. So solid plan for the West Coast angler. And right now, unofficially in 4th place, with a solid stringer of 13 pounds, 7 ounces. His biggest bass, Bradley, and I keep mentioning this because this is how Florida works. We've seen it with Gaston. We saw it with Turkla yesterday. He has got the foundation for a incredible day if he gets one of those 7+ pound fish that we see on the Harris chain. His biggest bass right now, unofficially, 3 pounds 8 ounces.
Yeah.
With 13.7,
Yeah.
a great start.
Room to grow.
With a long day ahead of him, coming up on the 10 o'clock hour here.
Exactly what you're looking for in a tournament strategy in Florida.
1,000,000%.
Build that base with the opportunity to explode it with a giant.
Of course, we've seen Turkla with a limit this morning. Unofficially has dropped to 14th place. Hasn't seen the quality that we saw yesterday yet, but the conditions are changing. You can see over Jake Boomer's shoulder there, looks like we got some blue skies coming in there. We started the morning with a little bit of rain. Of course, Jake, our leader, day one, unofficially sitting in 7th place right now, and Bobby Lanham, who told me he was fishing offshore hydrilla.
Which he's apparently out there now.
He's on the
Kissimmee
grass.
I can't see over there. I saw it a little
Bobby,
dark. I thought he might have been offshore.
Unofficially in 6th place with a limit for 8 pounds 1 ounce. And as we look at the quad box here, we are going to, I believe, get a little Big Cat out on the water update from the Fat Cat himself. Fat Cat Newton out on the Harris chain.
Ooh, yeah. All right, folks, here we are. We're back on Harris Lake. Like I say, we're at the Harris chain of lakes. I thought I'd be bebopping and flip-flopping from lake to lake, but it seems like most of the action is still happening here on Harris Lake. We started out this morning on the west side of Harris. It was over there. We had the storm coming in. The storm was moving on the western side of the lake, but it was slick as snake snot over there. It was just laid back, and we talked to Randy Cookerell over there. Said he just wanted some wind. Well, if he would have just motored up and went to the west side, we went to the west side and found Sheldon Collins. It was 2-foot rollers. It was coming in hard. The wind is rolling on the west side. I'm lying to you. On the east side, blowing out of the west. We got talking to Sheldon. Sheldon was fishing Kissimmee grass, the edges of Kissimmee. Said he hasn't been having any luck on docks like John Cox has. Fishing around the Kissimmee, he's throwing primarily a chatterbait, and he's flipping. Looks like a big stick bait, like a Cinco type bait. He's throwing 3/4 ounce, and he's just picking it apart. I was asking him what he was looking for in that Kissimmee grass, and a lot of guys say they don't want sparse, but it seemed like Sheldon was looking for that sparse stuff that had those solid clumps in it, and he was looking for the points. And as soon as he said, yeah, I'm looking for the points, the fish are on the points, within 3 casts after that, boom goes a dynamite. Sheldon catches one on the point of that Kissimmee. Hung out with him for a while, watched him catch some all through that Kissimmee, primarily flipping. Left him, ran over. We ran further south and found Dan Blackard. Dan Blackard is not on his juice. His juice is offshore hydrilla. He's looking for 8 to 10 foot fine hydrilla. He's not a local, but he knows a lot about down here at Harris Chain of Lakes. And he said that they had sprayed the grass all around, but they missed that hydrilla. He said, I don't know how they missed it, but it's pretty, it's there, and the big ones are there. So he caught his limit there this morning, caught some good ones, left it alone. He's going to let it rest, reload, ran over here trying to get some. Now, this spot of Kissimmee grass on the southern end, it is full, and I mean full of fry. The whole time we've been here, the whole edge has just been popping. Even at the nose of his boat, one popped a second ago. And I was like, what is that? I don't know anybody. I don't know if it's carp. I don't know what's going on down here. He's like, no, it's bass. You got bass garden fry, and you got the bass eating fry, or other fish eating the fry. But he said it's a bunch of rats through here, a bunch of the males just guarding that fry. But what he's doing different than Sheldon was flipping that stick bait on 3/4 ounce. He's flipping a Yum Dinger, dark colored, on 1/8 ounce. He's one of the only guys I've heard that a lot of guys have been flipping heavy. They want that fast movement to get that reaction bite. Dan's looking at it differently. He's flipping. He wants that slower rate of fall. And Bradley Hallman brought that up yesterday talking about it. He goes, Bobby, what's going Oh, man, I see him, boy. Hey, lock of hubs and double clutch. These boys are running and gunning out here. But Bradley Hall, he brought up, if I can get his name out of my mouth, I'm so excited. Bradley Hallman brought up a good point, talking about the color of the bait is not that big of a deal. Not even the profile so much. He was talking about the rate of fall. The rate of fall is what's generating that reaction bite with that 3/4 ounce. But what Dan wants, he wants a little bit lighter. He wants it a little bit slower, and that's working for him right now. So we're going to sit there and watch Dan a little bit more and try to follow him to his juice, fishing that offshore hydrilla where the big belly Kellys are waiting for that boom goes a dynamite. So y'all stick with us. We got more coming at you.
Good stuff from the big cat right there, breaking it down on the water. And it's such a key part of our broadcast, him running around out there, chasing guys down and getting those important details to help us tell the story. But so far this morning, I mean,
fireworks.
Just fireworks. We saw a couple yesterday, but so far in just the first few hours, a lot better fishing day, I feel like. A lot of moving and shaking on the leaderboard. Are we going to see another giant today?
Absolutely, we're going to see it. I just don't know if we're going to see maybe multiple. We're going to see it in the morning and definitely going to see some in the afternoon.
The fishing definitely got better after we got off live yesterday.
For sure.
But the morning bite is the story on day 2 so far. And we have got so many fish catches so far this morning. We haven't been able to show them all to you, so we're going to get to that. We've got an awesome replay to you to bring to you, brought to you by Progressive Insurance, the official insurance of the National Professional Fishing League. And I can't wait to see if you're right on another giant.
Oh, can't catch him. Oh, that's a big one. There we go.
Lanham.
One in the boat. Taking number 2 to get started.
Lanham, he's got that drop back hook set from the shotgun snap there. Ryan Smith. A West Coast angler who unofficially 4th place this morning.
Oh, it's a good one.
Fast start.
Another.
On what appears to be a shad spawn bite, Bradley.
100%.
Rob Turkler, who had the Holman handle stopper of the day yesterday. Pretty small limit box so far. For Rob, who started the day in 6th place. Had the day's biggest bass, an 8-pound 2-ouncer. And the man that dropped bombs yesterday, Jake Boomer, Washington State.
Boomer. Like that one.
Jake is unofficially, and here we go.
Ain't a full-grown one.
David Gaston, Frogman.
That's a quality fish.
Been bringing it this morning.
Quality tournament fish on this chain.
The man of the morning. It's on top unofficially, Dale Prinky, the Ohio angler.
Oh, baby. Oh, yes. That hook came out in my finger.
Wow. Dale Prinky having a special tournament.
Damn it. Oh, baby.
Kind of like this guy.
Giant. Oh, man, that's a big one. There's a giant. Stay hooked up, baby. Oh, my God. That's a 10-pounder.
David Gaston. Mic drop.
Hearing you from Lake Griffin.
9-pound Harris chain beast on a frog. It doesn't get any better than that. If you keep up with fishing at all, if you're a fisherman, that is the bite we all dream of, a giant bass on the topwater, Bradley. Not a better feeling. And back live on the Harris chain to the favorite coming in, Keith Carson, man who has more experience on this body of water than anybody else in our field, and maybe anybody else ever.
Another guy exposing the top water bite.
Yes.
What I was going to say earlier when we had him up and then we moved to another quad box, so I just stopped. But to the point, yesterday he didn't come in here. Until later in the day. And today he decided to start here in the morning. And it has worked. He's had some action. He's got a limit.
We just need one about 7 to smoke it like
that. We haven't seen the quality.
Right next to the boat, I had like 10 feet of line
Such an awesome
out.
bite.
2.1. Getting there.
Upgrade.
Yeah.
Haven't seen the quality.
What was the little one like? Didn't I
Not
have
yet,
like
but man, you know, as we said yesterday, Keith is that guy that is going to be in it going into Showdown Saturday, and he's a guy that has won 7 to, you know, 7+ pound bite away from just being, you know, on top of the leaderboard. He's right there, man. He's catching quality. And we saw it yesterday, man. He just kept steadily increasing, steadily increasing. And he made 2 big culls after we got off live yesterday, so he's getting there.
Here's the thing that I see as a problem for him this morning. It would be for me. He's got so much knowledge and experience on this place. He's going to have to make a decision here in a little bit to leave or to stay. And the problem is that he knows this place got hot about the time he's going to leave.
Very true. Very true.
And he's got a lot of memories calling his name right now.
Yeah, I talked about on live yesterday. Keith told me he caught a 13-pounder this exact week down in Dora.
Number 2 goes next.
A couple years ago.
Nothing on the big fish side. It's kind of like a superstition thing. Like if I don't have a big one, I don't think I should put them in that side, unless they start dying. But I got huge live wells. Oh, you see that one right there?
You think he's staying all day? You think that's his plan?
I don't feel like he will. I feel like we'll see Keith in another area at some point today. I think he was trying to mine this for all he could get out of it. He probably has a timeline. He saw one there.
Got him. Got him.
Incredible, man.
This guy's a fish whisperer.
And a Mike Cole.
All you viewers out there,
back-to-back casts.
I hope you realize what you're watching.
They're not 5-pounders. they're a hell of a lot smaller than 5-pounders.
He's a special angler, man.
159, which I think's like about a 1.6, which is bigger than number 2.
He stayed on his knees that time. That low profile is so critical in sometimes these situations in clear, shallow water.
Yeah, super shallow. These fish obviously.
Hang on a second, buddy.
He's watching them feed. Chasing brim, chasing shad. They're close to the boat. They're shallow.
No, this one's
He's
bigger.
calling it waking, but that's what's going on.
He talked about that yesterday a lot, Bradley. He was, oh man, there's wakes up ahead of him. He was seeing these fish. That's why it was so critical for him to be in here alone. I feel like that's why he was frustrated when we first went to him this morning with some other boat traffic in the area, because he's really being a stealthy, trolling motor on low, just sneaking up on these bass.
I'm sure there's some brim spawning in the area, brim beds going on. Which anytime you're around those, you know that gives you the opportunity for some really quality bites.
No doubt about it.
Glasses are fogging up.
And it is the time of the year for that brim bed pattern to start playing all over the country.
Man, any one of these.
That's
I'm
something
just
we
not
really
getting
haven't
it
talked
like
about a ton, Bradley. Is that
not even
certainly
getting
is
three-pounders.
it's playing
And I know they're
more
here.
than maybe even guys realize. You know, even in the offshore hydrilla, you can have that.
He saw a big one earlier that he felt like was chasing a brim instead of his bait.
Absolutely. From Keith Carson over to the one and not only John Cox from Georgia. He's back swimming that jig, which he loves to do.
There's something swimming around right there. Oh my God, that was a fish. Had it the whole time.
John Cox hooked up.
Wow, what a light bite. Now we're getting into the size we need to stay competitive, not to win anything. Yeah.
Fishermen are never satisfied, are they, Bradley? None of us are.
Not
you catch
even
a 9-pounder, you want a 10.
Sad that we're putting him on the big side.
Nice fish from John.
Do what?
Are you surprised
probably
at
just a
John's
two and a
choice
half
of headwear there with the visor? It looks like he's a little burned
Put him
up
in
top.
as a 2.
That's why I can't wear a visor. Burn the old scalp up.
He's got more up there than I do.
I never even
I noticed
picked
you
him bite.
held back
He
on
just
that a little
grabbed
bit,
it and
Brad.
started swimming.
John rocks a visor all the time.
You get so
Updating the
So
Way
you-
Live app, which is very important.
take one way or another.
I yell at these anglers
When
about
you're
it all the
swimming it
time
through
at the
there?
pre-tournament meeting.
So it's nothing to see your line going off to the left or the right because the grass moves it so much. And then it just kept swimming that way. Hell, by the time I set the hook on him, he was behind that other cypress tree.
Notice the color of that swim jig is very similar to what Prinky is throwing. Very similar.
I think we're going to take a quick break to get a word from our fine sponsors. So grab yourself a Hero beverage, Bradley.
I've got it.
We'll be back with a little surprise from the Harris chain, sounds like. A little bit of a surprise coming in hot after the break. We'll see you back here with more MPFL Live.
This is my passion, and this is my tackle store. Because Fisherman's Central is owned and operated by a group of anglers who are as passionate about fishing as I am. That's why you'll find the highest quality tackle from names you know. Plus hard-to-find lures designed to give you that extra edge on the water. And they all come with expert advice on how to use them. It's like having a tackle store in your neighborhood, no matter where you live. So visit one of our 2 Ohio locations or shop online from anywhere. At Fisherman's Central, our passion is catching.
Hero Beverage Company. Specialty grade coffee that's small batch roasted in the U.S. and shipped fresh to your door. Enjoy a freshly brewed cup knowing your purchase directly helps everyone remain operational. Order a bag today at drinkhero.com.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
It's a bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here.
Super fun beach day, everybody.
Hey guys, Brad Fuller with the National Professional Fishing League. We're here at the Harris Chain and I've got an exciting announcement. Fully Loaded Chew partnered with the MPFL, and they're bringing you a contest where you can win free dip for a year. You simply go to our website, click on their banner ad at the very top of the homepage. It takes you to the Fully Loaded page. You enter, you win free dip for a year, as well as the 20 next contestants will win a sleeve of their chew to try. Don't forget, you can go to fullyloadedchew.com and you can get a can for $1 to try out. Fully Loaded Chew has 3 levels of tobacco-free nicotine. They have Fully Loaded, which is the full deal. They have Half Loaded, which is half the nicotine, and you can win yourself all the way down where you have no nicotine, but you still get to enjoy a nice dip. Check them out at fullyloadedchew.com.
TH Marine has been producing top-of-the-line marine accessories to rig boats from transom to trolling motor for decades. From jack plates to fish care to LEDs, TH Marine has you covered. TH Marine, outfitting your boat from transom to trolling motor.
And we're back. Welcome back to Lake County, Florida, Leesburg. And, you know, you got some big shoes to fill over here, right? And we've talked about it. The Double D, David Dudley, who's been the co-host for the first 2 events. He's got his own business trip he's on this week. And we are going to bring him in for a little Skype action.
Awesome.
He couldn't stand it. He couldn't stand it. He texted me this morning, and he's like, I don't even think he realized we had an event this week, to be honest. And he texts me and goes, why am I not there? Who's this Bradley Hallman guy?
Yeah.
And so we are we're gonna talk to the Double D, but so far this morning, man, I know he is a live addict. He talks about it all the time. He loves seeing the process of the game being, played out, talking to the guys, going through their thoughts. And I know he's been glued to this for the last 2 days, and he hates not being here. So we're going to see Double D.
I could tell you right now, I wish I was in that studio with you guys. No doubt.
Here,
am I on video?
Here he is.
Oh, I was told
Yes.
it was going to be on.
It's an
Here I am
extreme
with
close-up.
Well, yes, I am out.
I was
rigging my
wondering if
boat.
you had clothes on, Dudley.
Yes, I got clothes on. See, I got clothes on, but I was out rigging
Well, easy.
in my boat.
Easy.
I
It's a
was
kid
told
show.
I was told it was only going to be
It's a
audio,
kid show.
so I was like, hey, I ain't got to get dressed up for this. But as you can tell, I'm out rigging my boat, getting prepared for the BPT, but watching the live at all time. Like you mentioned, I am a live addict. I can't get enough of it. Since 8 o'clock this morning, I get pissed off with my phone even rings because I don't want to chime off. But I can tell you this, by watching the live footage, here's one thing that I want to run by you guys and kind of brainstorm with you guys. There's definitely a early bite going on. We can all agree with that. Some of the guys are knocking down limits pretty early. But looking at and watching these guys, I think bite is only
we lost him.
No, I'm back. Y'all there?
And we're back.
Hey.
Double D live.
Yeah.
Double D
Okay,
live. We
so-
see you, buddy. We see your chin. The chin cam.
The early morning
That's
bite
better.
is only going to so far. Okay? The early morning bite is only going to take you but so far. And I think that, like watching David Gaston consistently catching them, not just in the morning, but throughout the day, guys we're going to have to watch are the guys who are consistently catching them throughout the day. Those guys who are knocking down that shad bite, getting those early morning bites, I'm not so sure if that's going to be able to carry them. I may be wrong, but I'm going to throw it at you guys. Who do you think is going to, the fishermen that are going to carry this through to the third day and stay consistently in the top 10? Because we've already seen Carson, listening to him and his mind and where it's taking him. He's like, man, there's a lot more traffic. And the cool thing about watching him, he speaks everything that's going on in his mind, everything that's there. So with Keith, he's already got a little spun out, seeing a lot more traffic. Typically, the area he's in is going to be an area that is only really good for a couple days. So I don't know, guys. Who do you think the guys that are consistently catching them, maybe not necessarily in the morning, but throughout the day, do you think they're a bigger threat?
I think the guys that have that Kissimmee grass dialed in over the 3 days are going to be the biggest threat, because we saw them increase their weight. Dudley, we always talk about afternoon delight, and we definitely saw that in the last hour of our coverage yesterday. And then from talking to guys at the weigh-in, after we went off live, a lot of fireworks went off. So I think that the guys that put that flip and bite together will definitely be there on Showdown Saturday fighting for the trophy.
I think that Dale Prinky has kind of got the best of both worlds. Dale's got the outside Kissimmee grass going with the shad spawn type deal in the morning, but then he's also got the dock deal really playing in the afternoon. So he's kind of got a 1-2 punch. And I'll be honest, I wasn't sure he could hold on this morning, and he has come out of the gate like a cannon.
Yes, he has. And Dudley, I hate that you're missing this, because we're covering so many guys that we haven't got to cover all year so far. A lot of new faces on camera.
Yeah. Yes, Dale. I've gotten to know Dale over the last 3 years through Fisherman Central, and incredible story, incredible guy. He's one of the guys for every tournament. I'm talking to him before the tournaments, and he's a guy who's got a strong desire to make this a run at this in his life and a career. So I definitely pulling for him. Loves him in it, but he's kind of, if you've watched him, kind of working the edge, and a lot of this grass, you have that Kissimmee grass. One of the biggest keys, and I was there last week, was there's actually hydrilla sitting out off front of that Kissimmee grass. The hydrilla is not necessarily in that Kissimmee, but out in front of it. In the guy alley, when I was there, the guys in Harris find that outside hydrilla line in front of the Kissimmee grass. They had key areas that were replenishing. It's hard to pinpoint in the hay grass, but when they found little, like 100 stretch of hydrilla sitting outside, that was something that those fish generating that. And the guys that are actually throwing on the outside, we're not going to call it offshore, okay? It's technically not offshore, but it is out off of what we would consider incline as the Kissimmee line. Those guys are going to consistently be replenishing. They're going to be able to go back to those areas versus the guys, just going down the bank, flipping, just randomly flipping Kissimmee grass, which can be good, but you got to have a lot of luck going in on your way with that. You just got to, you got to land a couple big ones just like anything else. But the key areas that these guys are throwing on the outside, just like we've seen Dale do, that's going to be a big threat for sure.
That's a key thing, that hydrilla on the outside edge of the Kissimmee grass. We haven't touched on that a ton. Dudley, you fished down here last week in an event. That's good stuff from the Double D.
Absolutely.
Up at Lake Chickamauga. Let's take a break right here from the Harris Chain real quick. How are you feeling about your event?
Yeah. Of course, we're in a different format where it's every fish counts, and I was actually glad I was Group B today to actually gauge how good my practice was. Before today, watching the score tracker, I didn't know. I'm feeling a little bit better now after watching score tracker to see the weights where they're at. So I don't know. Maybe I feel okay. I'm going to be fishing on a Saturday on this lake, so I have a feeling, being at Lake Chickamauga is going to be a lot more boat pressure everywhere. These guys are out there on a Friday where probably not as much boat pressure, but I'm feeling okay. You can guarantee I'll have a spinning rod in my hand, and I think what will be on the spinning rod. But I'm feeling okay after watching score track.
We know.
Today. I didn't know that until today. Yeah, that's for sure. Yeah.
Well, buddy, we're pulling for you like always. We hope you smash them up there. You've caught a bass or two. We feel like you'll do okay. You've got some history on that lake as well, so we hope that you land some of those Chickamauga Giants and bring home a big trophy and check this week.
I hope so, man. I appreciate it. I wish I was in that studio with you guys watching all that live. Because when you're in the studio, you get to watch all the 10 cameras at one time. So it's really like a drug to me sitting in that studio versus getting little bits and pieces there. Because I'm used to looking at 10 cameras. Now I'm down to whatever is coming on the screen. So, yes, I'm missing sitting in that studio. But you guys are rocking it, and I'm enjoying every minute of it. And hopefully, we'll be able to get back in that studio soon.
Well, look forward to seeing you at the next one, buddy, and wish you the best of luck. Get them in the boat. Win some money.
All right, my man. All right, we'll see y'all later. See y'all.
All right, thanks, Dudley.
See you, bub.
Double D, man, coming in hot.
Man, that information from being able to just be here
that's right,
a week ago.
Solid stuff. Always good stuff from Double D, and we're missing him this week, but we're grateful to have Mr. Bradley Hallman in studio. Veteran angler. And if you're just joining us, Bradley, of course, a multiple-time winner on the FLW Tour, Bassmaster Elite Series Pro, currently fishing the Bassmaster Opens, has an awesome YouTube channel.
I'm trying to make the call of
very lucky to have
when
him in
I
the
should
studio this
leave,
week.
And it's so dang hard. I just had 2 big wakes chase it again. And I just need one of these fish to mess up and eat it. And then I'll have like 15 pounds and then, go out in the lake and try to catch some quality out there. When I go out in the lake, if I can get bit, if I can get them to turn on, I should be able to catch some good fish quickly, but there's a lot of unknowns out there in that main lake grass. I'm not an expert at Kissimmee grass. I'm much better at hydrilla and pads and duckweed and all that stuff. Kissimmee grass is like, it's just okay. But man, it's just so hard to leave because I'm getting a bite like every couple minutes. I mean, every couple casts, really. I probably had 25 bites already.
These are the demons I'm talking about.
That's right. You're hearing them. You're exactly right. Should I stay? Should I go? Where am I going next? I know too much here.
I saw the minnows move. I saw them move. And it wasn't from me. Maybe it was a gar. But it was probably a bass.
It's so interesting watching him fish. And Bradley, you notice he's buzzing this worm, getting a lot of bites on top, and a lot of these fish are following it and chasing it. You can watch Keith on the front deck of his boat. When he makes a cast and that bait starts getting close to the boat, he physically backs up to the other side just in case there's one following it so it doesn't spook. It's incredible to watch.
Let's talk about the technique that he's using with this worm, because it is different. And can we talk about this?
Yeah, I think we can break it down. I think Keith's okay with that.
If you notice at the beginning of his cast, right, it's different.
Yes.
So
hit us with that bass tank breakdown, Bradley.
He's throwing a weightless speed worm, right?
Yes.
Something that is very popular in Florida. Primarily, generally used with a quarter to a 3/8, up to a half, I guess, all different size weights, pegged in front of it and reeled slowly through pads, vegetation, grass. He has no weight on this whatsoever. Steel rig, Texas rig, the same style with the hook cover.
Why aren't they getting it?
But he is reeling it on top of the surface. So he's throwing it on top of these mats, and that's what I really find interesting. At the beginning of his retrieve, it's not just a constant whine when he's on top of the mats. He's he's twitching.
Almost like a frog.
Exactly like a frog.
Yeah, very similar to a frog.
And then as he breaks the edge, he continues to reel. If he sees some movement of some type, you see him hit the button on his reel and actually pull line off to let that worm sink
like
straight.
a stick worm. We've seen him catch them several different ways.
That's correct.
That is, I mean, 3 different retrieves
Correct.
on one cast from
That's
Keith
correct.
Carson to cover this small area. Paid off for him yesterday, big time.
We talked yesterday about the flapping shad, how that was kind of the first thing that started back in the day, and has progressed and went to the horny toad and different things that have this style of tail action, right? That it's the same thing. Very interesting combination of
But
techniques.
instead of having to change up baits, though, he's got a frog action, a buzz bait action, and a Cinco action, stick worm action, all in the same lure, depending on what he thinks the fish want on that cast.
But just right out of the gate, you think of this bait and the way that he's got it rigged. I mean, you've got 6 inches of worm back there that has no hook in it.
Absolutely.
And we're seeing this a lot yesterday and today, where they're grabbing the tail and not able to get a hook in them. But it obviously resembles. It's got to be the needlefish, right? Got to be the needlefish that it resembles.
Absolutely.
And you're staying with that profile.
And a little bit of that buzzing action probably imitates those brim trying to flee from a bass. Bass tank breakdown. From the Bass Tank Breakdown to the Bass Tank Pro himself, winner of our inaugural event down on Lake Eufaula in Alabama, John Hookup Soakup. Little boat to boat from Fat Cat.
Boy, he doesn't appear to be in Saskatchewan, Canada there,
yeah,
does he?
No, he doesn't. Not at all. Great camera work by the Wombat, who gets paired up with Fat Cat.
John's having a great day today. Off to a good start. Has moved up to 3rd place.
Shocker.
On our official, unofficial leaderboard.
John's hanging around Harris. You know, John has his entire family with him down here at the Harris Chain. I got to talk to all the little soak-ups yesterday, all the little hookups. Wearing matching jerseys like Dad. Pretty cool to see. The MPFL is definitely a family affair. A lot of the anglers travel with their wives and kids. And I wonder if John will get roped into having to go to Disney World with his crew while he's down here, because you're close. Get the youngins.
Well, I had some conversations with him on his way down. They came down a few days early.
Okay.
So I stayed doing that for
Hear from John now.
Maybe, and I caught a 4 yesterday doing it. So, anyways, I went to flipping for a little bit and it just didn't feel right. So I just ducked in this thing, picked up the frog, and I was going pretty fast, just looking for some kind of sign that I'm doing the right thing. And that 5.5 pounder just annihilated it, man. The 2.5 did too. The 2.5 I caught back here looks like a 3.5. It spawned out, but I mean it you know, it was down in the gills, you know. So they're good bites.
I feel like he's at Disney on the Jungle Cruise ride right now, where he's at. That's about as boat to boat as it gets.
I know we
Brad.
can't talk, but I know what the camera means.
No, Fat Cat, it's close. It's close enough to steal his snacks.
Okay. Can't sit there. You want to hop on here?
No, we're gonna keep him. We're gonna follow you.
Okay, he's not gonna hop on my boat. Okay.
Not yet.
Okay.
You think Sokup was concerned that the big cat was going to come aboard?
If I get bit from here to the end, I feel
He
like
was
it
thinking
that-
about it.
was he thinking about that?
From here to the
He was
end,
thinking
you might
about
get
it.
in a boat with you.
I didn't fish this left side at all coming in. I fished only the right side coming in.
I
Close
did fish
quarters.
it coming in.
Fat cat was out there
One more
bluegill
good
fishing,
one.
probably.
Fat cat, dude. I got a
I did
1.5
fish it coming in.
15 and a half pounds, I think.
Oh, yes, sir.
19 range.
Yes, sir. Right where you want to be. It's strong, man. It's so strong.
Just heard John say that he thinks he's got 15 pounds.
Oh, absolutely. Are you going to come back, or do you know yet?
I want to be right there.
All right.
No fat
So
cat
you're
gives
cool
us a
with
hard
us
time about the
spinning
studio.
around?
Man, that's a pretty nice spot right there in the world.
Yep.
Peaceful.
Yep.
I think I know where he is.
Absolutely. We're gonna let you get up a little bit before
Shane?
we do anything.
Yeah, I think I've been through this little canal before.
Like I said, I burnt through this whole thing.
Now, is this an offshoot of Harris?
If it's where I think it is, yes, and it actually just makes a kind of a wiggly, beautiful loop that later in the day there will be lots of cruisers going through there enjoying
really?
beverages and pontoon boats. because
Booze cruise, huh?
It is a booze cruise. It looks like that throughout the whole thing, just winds back and forth.
Do the booze cruisers call it the Wiggly Loop? They probably do. Once the booze cruise gets really going, it probably becomes the Wiggly Loop.
There's many places like this on the
Yes,
on the Harris Chain.
indeed. You know, it is interesting. You're talking about folks cruising around in pontoons. So many houses on the Harris Chain, and these little small canals that you wouldn't think that the recreational traffic would just burn through there. But how many times have you been here and you go in one of these canals and you're behind 10 pontoons?
Oh, yeah.
There's so many restaurants on the water. Folks like to get out and enjoy the Harris Chain, do a little boating, go grab a bite to eat, cruise around. And it is strange, man. You get back, you feel like you're in the middle of nowhere, and then all of a sudden you're behind a flotilla. Definitely happens.
Special place. There's a variety of fishing opportunities here for sure.
That should be a picture right there for Lake County. I feel like on the welcome to Lake County, just John Sokup right there with all the Spanish moss. Good stuff right there from the Wombat on the camera.
I like how Sokup just kind of floated in and floated out.
Just like the legends do.
Currently in third place.
John also in the top 10 in our progressive AOY. Somewhere I feel like he'll stay for the better part of the year as we reach the halfway point of the season after this event, Bradley. Now from boat to boat over to River Lee, who led unofficially most of the day yesterday, started the day in third place.
River had some quality bites yesterday.
Yes, he did, and by the looks of the Way Live app, getting some quality bites again today. Back over to Keith Carson. Look like we're having some technical issues service-wise with River's camera, so we're going to go back to Keith. Bradley, we're inching closer and closer to 11 o'clock. Of course, a ton of fishing time left, but you got to think with Keith not seeing the size that he saw in here yesterday.
He's having a hard time. I mean,
He's
this is about the time he came in yesterday, and he knows they bit in the afternoon, but he's moving a little faster now than what he has been as well. So he may be on his way out.
I was going to say, are we seeing him work his way out of this creek now, fish his way out?
I think it'll all depend on how many bites he gets. Carson not really making long casts either.
No, not at all.
That was a little further there.
That's supposed to be a 6-pounder when you do that.
Over to Mark Schilling.
I don't think he's going to.
It looks like he's
We'll see.
in the jungle.
Dug one out of the cypress tree.
I think green and blue were the smallest, so that's not bad. White's okay. White and blue are actually okay. Oh, he's probably gonna call red. Definitely gonna call red.
Coal there.
And then green is even smaller. Wow.
Mark talking about those TH Marine conservation culling buoys. Helps these guys identify which fish are the smallest.
Yellow is okay.
They clip right on the lower jaw of the fish. A lot of culling systems
White
had
is
stringer
okay.
clips back in the day.
Blue.
Create a big hole in the fish.
Red and green are the two small ones.
Can't
So it was a coal.
use those on the MPFL.
Well, how about that?
And TH Marine makes the absolute best.
I guess it was worth it.
Conservation culling system out there, I think, Brad.
All right. See if we can't get out of here. Little guys. Let's get us back out of here.
Bradley, is Mark around? Is this a main lake stretch or is he in a canal right here?
It's hard to tell. There's places on the lake that look like this. My guess is that he's on the main lake.
Kissimmee grass kind of gives that away now that he's backed out of there. Don't see a lot of Kissimmee grass in the canals for the most part. Mark with the spinning rod. Are you surprised we haven't seen a guy with a wacky stick worm around these docks?
Man, carpet's
as
still
much
wet
this
from
week?
yesterday.
That's a player anytime a dock bite's going on.
And this morning.
I've been super surprised we haven't seen the weightless wacky. As our double D just called in and said he's going to have it tied on tomorrow, we knew that's where he was headed with
Guess
that
you forget
discussion.
how small your smalls are. Just heard another one. And there's the sun. Come on.
We'd like to thank all of you for joining us here at the Harris Chain of Lakes. Stop number 3 on the MPFL, presented by Fisherman's Central. We're going to take a quick commercial break to thank some of our fine sponsors that make all this possible. And we'll see you on the other side with more live action from Lake County, Florida.
This is my passion, and this is my tackle store. Because Fisherman's Central is owned and operated by a group of anglers who are as passionate about fishing as I am. That's why you'll find the highest quality tackle from names you know. Plus hard-to-find lures designed to give you that extra edge on the water. And they all come with expert advice on how to use them. It's like having a tackle store in your neighborhood, no matter where you live. So visit one of our 2 Ohio locations or shop online from anywhere. At Fisherman's Central, our passion is catching.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
The bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here.
Super fun beach day, everybody.
Omega products are built by fishermen for fishermen. We set out to build the best vibrating jig on the market. The blending of high-end components, a detailed assembly process, and a burning desire to achieve perfection are the pillars of the Rapture bait. Nothing in life worth having comes easy. The Rapture was no different. Countless hours of testing and retesting. The result, a vibrating jig that hunts, hooks, and catches bass like no other.
TH Marine has been producing top-of-the-line marine accessories to rig boats from transom to trolling motor for decades. From jack plates to fish care to LEDs, TH Marine has you covered. TH Marine, outfitting your boat from transom to trolling motor.
So when does it start? It starts with a mission, driven by a greater Orlando. It starts with a region united by a love for the game. When does it stop? It doesn't. Because here there is no off-season. It starts when you accept the challenge, when you share the love, when there's a reason to rally, when I becomes we. It starts when you have access to every court, every field, every moment. It starts when you have options. Lots of options. It starts when you come for the game, but stay for the magic. When we shoot for the belt, the cup, the gold. So when does it start? It starts when you say, go.
And he said something, hey, you got Mark. He was talking to you, said, you got Mark. That guy, I forget his name. Is it Scott, or do you remember? I know it's your first time, so. Yeah. That's the only one I know. I know the guys that take our pictures, they're cool.
From the Harris chain.
Tanner and Rob. I like those guys a lot. Really good guys. God, man, it frustrates me. I missed that fish under the dock because it felt like it was a good one. The way it spit my bait out.
Back live with Mark Schilling. Great cast right there from Mark.
It's almost like there's a current.
Dudley would be very proud at this moment.
Yes, he would be. Yes.
This definitely up his alley. Looks like something we've watched.
You, Double D is
done a lot
sitting
of this.
shirtless in a boat somewhere watching this right now.
Bounce. Don't bounce.
Very proud. Very proud moment. You know, Dudley lost some weight, got in shape, and now he's just like looking like Top Gun out there. He's probably playing some beach volleyball up there, Chickamauga somewhere. Maverick.
Tom Cruise in it.
Not gonna do it.
Little boat to boat. And Bradley, do we have a booze cruise incident here? Did somebody, zig when they should have zagged? Got up in the Kissimmee grass a little too far. Is that what we have here?
My guess is the crappie or crappie, depending on what part of the country you're from.
It's a little crappie action, not a qualified captain moment. A beached boat.
Actually, there's specks in this part of the country.
Specks, this is true. From a bright green boat over to Bryant Smith, West Coast angler.
Still so crazy to me how you just go and fish down a bank and you'll hit a 50-yard stretch that just, you catch them, and then nothing for the next mile.
That's some of the randomness that Dudley was explaining to us with the Kissimmee grass.
Yes.
Come out of there. No, don't.
That's not random.
Oh, it's still on there. Oh, yeah. Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Look at that. Like I said, man. Just got to keep going.
Brian
Drop it
already
on
had
their
a
head.
great one at
That's
the
a
box.
good one. We fished a quarter mile and got one little bite, and the last 2 casts I've got a bite. Just hit these little stretches that just have them. And this is exactly where I caught my big one yesterday. That'll work.
The most productive
4.5.
cast in fishing.
You hit us with that
Number
good stuff
4.
yesterday. Very true.
The cast after you just catch one or get a bite.
Now, Bryant has this Kissimmee grass program that he works later in the day. He also is mixing in some offshore hydrilla, he says, with a Strike King Thunder Cricket vibrating jig. Had success on 3 different patterns yesterday.
Where'd you go?
And I'm calling it right now the best beard on tour.
I'm looking at some of the patterns that are starting to rise to the top. We just had Riverly and Bryant Smith at 1 and 2, and we know that they both got that flipping stick in their hand on some of that Kissimmee grass.
1, 2, 3.
I'm interested to see which piece of the puzzle is going to play out. I think by the end of today, maybe we'll have a better idea.
For sure.
Of which pattern is going to be the overall strongest.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
But
Get rid of that guy
Kissimmee
before.
grass
That'll work.
over the first 2 days so far, right here at the 11 o'clock hour on
I
day
literally caught
2,
my big fish yesterday right there.
definitely seems to be where the consistent quality
20 feet in front of the boat.
lives in the Harris chain this week.
Where you can just flip for miles and just nothing. And then you hit a stretch that just, for some reason they're using it. I couldn't tell you why. That is awesome. I'm gonna do more of that. I need to retie though.
We
That
agree.
one dug me into the grass pretty good. Just flipping a 1/2 ounce with a stick bait.
So Bryant unofficially in 3rd place right now, and over to Mr. Boomer himself, Jake Boomer, our day 1 leader, coming into today from Washington State.
Boomer.
feel like it's fair for an Oklahoma guy to get to commentate somebody with the last name Boomer.
It's not.
It's not. It's not fair. You love saying it so much.
You will really hear the inflection if he hooks one of those handle stoppers.
No doubt.
Of all the patterns that we're seeing today and yesterday, which one stands out as could be the most king? Which one is the gorilla in the room?
To be honest with you, I think after hearing Dudley speak on it and really point it out, to me, it's what we've seen, and unofficially today, he's right there in the mix again. It's what Prinky's doing, man. It's that outer edge of that Kissimmee grass where you can flip, or if you've got the hydrilla mixed in, throw a moving bait, which he seems to be doing a lot of both. I think that could be coming into Showdown Saturday tomorrow. Could be the ticket, man, to take home the hardware and the $50,000 check. It's definitely the guy that takes this home. It's
we need to get rid of some of these guys.
Stating the obvious, is going to have to mix in Kissimmee grass at some point.
So much fun fishing here, though. Like,
I agree.
it's nice to go to a place where you catch them.
Bradley Dudley never agrees with me.
Calm down.
I like that.
There's one wild card out there that I really see, and I do think that it's a long shot.
Oof.
But if David Gaston continues to connect on that frog bite in that emerald swamp that he is in, that has swamp donkeys swimming in it, he may never have to throw at a piece of Kissimmee grass.
This is true. And of course, I'm saying he's going to have Kissimmee grass mixed in. David Gaston, 9-pounder on a frog.
Was it cold?
Not around Kissimmee grass at all. But it's a totally different area, though. Special area where Gaston's at.
It is.
All right, guys.
The emerald swamp.
Remember using that
All
balance
ounces.
beam.
We need 2 5-pounders. That's what we need. Father?
G-Force culling system by TH Marine.
Look, 2 5-pounders.
And as we approach the
Ain't about grief.
11 o'clock hour, it's flying by, man. These guys are having a good time. We're going to take a look back at some of the action
On
from
the
the morning.
Jaboom.
Some highlights from here at the Harris
I was about
Chain.
ready to bag
Stop
this
number 3, the
stretch 'cause we hadn't had a
MPFL,
bite in a
presented
while.
by Fisherman's Central.
You're smooth, dude.
Smooth as a freaking razor blade.
So smooth.
A gravel road. Mark Schilling. We saw him make that change over to a creature bait. Little boat to boat. Big cat. River Lee. When River swings, man, he swings. I like that hook set from River Lee. We saw a lot
That's
of
a
it
good one.
yesterday.
Oh, God. Secret sauce
Up
on
on
there.
his toes.
That's a big one.
River Lee, unofficially right now, sits in second place. He stayed on top most of the day yesterday.
There
Did
we
have
go.
a fish care penalty yesterday that stopped him from being
Oh, yes.
in second place overall yesterday.
And if you notice, there's a new ice chest right there at the bottom of his boat.
Yes, for sure. Fish care being critical. And a little earlier today, boat-to-boat action from the Big Cat to Sheldon Collins. Lake Harris.
Still small.
Pre-tournament favorite Keith
But look at-
Carson. And what I've called, I'm going to dub Carson Creek. Feel like it's on his uncle's farm. Seen a lot of this little area in the last 2 days with Mr. Carson.
Had it the whole time.
The one and not only John Cox. Of course, the other John Cox and Pro Fishing from the Harris chain as well. So I feel like just having the name and coming down here, the fish feel like they've got to go towards your boat. They're like, oh, it's John.
There he
They have
is.
no choice but to bite. And as we take a look back, check out this unofficial leaderboard from our Way Live app. Of course, the anglers entering their weights. Everything is unofficial because most of these guys, as we see on live, are liars. Guessing their weights out there. But Dale Prinky, the Ohio angler, unofficially in first place. River Lee in second. Bryant Smith, John Hookup Soakup climbing that leaderboard into fourth place, something we've seen him do a lot this year. Winner of our inaugural event, Lake Eufaula. David Gaston in fifth place, who second place in the progressive AOY. We saw catch a 9-pounder. Dan Blacker has shot up the leaderboard today. Bobby Lanham, a guy that was in the top 10 all day yesterday. Alabama's Robbie Frazier. Jake Boomer, the day one leader in ninth place. And Keith Carson locking down that 10th spot right now unofficially. And, of course, all things will become official when these guys bring these bass back to the Venetian Gardens here in Leesburg, Florida, to the drive-through weigh-in with Big Al McCullough starting at 3 p.m. this afternoon, Eastern Time. Dale Prinky, our leader from Ohio, is a unique angler.
My dad got me into
fantastic
fishing.
human being.
I
I've got to know
started
him over
when
the
I
last couple of
was
years. We're going to take
high
a look at
school.
his journey.
It's just relaxing. Just you, the boat, the water. You're all by yourself. Diagnosed with rhabdomyosarcoma, which is a type of tissue cancer. And there was a lot of hospital stays. Get checked up all the time. I have been 99% cancer-free, but could always come back whenever. Taking the opportunity to go ahead and start fishing, and it's just something that clears the head, gets me to stop thinking about it. I actually will take people out on the boat and show them how much fun it can be. They seem to love it. It's just time on the water. It's been a rough road, but we're getting there. Because once I get out there on the boat, I don't think about nothing but fishing. It's better than anything in the world.
Dale Prinky, a guy that's been through many challenges in his life and sitting on top of the National Professional Fishing League leaderboard unofficially on day 2, man. You and I had a long conversation with Dale last night. He was nervous about having a camera.
Yeah.
He's wanted to fish at this level for years and years and years. He's getting an opportunity with the NPFL here and making the most of it, Bradley.
Great story
on
to
day 2,
tell.
man.
Great story. Sitting on top.
That video there was brought to us, the Burwell Angling podcast put that together with Dale before the season. So we appreciate those guys getting that story on Dale. That looks like he's flipping a little bit now. Like I said, mixing it up.
You know, he told us yesterday that he really put his trolling motor down and just kind of went fishing. He's not moving around very much at all.
Staying in Lake Harris.
And he's just spending his time with the bait in the water and fishing what's coming to him.
I think what's interesting about this and why this is setting up to be a very special week for him, he's definitely going to be, right now, unofficially he's our leader, but he's going to be in our top 10 going into Showdown Saturday for sure with the weight he's got right now, with the weight he had yesterday. He found a magic dock. He told us about that. He caught 3 big ones out from under one dock, which could the dock have been loaded? Was it, just timing? You and I kind of discussed that, but today It's like he's fine-tuning the pattern that he figured out yesterday, mixing in some other things. Man, it's going to make him dangerous going into tomorrow. He's got options, I feel like, and confidence in a few different things.
I agree.
All relates to the Kissimmee grass a little bit.
And sometimes there's something to those magic docks.
No doubt about it.
They can continue to produce throughout the week.
There's a reason they're magic. Over to Jake Boomer. Day one leader. Jake, the owner of Alpha Angler Rods.
Little monsters. Need to run into some better ones. Still moving on though? Yep, I think so.
Back to our unofficial leader, Dale Prinky. Fishing that Kissimmee grass pattern. Dale Prinky.
Get in here.
Dale Prinky.
Yeah, there it is.
With a having a very special day.
Boy.
Very special day on the Harris chain, Dale Prinky. Gonna get a weight on this fish from Dale Prinky.
Definitely looks a little bigger than that.
4-pounder, Bradley. What do you think?
214. Look at that call.
Good call from Prinky right there.
Florida.
Gonna have one added to the party going on in the live well with those pool noodles.
Special day.
Red is definitely bigger.
Man, this is what he came here for.
No doubt about it. This is why he wanted to be on the MPFL.
This is a special moment.
And as we've pointed out a few times, if you're just joining us, the big cat, Fat Cat Newton, called it at the pre-tournament meeting that Dale Prinky would have a special week here at the Harris Chain. So this very much sets up like his home lakes.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I thought that one was bigger than that, too. Looks like it.
It looked giant coming out of that water.
Going to update the Way Live app there for us, which can be found at tnpfl.com.
Man.
Keep up with all the action from the liars on the water, guessing their weights. Like David Gaston weighs one on camera, over 9 pounds this morning. 8-pounder on the Way Live app. If a fisherman tries to sell you something, do not listen, ladies and gentlemen.
Almost.
Dale Prinky?
Smallest fish is
I like
almost 3 pounds.
Your new tune you have coming, Liars and Thieves.
Liars and Thieves, that's right. The new Luke Duncan single.
210 is a
Bam.
small one.
Bradley getting the plugs in.
That guy called out.
Spotify.
But another 4 will be right where we were sitting yesterday.
Prinky with the stick worm.
Oh, man.
Something we've seen a lot.
Need to be one of the first ones to weigh in so I can say I was leading this thing.
Got great technical support this week.
We do. Bradley, we look good doing what we're doing because of the behind the scenes folks here at the NPFL Live. Nobody more important to the production than Zach Visser, who Fat Cat said was seen earlier on rollerblades eating a corn dog. So, sure what the deal is there. He should be in the studio.
Skating backwards, too.
That's what he said.
Oh, man. That gets the heart pumping right there.
Okay, now Bobby Lanham is actually doing what he said he was going to do. I got to apologize to him. He's offshore hydrilla.
Scattered.
Well, a little tough right here today.
Explained to me yesterday.
We got a small limit. Just better fish just don't seem to want to hang on to the bait this today so far. Get a little bit of sun out here. Hopefully it'll change things up. Of course, I got several boats sitting on this spot I was trying to get on earlier. So we'll play it out here for a few more minutes and probably go check out some other stuff. We got a few more things. I think with the sun coming out probably help us out a lot. These better fish, they seem to come up and smack the bait, but they just don't want to eat it.
Bobby with some help out there this morning.
It looks like it. Looks like the place to be. Can't believe Fat Cat's not in the middle of that. Making sandwiches and selling them or something.
I want to go over there. I want to go over there.
It was.
No, I got them over there.
Did you?
Yeah.
I've been getting them here.
Hey?
I think they're everywhere.
Yeah.
Gotta get them to eat.
That's the whole ticket right there. Looks like a bunch of Indians out here surrounding them. Huh?
Time to check in.
I don't check in till 4 o'clock. I didn't know that. Did you see that water temperature drop? Has 8 degrees drop where I was fishing.
Quite the community.
That's probably another thing that didn't help me out, that 8 degrees temperature drop.
Yes. Hello, friends and neighbors.
This is actually something that we thought we would see more of.
Absolutely. We didn't see it at all yesterday. Bobby.
All right, come on. Come on.
He
Come
said,
on.
Hey, you want to come in here and fish this spot? Guess what? Boom, right in front of your trolling motor. Take that.
Damn, I had a 70-pounder.
Oh.
Ooh.
I should have played you for a second. That's gonna cost me, Bobby.
Yeah.
Broke me off.
Hey, I got to be able to get my way in here somehow or another on this hole. Yeah. No, Oh, yeah, right in front of you, isn't it?
That ain't it.
Oh, that's not it? Yeah, you destroyed my bait.
Okay, so we had a unique situation right there. These guys apparently caught each other. Bobby, and
Yeah.
I'm not sure who's in the boat next to Bobby.
That it right there? I see it over there. See it? Isn't that it right there? Over here.
This is what I would call a Hallman
Keep going,
hot
you're heading
mess.
right to it.
That's what I'm calling this situation right here, Bradley. We have the Hallman handle stopper.
Keep
now
going,
this
straight
is
ahead,
the
straight ahead, straight ahead.
Hallman
Isn't that it right
Hot
there?
Mess Award
About
of the day.
15
right
feet
here.
in front of your boat.
Going out to Bobby Lanham
No?
and Anonymous Angler.
What are they trying to
something floating
find
right there,
there?
too.
He broke his line. They threw over each other's line. Bobby thought he had
About
a
to
fish.
control him
I got
more
all
now.
that part.
And I think his line broke and he's trying to find his bait. That's what I think is going on here.
That's weird.
Huh.
That is so weird.
Bobby not very concerned about his bait though. He's going to work, man. He's got a tournament to win. It's another one of our MPFL anglers for sure. Trying to see the back of that jersey.
Oh man, I don't know how you're dealing with this guy all day.
Hey, it's everything I can do to keep from cussing all day long.
I like him.
Yeah.
He's buying me dinner tonight though.
I'm just waiting for you to leave so I can
Bobby
find that spinner, so I can find that crankbait. You know?
Place right now.
Ooh, I do have one more of those.
Yeah. See, I was getting them right over there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just about where his boat's at. All right.
Very common in Florida to have friends and neighbors.
Yes. Like you said, we expect
we
to
have,
see this.
We have all participated
Well, you
in
get to see
quite
how
a few of these events
professional
throughout
we
the
guys
state
are. We
where
can
there
actually
are
get close without killing each other.
numerous guys
We
in
just
the
cut
area.
each other's baits off, you know, in case they get in our way, you know.
A lot of times in these situations, it seems almost unfair where you'll have
and braid line too.
one or two guys that catch them really good, and 18
You
to
know.
25 guys that are doing the exact same thing in the exact same area that do not.
That have to watch.
Yep.
It's terrible. It's a terrible situation to be in.
You watch a couple of them move all the way up to the top 10s, and a bunch of them go home without anything at all.
But we're close. Inches away from
Absolutely
winning money. It's how the sport goes.
Did you?
More times than not.
But like I say, it is something that I thought we would see more of in Florida that we haven't seen
There you
this
go.
week at all. And interesting to know that
We
is
can't-
where
I
our
just
leader
can't
was
seem to
doing
get
this.
anything of any size. I've had some good ones come up, but yeah.
Having a little difficulties.
Yeah, I think we're froze up there on service. Harris Chain's got some good phone service for the most part, but we do get in some areas every now and then where it gets a little sticky.
Sticky like the humidity?
Yes.
Or sticky like that frog that Gaston's got in his
No
hand.
doubt about that.
That was sticky.
Sun's out, water's starting to warm up a little bit now. Maybe they'll start firing up now. Well, let's just move on down, I guess. Here, see if we can
Bobby Lanham. A spinnerbait around that Kissimmee grass, but I feel like that's some of that double D hydrilla mixed in right there, Brad.
Very well could be.
I get up here and get along.
What
this
David was
edge,
talking
see if
about
what
was this lake's got a lot of hydrilla in it.
Found something
all the
starting to
Kissimmee
move
grass
up.
line is
Looks
all you
like
see with your eyes visually.
leaves are starting
And like
to
we talked
spin a
about
little bit
yesterday, a
more,
lot of those
which is a
Kissimmee
good
grass
sign.
lines are 6, 7, 8 foot deep on the outside edge, and a lot of them are 2 to 5 foot as well. But they have patches of hydrilla that come out, make little points out there off the water, or a little isolated patch up and down through there that potentially could hold a lot of fish and reload quicker. Rather than just randomly going down a grass line, you know? You with me?
Absolutely. From Bobby Lanham over to David Gaston,
Here to cheer me on.
the man of the morning. David had a giant this morning. If you're just joining us, a 9-pound largemouth on topwater nonetheless.
Like I said, this is the guy that's scary.
Got it, boy.
Let's go! Yes! Yes! I thought it was a bowfin. It was a big one. Look at there.
One
Mr.
more of
Duncan, I
those,
hope
this is
you're
gonna
watching.
get
Because look what I caught that
real
thing on.
interesting for Showdown
Just for
Saturday
you.
with Gaston.
Just
He
for
already
you,
has a
Duncan.
9-pounder.
Ah, look at that. Oh, I thought it was a grinnell. Oh, man. Oh, thank you, Jesus. Oh, get a little accurate weight on this fish. Oh, that's crazy. He says he's only 2 pounds. Man, that other one.
That
ain't gonna
thing
make it in
weighs
there,
like
so-
David input stuff on the Weigh Live app. Calling that one a 5-pounder?
I tell you what.
Brad, you calling that a 5?
Yeah, that's 5, easy.
We'll help you, David.
Did you see the head on that
Yeah.
thing?
Post spawn.
2.
Emerald Swamp Donkey.
That's lovely. Look at that.
Gaston second place in
Grown.
the progressive AOY standings after the first 2 events. And if he keeps it up this week, he's going to be the leader at the halfway point.
It's going to be a big hole, I know that.
He's got to be approaching that 20-pound mark again, right?
Yeah, high teens.
I mean, got
High
to be
teens.
this close.
Yeah.
Hold up.
He's got 10th place yesterday with 18 pounds coming into today.
That is a cool.
18 even.
3. No wonder I wasn't getting no good water. I was squirting on myself.
His small fish, his other small fish aren't anything close to the one he just threw back. So
That's a pretty good one there, and I thought it wasn't that big.
Got 3 real. I mean, obviously the giant.
we're looking at them. They're 2.5. That one right there
So
looks
you
a
need to
little
get
small.
rid of that one right there. That's 5 fish. Oh, man, can of vein is looking appetizing right about now. Get on the telephone, give them a little update. Just right here. Just for giggles,
Punch in
we're
that
really not going
2-pounder.
to put
Yeah.
what that fish was right there. We're just going to say he was a 4-pounder, and he was
I need to
well
remind David
forward.
at some point that he is being filmed
On live.
and lying to the public.
We're doing the math from here. You got a 5, you got a 9. That's 14. Let's call the other 3 2s all the way across the board, and that gives you 20 right there.
That was all.
And
that
we know
was.
that it's a little
Went to the
north
store
of
and
that.
bought a $9
You're saying you have
frog,
17,
$11
you liar.
frog, just so you can talk about it, me catching a fish on it. How about that? Use promo code DGaston for 100% off discount. Not really a sponsor by. I just figured it'd be a good sales pitch when they go to.
What he's
interview.
talking about.
How about that?
What David is talking about, he actually sent me a
Cameraman,
picture of
what
this
you
last
like? You want
night.
wings or hot dogs?
There is
hamburger?
a
What we gonna
6
get you?
cents frog that I like to use, and I fished with David a couple weeks ago and caught some big ones on it, and he went and bought some, and he goes, just for you for live tomorrow. And so that big fish just came on the 6 cents Vega frogs. That's what he's saying. He's paid $11 for this frog just for Luke Duncan to be able to talk about it. So there you go. We appreciate you, Dave. He's been throwing the Spro popping frog more than anything.
Straight grunt. I said I just needed 3 big ones, but I'll settle for them too if they're gonna be magnums. Those are what you call red snappers.
Casting over to Mr. Carson.
Back in Disneyland.
So
another Carson Creek.
I'm making some moves here. I just caught one that was like 2.3 and it made a call, and then I had one, I flipped in the mat and the whole mat lifted up, and I went to hop it and the fish chased it and pinned it to the top of the mat, and it just never got it. And I think that was a big one. So I'm just I'm going through this period right now where when I have opportunities for a big bite, like just something odd is happening where I'm not getting them. So I don't know. You know, I know I'm around them, but I'm just gonna keep moving and you know, hopefully get something to happen here. Wow, look at the size of this gar. Oh, giant. It's like 6 feet long. And yeah, so kind of keep moving, you know, hopefully make something happen here. If I could somehow get one big bite today, that'd be awesome. I'm going back into this little pond here. I haven't been back here yet. And I didn't even come here and practice either, so I don't know if there's duckweed or if there's anything that I'm looking for. So far it doesn't look like it, but maybe I'll get a bite back here.
Keith has moved around a little bit, finally left that Carson Creek area, and you know he just has so many special places on the Harris Chain, Bradley. And you and I have been fortunate enough to spend some time in a special place or two since we've been here in Leesburg, and we were staying at the beautiful Mission Inn this week, Golf and Country Club. And for some reason they're allowing us to be there, but even further than that, Bradley, they allowed us to go out on the golf course.
It was amazing.
It was, I don't know if it was amazing.
Absolutely amazing.
But we shot a little piece that we'd like to share with you with Fat Cat, Eric Jackson, Rick Langendorfer, and oh boy, let's go take a look at our day on the links for a little fishing golf challenge in PFL style, Leesburg, Florida.
What's up, Bobby? Where you want me at, Big Daddy?
Wow, stack!
Coming in hot. He's hard.
I'll cat it for you anytime.
Do you have any Vienna sausages?
All right, we got to say a huge thanks to the Mission Inn for letting us, redneck up the course a little bit. I'm terrible at golf. Fat Cat's even worse, so I didn't finish in last.
Nice.
But these three guys right here tied, but I had to decide, as the commissioner of the NPFL Golf Association,
There you are. Yeah.
how to break a tiebreaker, and EJ slips off over here in the canal, catches one on a freaking, I don't know what you were throwing. What were you using?
Cut our worm.
Cut our
Strike
worm.
King.
By default, since we're here for a professional fishing tournament, EJ wins the golden golf ball. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Good job, Bobby.
Bradley, I was a huge Caddyshack fan growing up, and I felt like I got to live some of the awkward moments from Caddyshack whenever the fine folks at the Mission Inn that just showed up to play a regular round of golf saw us out there with golf balls attached to bait casters and thought, what in the hell is going on in Leesburg, Florida?
I like the self-proclaimed commissioner.
Yeah, I claimed that title pretty quick. Had some business cards printed at Staples last night.
Oh, that was
that.
a lot of fun.
Something that was not said in that piece is that Rick Langendorfer, one of our 103 NPFL anglers out there, actually played college golf, shows up full golf bag in his fishing jersey. He's got a rangefinder out there. Ridiculous. Like, I wanted him tested for steroids. Like, the guy was incredible. And they're like, hey, Luke, can you swing a golf club? I'm like, look at me. No, of course I can't. Golf club. All I talk about is fishing. Good times out there.
There
Thanks
goes
to
like
the
a
folks
2.5
at Mission
pounder
Inn
right there.
for allowing that to happen. Of course, Fat Cat had Big Red out on the course.
This is interesting.
It is.
Little snag that I missed, I guess.
He said he saw a 2.5 pounder, though, when he slid up there with those eagle eyes. Back over to Dale Prinky, the unofficial leader. Day 2 here at the Harris Chain of Lakes. Stop number 3 on the National Professional Fishing League of 6 events. And this event presented by Fisherman's Central.
Dale has changed up here. He has gone from winding that swim jig chatterbait to dropping the weight down in the outside Kissimmee grass line, which we've seen multiple big fish caught this week this way.
You can tell Prinky's very comfortable fishing this way. Some of the Ohio lakes, from what he was telling us yesterday, set up this way. He loves to fish vegetation.
Staring down that boat on the point.
Yeah, get out of here. Of course, our angler's not allowed to watch live or check the weigh live out. But that was almost a little body lingers like Prinky saying, hey, buddy, do you understand what's going on here?
You know, we get into fisting conditions all the time, and we see guys on live trying to make things work that were happening the day before. Prinky is spot on right here with this, what he's doing. Everything's right. Everything's right. The sun's out, light little breeze, not a lot moving. Sun's out, guns out.
That was Dudley earlier.
That was Dudley earlier.
Out there getting in a tan, rigging his boat.
Well expected, quite honestly, by David's friends and family.
Yes. Yes. We were just all glad Dave had pants on.
I'm sure this was a tough one for him to miss the commentation on because of the fact that he had just recently been here and would have had so much knowledge to spill to you guys.
No doubt
I
about
apologize for my lack of information to be able to fill in such a tough spot.
Over to Bryant Smith.
One thing we really don't have in California is summertime rain, thunderstorms. Oh my God. Did you see that one? Just chased it out.
You just had one follow him out.
3-pounder.
Wow.
He got it.
No.
Got him.
No
Not a
way.
3-pounder. He looked like a 3-pounder. I saw what
So
way
many
he was
times they
going.
look bigger whenever we miss them.
excited, the adrenaline.
I mean, that
That's
fish
awesome.
came out hot. 260.
Always look bigger whenever you miss them.
Close. 211. Not gonna help. 2.11.
Did he say 211?
Not going to help. Yeah. Bryant's got a good bag in the boat.
Well, he guessed it pretty good.
Yeah.
270.
Smallest is 211
now. I swear I could look at that scale and forget the second I take my eyes off.
2.7?
Yeah, 2.77 I think is the smallest one. Got a good bag. I need one more big bite. One more 5+ pound bite. That'd be cooking. I'd have 20. Just gotta keep this rod in my hand.
Bryant saying his smallest fish is 211 there, just shy of 3 pounds. I think he's going to be really hanging in there at the end of the day right now. And now we got a little bonus boat-to-boat action from the Big Cat out on the water with Jim Jones. And Jim has steadily climbed the leaderboard today. Unofficially in 7th place so far on day 2. Day 1 came in with 11 pounds, 3 ounces. Making a little noise on the Way Live leaderboard here today. The Big Cat's been running down, I mean, some quality stuff in the last couple of days. He's chasing these anglers. He's watching that Way Live app.
Trying to figure out what he's doing here, what he's throwing.
Jim likes to throw a swim jig. It would not surprise me if that's the case. Hooked up.
Ooh.
Oof. Another either a swim jig or a vibrating jig. It's hard to tell from that distance, but Jim on the Way Live app right now unofficially says he has an 8.6.
Wow.
In the boat.
Wow.
As well.
Yeah, that's definitely not it there.
That's not the 8.6. Nice fish for Jim Jones.
Seen a lot of the white swim jig or the
Yes.
chatterbait for sure this week.
Now, is that, Bradley, because we see the water here, we were at the weigh-in yesterday, the Harris chain yesterday here on the actual Harris Lake, water's a little off-colored. Is that because of that or more to match the shad?
You know, my guess is the shad, but I think it could be a player from both parts. I mean, I think these guys showed up. We talked to guys that said they went through multiple colors, and the white they all felt like that wouldn't be the player, and the white has ended up being what they got the most bites on.
Dominant.
We've seen some white and chartreuse.
Yep.
But white has primarily been the color.
Jones
digging in that live well.
Digging around down there. Are we going to get to see this mammoth? Maybe. Or is he's doing some culling? Good call for Jones.
Fat Cat's got him digging again.
Yep. Here we go. Whoa, here we go. All right, now put it back. You're making me nervous, Jim. We got to get that thing to Venetian Gardens to Big Al. Whew. He has that one in at 8-6.
Leesburg's showing out this week.
Yes, it is. Vibrating jig, Bradley. Got a good look at it that time.
All right.
Definitely a player in Florida.
That thing is all about the big bite.
No
Has
doubt
been
about
since
it.
the day it came out.
Well, that's good stuff from the Big Cat Cam on the water. Now we're going to take a look at our sponsors that make all of this possible at NPFL Live. We thank each and every one of you for joining in, and we will see you on the other side for more action from the Harris Chain of Lakes, Leesburg, Florida.
This is my passion, and this is my tackle store. Because Fisherman Central is owned and operated by a group of anglers who are as passionate about fishing as I am. That's why you'll find the highest quality tackle from names you know. Plus hard-to-find lures designed to give you that extra edge on the water. And they all come with expert advice on how to use them. It's like having a tackle store in your neighborhood, no matter where you live. So visit one of our 2 Ohio locations or shop online from anywhere. At Fisherman Central, our passion is catching.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
It's a bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here.
Super fun beach day, everybody.
Omega products are built by fishermen for fishermen. We set out to build the best vibrating jig on the market. The blending of high-end components, a detailed assembly process, and a burning desire to achieve perfection are the pillars of the Rapture bait. Nothing in life worth having comes easy. The Rapture was no different. Countless hours of testing and retesting. The result, a vibrating jig that hunts, hooks, and catches bass like no other.
TH Marine has been producing top-of-the-line marine accessories to rig boats from transom to trolling motor for decades. From jack plates to fish care to LEDs, TH Marine has you covered. TH Marine, outfitting your boat from transom to trolling motor.
A familiar scene from River. Weighing and culling fish.
Look at that.
Welcome back
Culling 2.5
to the
pounds
Harris
in
Chain. If
Florida,
you're
but
just
I don't
joining
have
us on
one
MPFL Live,
I got about 16 and a half. Update my stuff. Oh, there it is. Give me some.
yeah, bud. River updates that.
I love the heavy breathing.
He's in the game, man.
What?
That was funny. They're saying you're catching so many, you might as well put them in a t-shirt.
River, we had River over
A t-shirt launcher?
16
Like
pounds.
those things at the events where they just launch t-shirts, like the guns.
Yeah, I guess I don't get why would I put him in a t-shirt.
River-
Cameraman.
Do you get it?
Oh, they're just
River
saying
and
shit ton.
Yeah.
Just a joke. I
Brian out there having a time today. Brian getting the goods for us. I love the camaraderie.
No, I know.
between
I
the
just- I guess
cameramen.
I
it's
just
like
didn't get
fishing
it.
a team tournament, man.
Yeah, absolutely.
The guy's
Every
got
time.
the big heavy camera on his shoulder all day long,
but
but you get invested in the day, man.
Yeah.
I really thought that was a big one because I set the hook and she just turned the opposite direction and just pulled me. You probably noticed it, and I was like, oh man, that might be her. I got one more 2-pounder to get rid of. It's almost 3 pounds. It's like 288.
Brad, you got to think with all the patterns we're seeing, and there's several from our top guys. River has been the most consistent with quality over 2 days, in my opinion. He didn't have a giant yesterday
You're still on you.
that we've seen some of the guys, like a David Gaston with a 9-pounder, Rob
Well,
Turkler
guys,
with an 8-pounder yesterday. We see Jim
I don't
Jones
really
with an
get it.
8-pounder
I've
today.
been catching so many fish,
Here from
you
River.
think I'd run across a big bite. My biggest fish is 3.5, and my smallest fish is just under 3 pounds, and I have 16.5 pounds. So my quality's there, but man, what a big bite would do for me right now if I catch a 5-6 pounder. I just haven't had that bite yet. So I got a 288 to get rid of, and I'll have all but fished over 3 pounds. So we shall see. We still got about 2.5 hours. So, I might finish this stretch off, and I might still start running new water because there's no sense in me catching all these 2.5 pounders that I might need tomorrow in case if I get a big bite tomorrow. So I might start going and run some new water and save this stretch for tomorrow because this is where I've done most of my damage, is this stretch. So, but they're biting better today as far as, you know, number of fish goes. Just haven't got the big bite yet. So there's the rain coming.
Little frozen service there for River Lee, and he stole my thunder a little bit, Bradley. That's the point I was trying to make, is solid stringer in the live well, but he doesn't have all these Harris Chain giants like we've seen these other guys catch.
Give it about another 30,
And if he
40
gets one of
minutes,
those,
we'll go back
it
out
just,
and get that spinner bait.
man, it just adds to it so much.
Let the sun sit up on the water a little bit.
You got to think he's going to get one at some point.
Not time to start panicking yet. Still got plenty of time. that spinnerbait bite's been getting good about lunchtime anyhow, so.
Over with Bobby Lanham.
I know there's plenty of fish in here. Get up in here on these scattered grass
Looking at
beds.
Bobby, who had over 20 pounds
Isolated
yesterday,
stuff.
one of the big stories of yesterday.
Usually
But
pick off a few here and there.
the biggest story off the water was our man Hunter Bogman, who had to rush to the airport, fly home. Hunter flew home to see the birth of his first child. Him and his wife Andrea flew home to Arkansas. We got him there. Big Al McCullough got him to the airport, and we just received this picture from the Bogman family. Look, right
wow.
there. There he is. Hunter with his new baby girl, Kinley.
Congratulations.
Hunter is he is an awesome human being that we love to spend time with out here on the MPFL, part of our MPFL family for sure. And the crazy thing, Hunter said, man, I was there for the birth. He said, I will be back to the Harris Chain. So he's going to try to fly back to compete.
Seriously?
On the final day he did. He weighed fish yesterday. Al McCullough texted me and said, little Kinley, 8 pounds, 1 ounce, and Hunter has requested that we make that his weight for today, the tournament. So when he comes back, so he can stay up there in the points. Hunter was 33rd in the Progressive Angler of the Year standings coming into this event, and certainly wants to make that top 25.
Absolutely.
And we want to see him in the championship at the end of the year too. So awesome. Congrats to the Bogman family. Mama and baby doing well. Back to Bobby Lanham.
That's a great story.
It's awesome, man. The selfie
home.
yesterday in the plane was great.
Yeah.
I got to give a shout out to the wife and my biggest supporter. Oh, look here. I got a whole group of fish blowing up right here. And my best fishing buddy, Yodi.
It's a family event here.
I think he's got more friends than I do on out here. He likes to chase my bait around the boat more than he does anything else.
Bobby giving a shout out to his dog there and his wife, his best fishing buddy. It's definitely a family event. First look in a little while at Mr. Lunker's TV, Rob Turkla.
Hadn't seen Rob in a while.
Rob having a lot tougher day today, day 2 at the Harris Chain. Sticking with his guns, though, where we saw him with the fireworks early yesterday. Caught a Hallman handle stopper. 8 pound, 2 ounce bass yesterday on live. Had over 19 pounds. He had ended up in 6th place officially yesterday to start today. And right now we have him unofficially. He's dropped down to 24th place. Of course, 2 tournaments going on here, the way we like to look at it. MPFL, the battle for the 36th place $9,000 checks, and then, of course, the battle to take home that $50,000 first place prize and the hardware that comes along with it. The unique thing about the NPFL format, we fish 3 days. There are no cuts like in other professional events. So no top 10 cut, no top 20 cut, no top 50
I
cut.
need one.
All 103 anglers fish all 3
I
days.
need one
so
big bite or 2 3-pounders.
Here from
The
Rob.
bite
here.
kicked on there for like 5 minutes. No bigs.
Rob
I'm kind of
registering
hindered.
a
I was
small
actually going to
limit
run
in the
to a
Waylive app.
different lake, but my engine just took a crap on me, so I'm going to be, I mean, I'm not complaining being stuck here. I know I can get bit, but I was going to head somewhere else and throw a worm offshore because I'm pretty sure I could have collected another 8 pounds or so out there worth of fish, but it was like a 2 hour. I would have lost 2 hours of fishing. My engine, I can't even do over 30 now. I think no, 35. Excuse me. I can't even do over 35. So we're just gonna do this.
So Rob having some difficulties.
Absolutely.
Not getting the quality bites, but he's having some mechanical issues there. You heard him talking about his outboard engine maxing out at 30 miles an hour. You're talking most of these guys are zipping around at 70 miles an hour to save them time.
Leave. There should be one here.
Sounds like Rob had something else he wanted to go try today, a backup pattern maybe, and now he's stating he's going to stay here and keep the flipping rod in his hand because he's handcuffed a little bit, Bradley. And we've all been there.
Yes, we have.
I remember a guy that just so happens to be my co-host. There was a tournament down at Okeechobee that you won.
Yeah,
big trophy and a big check. You had some difficulties on the last day of that one, didn't you?
Leading going into the last day, and lost my trolling motor halfway through the morning.
And we're still able to pull it out.
And I had to make decisions on how I was going to finish the day, and I decided to fish with no trolling motor.
You did.
And it worked out. It was a big risk, but it worked out.
And we are on that 12 o'clock hour, moving into that afternoon delight, Bradley. And as we do, we're going to take a look back at the morning bite that we've seen. Man, it's been a lot faster today than it was yesterday. A lot of quality fish coming in. We're going to take a look back right now at the beautiful Harris Chain of Lakes in Lake County, Florida.
Highlight sandwich.
Highlight sandwich. Something you see a lot on the Harris Chain, the float planes. Something we have seen a lot today. Dale Prinky catching quality fish today on Lake Harris. Gaston tying on the Luke Duncan frog, I believe.
Let's go! Yes! Yes! I thought it was a bowfin. It was a big one. What I caught that thing on? Just for you. Just for you, Duncan. Ah, look at that.
That's a great shot of that marsh area, that clean water.
Yep.
David Gaston throwing the Luke Duncan frog. I like it. Jake Boomer, our day one leader. Been slow and steady today. He's catching fish. Not the quality we saw yesterday, but still
in our top 10.
Around.
Yeah,
still hanging around.
We're going to get rid of number 4.
Rob Turkla, who we just heard from, having mechanical issues today, and a man that has put some quality fish in the boat, West Coast angler Bryant Smith. Been on fire this morning at the Harris Chain. He got off to a great start on a shad spawn pattern. And we're going to look at this unofficial Way Live leaderboard brought to you by the Big Bite Challenge. Right now, we are looking at Dale Prinky unofficially on top of this thing. River Lee will not go away, though, and much like yesterday. And then David Gaston creeping up on the leaders. Had an 18-pound stringer yesterday, unofficially showing him at 17 pounds today. We all know he is lying because we have witnessed it with our own eyes. Bryant Smith in 4th. Keith Carson still hanging around at 5th place. John Sokup. Jake Boomer in 7th place, the day one leader. Jim Jones, who we've seen rocket up the leaderboard today with an 8-pounder, unofficially 18 pounds. Dan Blackert and Bobby Lanham, who's in our top 5 yesterday, slipping a little bit, not catching the quality we saw with him yesterday. Now he is in 10th place here at the Harris Chain, Bradley. And we knew coming into this that the big bite would be the difference maker. And when we're talking big bites on some lakes, you're talking a 3 or 4 pounder, maybe a 5 pounder. But here, the potential to catch even a bass 7, 8, 10, 12 pounds. They swim here. We see them all the time. And so far, that has been the story over the 2 days. Turkla with an 8 pounder yesterday, Jim Jones with an 8 today. But David Gaston won over 9 pounds on a frog, adding to an already great limit that he's working on. Could we see him catch another one of those today in that area he's in?
Absolutely. We could see him catch multiple fish in that, maybe not 9, right? But in that 6 to 9 pound range, yes. That's what this place is known for. That's why we kind of built this up. We saw the potential of that this morning, and then it did explode. And, dude, his bag could continue to climb well up around the 25, 26 pound range with one bite.
And without a doubt, if you see somebody weigh in a bag like that on day 2, you almost, and we see this in Florida a lot, that big stringer. You see them a lot on the first days, right? When you won at Okeechobee, huge stringer the first day, then you almost protect that lead, pad that lead. If we see somebody do that today, can they just play small ball tomorrow? Or do they have to really make sure they get a big bite again to hold off these guys because they're all catching them so good?
Right now, a perfect example is I was looking at, we've got Prinky on our official board.
Absolutely.
We've mathematically in our heads kind of done where we think David Gaston is, and we think he's at 20, and I think that's on the low side of that, correct?
For sure.
That would put him right now in the lead by almost 2 pounds.
Right. He's going to be right there.
And if he was to catch another 6, 7 pounder and make that huge jump, that's the kind of cushion that you would like to have in Florida. Catch 2 of them, you've really got a cushion for tomorrow, and then that puts him in a position where he could go throw that frog up there in the Emerald Swamp looking for a swamp donkey, and he only needs 2 or 3 bites all day long, and it's probably over.
Absolutely. Something else that you got to think about, though, River Lee, we've covered this. Quality fish from River in his live well. His smallest is a 211, but he doesn't have any really bigger than 3 pounds. He's sitting at 16 pounds right now. He connects with one of those 7+ fish. Totally changes the complexion of everything. Bryant Smith, another guy with quality fish in the live well. The story for me, though, and we're seeing him inch up here, Keith Carson, a little bit tougher. He's starting to steadily increase. Will we see him in this top 3, top 2 at the end of the day?
I don't know if he's going to make it up that high. We saw this morning he's got a slow start. We're in Florida. He had a great afternoon yesterday. He was the one that gave us the fireworks yesterday afternoon.
No doubt.
He could be the same guy to give us the fireworks this afternoon.
We've certainly got a couple more hours here of live coverage to see this go down on the Harris Chain of Lakes. Stop number 3 of the National Professional Fishing League presented by Fisherman Central. And if you like any of the things you're seeing these guys use, you can get on Fisherman Central and order it. I've seen Bradley. He's had his phone out a couple times today making some orders. I've seen him with his credit card out. His wife's going to yell at him when he gets back to Oklahoma for sure. But we'd like to thank those guys for being the presenting sponsor of the NPFL here at the Harris Chain of Lakes, Leesburg, Florida. We're going to get back out on the water for some live action with Mr. Dale Prinky, our unofficial leader.
Good job.
Prinky back on this flipping program on the Kissimmee grass. The clouds are starting to get away, Brad, which a lot of the flippers really talked yesterday, helped the afternoon bite. Something we saw at weigh-in yesterday, you tend to get this afternoon showers and little storms that come through. Will that activate a bite? Sometimes?
Oh, absolutely it could. Yeah, and that's very common. We saw it yesterday at weigh-in. It's that time of year. It gets into kind of the rainy season here in Florida, and Yeah, I mean, a little thunderstorm comes through, it brings up a whole lot of wind, it gets really dark really quick, and absolutely could spur that bite, especially on the outside edge where these guys are fishing and catching some fish early in the mornings.
Dale Prinky. Great shot of the marsh there. David Gaston, look how clear that water is, man.
That's the cheesy stuff's always good.
Home of the swamp donkey.
So many big fish live in this area.
Dude, I'm telling you.
Could happen again.
I'm
Could happen several more times.
I'm sitting here just waiting for it. I mean, it's the perfect conditions. We should explain a little bit what's going on in here and what this really is with the hydrilla and the holes. The clear water where it looks darker that you're seeing, you know, and then where the green is the tops of that grass, and the darker water you're seeing is the holes, the deeper part. It's not very deep in here, but there's this continuous, you know, grass clump, holes in the grass clump itself, and those fish are sitting right down inside that hole.
And then you get a little bit of the matted stuff.
Absolutely.
And he'll toss the frog around. Another one of our competitors, Michael Brewer from Lawrenceburg, Tennessee. He spent some time in here yesterday in this general area. Wasn't throwing a frog. Told me he was pitching a stick worm around some, and said that he just couldn't get him going on that yesterday. He left in the afternoon. Gaston tells me at the weigh-in he comes in there in the afternoon, catches them on the frog. So it's crazy how different technique in the same area can be the tell of the tape sometimes.
This is a dangerous, dangerous man to the rest of the field.
Yes,
Oh, that if I had 15 pounds tomorrow, I might be holding me up a trophy.
Change anything from today to tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm gonna catch them. Even better. I'll have more time to fish. I say that. I think I'll have to have 18 again tomorrow. Which should have had high 20s yesterday and today. Let's have to execute even better tomorrow.
You change anything from yesterday to today?
I'll stay in the back longer. I'll make sure I'll nickel and dime that. It's so hard to beat that area up when you know you got to have it tomorrow. I want to be back there fishing and really catch a big bag, but then again, I ain't trying to burn myself for tomorrow. Tomorrow's gonna be a lot of traffic on the water, a lot of local fishermen, a lot of pleasure boaters, making it harder to lock. So I gotta work around that. But I have a later flight, so it definitely makes it doable. We're gonna have to put our heads down tomorrow and really not lose just not lose them. We lost one today that'd put us up in the high 20s. Lost one yesterday that put me in the high 20s. So I'll live and die in here. If I catch them tomorrow, I catch them. If I don't, I don't. At least I know in the back of my head that my spots ain't gonna be burned out. That I ain't get back there and scorch it. Got what I needed and left. We're gonna get back.
Interesting stuff
behind
from
the
David
lock.
there. He pulled out of his best area.
Get to where we can just chill and fish.
Of course, he's got a lock back through, and I think he's in an earlier flight today, Bradley. That's what we're hearing. So he's fixing to start making a move back towards Harris so he can be a little comfortable. I think he's got a lot more weight, obviously, than he's showing on the Way Live app, and he's planning for tomorrow. And that's what we see guys do that win tournaments, man. He's telling us the game plan. He's not going to burn that spot today because he's got to have it tomorrow. You hear him saying he thinks he needs 15 to 18 possibly to win it tomorrow. Now, look, it's 12 o'clock. First flight due in at 3 p.m. Lots of things can change. There could be another 9-pounder caught by somebody else 2 9-pounders, whatever the case may be. But right now, this guy knows he's in control of this tournament without knowing that, right? Like, he can't get information. He can't see the Way Live app like we can, but he feels it. You know when it's going down.
He's definitely feeling the momentum.
No doubt.
Look at all those mats.
Oh, yeah. Could happen again at any second. Even though he's not in his primary area. But something that we talked about day one yesterday to kick off the show, some of the issues these guys face, decisions, but then the travel on the Harris Chain, because so many different lakes, so many long no-wake zones that take a long time, and going to where Gaston is fishing, he's, 2 hours of fishing time essentially. Tomorrow in those canals, like we talked about, you get a lot of folks wanting to cruise around in their pontoons, go to dinner, check out the scenery. You have to deal with that as well. They're going through the locks. They have just as much right to be out there as our anglers, so something he has to take into consideration tomorrow. Make sure he gets back and forth from Venetian Gardens to his area.
Excellent points.
Watching David sneak around in the marsh. We're going to sneak into some commercials here from the Harris Chain, Leesburg, Florida. And we'll be right back with more MPFL Live.
This is my passion, and this is my tackle store. Because Fisherman Central is owned and operated by a group of anglers who are as passionate about fishing as I am. That's why you'll find the highest quality tackle from names you know. Plus hard-to-find lures designed to give you that extra edge on the water. And they all come with expert advice on how to use them. It's like having a tackle store in your neighborhood, no matter where you live. So visit one of our 2 Ohio locations or shop online from anywhere. At Fisherman Central, our passion is catching.
Hero Beverage Company. Specialty grade coffee that's small batch roasted in the U.S. and shipped fresh to your door. Enjoy a freshly brewed cup knowing your purchase directly helps everyone remain operational. Order a bag today at drinkhero.com.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
It's a bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here.
Super fun beach day, everybody.
Hey guys, Brad Fuller with the National Professional Fishing League. We're here at the Harris Chain and I've got an exciting announcement. Fully Loaded Chew partnered with the NPFL and they're bringing you a contest where you can win free dip for a year. You simply go to our website, click on their banner ad at the very top of the homepage. It takes you to the Fully Loaded page. You enter, you win free dip for a year, as well as the 20 next contestants will win a sleeve of their chew to try. Don't forget, you can go to fullyloadedchew.com and you can get a can for $1 to try out. Fully Loaded Chew has 3 levels of tobacco-free nicotine. They have Fully Loaded, which is the full deal. They have Half Loaded, which is half the nicotine, and you can win yourself all the way down where you have no nicotine, but you still get to enjoy a nice dip. Check them out at fullyloadedchew.com.
TH Marine has been producing top-of-the-line marine accessories to rig boats from transom to trolling motor for decades. From jack plates to fish care to LEDs, TH Marine has you covered. TH Marine, outfitting your boat from transom to trolling motor.
Harris Chain. Welcome back. The Harris Chain of Lakes here, the city of Leesburg, Florida. Been an awesome host this week. Bradley, we've enjoyed our time down here in Central Florida. You and I both fished many tournaments down here.
With it just being slick.
Back on the water with John Cox.
John has dropped drastically out of our top 10 today.
Over to Jake Boomer, our day one leader, who's still hanging around that top 10. Washington State angler definitely has the longest drive to the Leesburg area.
Jake is currently
hooked up. That's what he is currently doing, Brad.
Nice cue. Looks like a solid fish.
Oh, don't do that.
Taking his time with it.
Please don't do that.
Good fish. Boomer.
It's nice to hear you say that.
I'm going to let you go ahead and call it. Go ahead, Bradley. I know if you want
We'll nickel and dime him if we got to.
I know you want to do it.
It's tiny little pieces at a time.
Hit him with it. Hit him with that boomer.
That
Go
was
ahead.
a decision I
Boomer.
did not want to make,
Yeah, I
and I
know
still
you
made
wanted
it, and I'm very happy I did.
It's a nice call.
I did not want to come out.
Jake's
here
had several
fishing tractor,
programs
but
working mainly
the-
coming out
the
of
name-
practice
it's
and
in the
offshore
name.
hot drill deal. Looks like that's what he's
It attracts fish.
looks like that's what he's settled in with.
These two do not need to be weighed. It's between these two. Whichever one of these is the smallest. It's him by a long shot, isn't it? See you, buddy. Thank you.
Jake making another call again.
All right, we'll just keep nickel and diming this bag into something valuable. What do you
Bradley, I'm
think?
getting word that we're
You know what that
going
gets
to
me
get to
though?
catch up with the big cat
You know
out
what
on
that
the
does?
water.
Gets me
Sounds
thinking
like
about the
he's
skinking grass.
maybe found something interesting out there, like he always does. He's caught up with hook up, soak up again. Let's go to the big cat who just got out of the jungle on the Harris chain.
All right, folks, here we are back on Harris Lake. Here I am still on Harris Lake at the Harris Chain of Lakes because they're still whacking them. Our inaugural event winner, and you follow it, is right over my left shoulder, John Sukup. He started today in 11th, and he's been making moves all day long. He's up there in the top 5 now. We've been running and gunning to try to find him. We found him in a canal. When you get back in this canal, it's like you go through a time warp and you're in the Amazon, Alaska somewhere. You hear, Tarzan, you waiting to see, monkeys. It is crazy back there. Real narrow, real shallow. We had to be on super stealth mode because I saw John way down in there. I said, hey, man, can we come in on you? He's like, guys, stay back there, turn your boat off. We turned the grass off, everything power pulled down for him because he had not practiced in there. To be honest with you, he's only caught one fish where he actually did well in practice. Everything he fished yesterday was new water except for one spot. So he's just fishing new water. He's finding stuff, and he found that little canal in there. He said he had 2 frog bites like he never had before. He said when they ate it, they cold straight choked it back to the crunchers. It was loud. It's wild back there. Like I say, like you're in the Amazon. So we stayed in there, watched him. He worked his way out, working the frog, come out to the mouth, and now he's just flipping the stick bait. 3/4 ounce, flipping it. And it's been cool for the most part. We've had overcast. It's been a front coming through with these little storms popping up, but now the sun wants to come out. I'm not gonna lie to y'all, we come out of there, it was nice and cool, work our way around a corner, and just, it's that humid, sticky Florida weather we've all known about. John said that's what he wants. He wants that sun up. He wants that water slick because that is what brings the needlefish out. And he said he thinks the needlefish is what's bringing the big belly Kellys out. So watching him, John Sukup is full of information. There's a method to all his madness. Everything he's doing, there's a reason behind it. And I said, man, we were talking about Kissimmee grass. I said, what do you like in the Kissimmee grass? He said, I love the Kissimmee grass. There's nothing about it I don't like. It's just trying to figure out what part of it is the right part to fish with the weather he's dealing with at that time. He was talking about if the sun's a certain way, with the overcast and everything, the fish are in the back. When the sun gets high, they move out this way. Like, dude's on them. I don't know what to tell you. He is on them. I just haven't seen him catch Big Belly Kelly yet. So we're going to do a little bit more run the gun and see what's going on this weather. Like I said, we still got more storms coming in, I think, man. We might get another thunderbuster. I'm not sure. All I know is that Sukup is the man that you guys better be watching. Hey, Luke Duncan, Bradley Hallman. I don't know what you guys are doing in there. I've been out here working. I'm sure you guys are still running your lips, eating chips, but we'll talk to you guys soon.
Distinct tail. Right. It's like a mermaid-looking tail.
What? Holy. So from the jungle, Fat Cat's talking about how hot and steamy it is, and River Lee looks like Lieutenant Dan and Forrest Gump fighting the hurricane. Where is he at?
These are the thunderstorms that we were just talking about that just fly in.
So many different lakes, so many different conditions these guys face at different times. And look, blue skies behind him, but right now he's just getting
You're good.
dumped on. Looked like that was crazy.
Yeah.
Maybe that'll go Fat Cat's way so he can get cooled off a little bit. And from the
that'll come up in his face and go.
How did he describe it? Maybe the big cat. Back. Now we go to over to another part of the lake where the clouds aren't following Turkla around, even though he's got a little bit of a black cloud today.
He's got a little cloud fall on him, unfortunately, right now, but it's not pouring rain on him just yet.
He did not have a black cloud yesterday when he caught the handle stopper.
This looks like about the area he was in.
It does. Of course, Bradley, I'm just agreeing with you because all this Kissimmee grass looks the same to me at this point. Miles of Kissimmee grass on the Harris chain.
Got him.
Turkla hooked up.
It's almost the same.
That's going to help a bunch. Thank you, Flip and Bite. Thank you, Flip and Bite. Sun came out, no wind. My mind is racing. That's going to help a bunch. That's a good coal right there. I think that might give me additional 2 pounds or so. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. What do you think? An extra 2 pounds or so, buddy? Definitely. Yeah. Oh, yeah, we're going to be getting rid of a 110 with this one. Yes. No, we're going to end up with an extra 1.5 pounds. Black one's going. Yep. Start it off. Get this thing going again. I'm gonna coal out.
A couple better fish in there, I think, than we're showing on the way live.
That's good coal. All right.
It's nice coal.
12.22.
We're good. All right.
Turkla
We're good.
19
We're good.
pounds on day one.
Good. Got rid of a pounder. Add another pound to it. 1.5 pounds. All right.
One thing you can say about Rob, he is sticking to that program, not venturing from it. I know he's got mechanical issues, but he's just not letting that rattle him.
He is doing a great job with that.
No doubt about it.
He is. And a couple bites like that make it a lot easier to settle down as well.
No doubt.
He knows he's getting into the right time of day. His fireworks kind of happened in the morning, but you said you talked to him and he had some nice coals in the afternoon that we didn't get on.
Yeah,
we didn't get on
after
live.
we left live, he did have a couple more good bites. That he lost a good fish late. And most of the anglers I talked to, you know, Bradley, you and I, over at the drive-through weigh-in, we were hanging out over there bugging the anglers for a couple hours there, and from the late flight guys I talked to, they all caught them late. There was definitely an afternoon bite that we didn't get to see when we went off the air at 2 p.m. yesterday.
What's up, babe? Oh.
It's more reason for my philosophy that all derby should start at 9 a.m.
No doubt about
at the
that.
earliest.
Rob Turkla. Oh. Easy. Look at that guy. He's having a time. He's just kind of sprawled out there.
I wish I could catch him and put him in.
Ooh, he was a little bigger than I thought, I'll be honest.
He was a little bigger. I thought he was a little smaller.
Yeah. He was getting a peek there at Bobby Lanham.
Can you imagine Fat Cat if you put one of those in his bed and he woke up in the morning with that next to him?
I don't even think it would bother him. Now that he's been to the jungle, did you see his shocked face? He looked like he had seen a lot of things that he couldn't even describe in the jungle. I don't think he would faze him at this point. Bobby, of course, 20 pounds, 7 ounces yesterday, and unofficially have him at 13th place today. Small limit. Hooked up. Not sure if that'll help him. Have him with 8 pounds right now.
Can't believe there ain't no bigger ones in here. Guess I got them all yesterday.
And we talked about this yesterday, Bradley, but I am interested to see the weighing fish guys versus the culling beam guys. It's definitely two different strategies that guys use in keeping up with which fish they need to cull.
Absolutely.
Like these scales we see here, they actually keep up with your 5 fish. But, man, you kind of rely on that technology to keep up with it for you. I know you said yesterday you are a culling beam guy. You don't weigh fish. You just throw them in there.
Most of the time. I do have some scales, and I do carry them at times. I'm like you. It depends on the situation. But for the most part, I don't like taking the time to mess with it. I just like to reach and grab and maybe just mark even like your 2 or 3 small ones and just leave the bigger ones, to where you don't have to mark them for, if you're fortunate enough to have a couple of those.
Moved in.
No doubt.
Makes it easy, quick, and grab and release.
And those beams really make it fast. Sometimes for me, it is, especially if you're catching them, it's nice to look at those scales at 10 o'clock and go, oh, okay, yeah, I got 16. Because we all have that. We can guess these fish. All these guys are great at knowing the size fish they've got.
That's what
sometimes just seeing it helps that confidence that much more. Hey, man, I got all day to improve on this, but I'm off to a great start.
It is scary how close these guys can get. If you really get down to what they think they have, and then they put it on a scale, most of the time they're within a quarter, half pound most.
It's crazy.
Yeah, it's pretty scary.
Then we have the opposite of that. We have David Gaston, who actually weighs them and then lies about it. So I'm going to have to talk to him at the drive-through weigh-in 3 p.m. this afternoon. Give him a hard time about that. I'm sure his dad is watching and is going to tell him I've been talking about him all day. I got to spend some time down at a little sneaky Alabama lake with David Gaston a couple weeks ago.
You obviously gave him a sneaky little frog.
I didn't give him anything. You heard him say it right there. He was texting me last night, giving me a hard time because he had to buy it. I didn't give him any frogs.
Waiting on a frog. Is there a bigger one just hanging on that log? There's a little one sitting there on that log, yeah.
Bobby.
I guess this is the baby factory. There you go.
He looks like he's back in that same general area he started in that creek, Carson Creek.
Baby factory in here. There's a bunch of little ones like that in here.
He did a lot of his damage yesterday morning, didn't he?
Definitely, yeah. We had him unofficially on top quick yesterday morning. The big cat caught up with him early yesterday.
I wonder how much of his bite yesterday morning had to do with maybe that potential little shad spawn flurry. That's where Fat Cat was talking about seeing him.
Yeah, he saw him in the first hour or two yesterday. He was telling us last night, Bobby Lanham. Some more of these Leesburg locals. I'm not going to lie, he's got it figured out. He's got that chin rested. He's like, yeah.
He's got a pretty good life.
Yeah, just going to hang right here, man. You know he's side-eyeing Bobby, though. You know he is. Bobby does look like he's in a different part of the world
Yeah, he just crawled off
than a lot of our other anglers so far.
He's right there.
So we think Bobby could be in the Carson Creek area, and I'm hearing that Keith Carson left cell coverage for a little bit, but we've been able to get a highlight clip from Keith Carson making a move on the Harris chain. Sounds like. Let's take a look now at Keith Carson, the overwhelming favorite coming into this event. A local boy who spent a lot of time on the Harris chain and the winner of our second event at Wright Patman, Keith Carson.
Here we go. I think it's a good one. Stay on, please. Stay on. Stay on. Come on. Stay on for me, please. Please stay on. Stay on. Don't come off. Don't come off. Yes!
Nice.
I've lost so many of these today. Oh, my, on the creature hog. Look at that. Oh my gosh. It has been a frustrating day.
And now we are back to live.
He begged with that one into the boat.
Keith Carson.
Yeah, so I just caught
Frustrating
a
having a
5
day like you
pounder.
said.
No doubt.
Got rid of like a 1 pound 5 ouncer. Man, you know, that feels so good to make a good cull like that, like about a 4 pound cull, and moving upward. I've been flipping down this stretch because, you know, when I've been throwing the worm, throwing topwater, they're chasing it down and just not getting it. So I decided to try to hit him in the head and, you know, caught that good one. But after I caught that good one, I had 3 more where I flipped in and the whole mat would rise up. And when I felt up, there was nothing there. So I keep going through the same stretch over and over. And then boats are passing us and boats are going through. And every time a boat goes through, it throws a wake on the weeds here and it repositions the fish. So I'm hoping that, you know, when I come back through, I'll make a different flip and maybe hit the fish in the face instead of, you know, the tail or wherever I was hitting them, to make them not bite. Because I know as soon as I punched through in that 5 pounder bit, as soon as it broke through, he had it, like immediately. So yeah, I just had another one hit it right there. So one more good bite like that, and I'll be satisfied with today for how slow it started out. We got plenty of time. It's 12:30. We're not doing until 3:30. I got 3 hours to catch another 5 pounder. Oh my gosh. Took my pinchers. See, they're just not getting it. They're like grabbing it by the pinchers. Got the creature hog here. I got the Berkeley Max scent. You know, that scent, it really helps them get it. But, you know, when they don't want to eat, they don't want to eat. So, oh man, I can't believe it. I caught a real good one on this stretch in practice and then just caught a 5 right there. So they're definitely in this area. Dang it. I probably had like 30 bites today. And I've caught like 7 fish. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know. Dang it. As soon as it breaks through, they're eating it. Funny thing is, these fish won't eat a frog. I think they would. Dang it.
out at the boat with Keith last night, Bradley, you and I, and the big cat after the weigh-in, and several rods on the deck. You know, we saw him utilize that worm yesterday, but he talked about this creature hog, this Berkeley creature hog.
Somebody up there coming around the corner.
Being in a flipping program for him, said it was really good for him in practice, and now it's paid off for him today.
You don't get 2 chances at him, which is kind of odd. It's like you got 1 shot, and it ain't a very good shot either when they're biting like this.
Keith was talking how he really believes in that max scent in the Berkeley plastics.
Yep.
Believes it helps him get more bites at times. Yeah, we got Keith. Looks like Keith's got somebody sliding up on him there. From Keith, we're going to go take a look at John Cox, who's dealing with a little something else.
You going to try him again?
Sounds like showing up on his side of the lake.
We finally got number 5. We went over to Eustis to try some stuff that I'd found in practice very similar to what I was doing over here on Harris today, and it didn't work out. So we came back to what we know and immediately picked up number 5. Right here on this little stretch yesterday, once I moved to the outside edges, I had 3 little dinks to go with the 2 big ones I had, and I coiled all 3 of them around this time yesterday to kind of bump me up that extra little bit. So now I've got, I guess, 4 dinks that I want to coil up. So I've got 1 decent 2.5 pounder, but I need 5 of those just to stay in striking distance. So maybe there's a big one in this little stretch, I don't know.
Cox could definitely be using some of that high drill out in front. He's not just paralleling it straight up.
We still on?
Like we saw
enjoying the cloud cover.
Prinky doing this morning when he caught that big one just right, tucked straight up next to it like it's a bluff wall.
Definitely nice to cool things off for a little bit. And I don't know enough about this place to do, a lot of places where you fish them a lot, you know where to go, when the weather and the wind changes direction, and where the fish go and what the bite is, and I just don't have the history on this lake.
Here we go. David Gaston, and this was a huge part of the storyline of the week we've been talking about here. He's coming back from Griffin. This is that lock situation that all these anglers that have gone to that side have.
7 to 7. I can't get it till 7.
Penthouse, please.
Penthouse, please. I'm surprised there ain't a Trump in here somewhere 2020. I'm looking for the carbon on it.
This is that time management that we talked about.
No doubt
with being
about
such
it.
a big player. He's having to leave his water with 5 to 9 pounders biting at 12:30 during the day. Whereas we just heard Keith Carson talking about, I've got 3 hours left to fish.
No doubt.
Big difference.
It's got to be a good feeling, though, Bradley, coming back from over there. Even though you got to leave, when you look back there, you got that.
Yeah, I got some big ones.
Another.
Yeah, got 10. I got a 10 pounder. Yeah. No, that's my old cameraman. Yeah.
He's a liar. He's got a 9 pounder.
Nationalprofessional.com. No, this is the National Professional League. Yeah, the NPFL. Yeah, weigh-in starts at 3 or 3:30. So,
No, I'm sorry, 3. So I figured ain't no sense in. Do what? Yeah, that's why I'm taking my time getting back. Well, good. I'm gonna get me under a dock then. Yes, sir. Appreciate it. Thank you.
David coming back through.
Not much company in the lock.
No, it's rare, too. It's rare. You and I both fished a lot of tournaments here, as we've said a lot, but this thing's normally full of bass boats.
Full.
And other boats.
And pontoons as well.
Almost. The locking process on these small locks takes a lot less time than, say, the Arkansas River, Bradley, where you fish a lot, Tennessee River, where I fish a lot. But the difference is, in these situations here, are the no-wake zones on either side of the lock. You have these canals, no-wake zones. You cannot run over 5 miles an hour. That's what takes a long time, you know, for these anglers, more so than the actual locking time. You can see
Yeah.
You're wrong for that. Back on the other side pretty quick.
What have we got?
Looks like we have some kind of technical issue here. Dale Prinky having an incredible day, but not real sure what's happened here. Did his reel seat break right there on one of those handle stoppers?
Well, at first I thought he had caught a reel, and then now I think his reel has done just what you said.
Yeah, he's showing us there.
Broke off.
Hopefully it wasn't on one of those handle stoppers.
I do think it was on a hook set.
Was it?
I do. It looked like he was having an issue. I was watching the screen below before we pulled him up.
Oh, you were sneaking, huh?
I hope it wasn't on a bass. Yeah, I mean, he has to leave, and even though, you know, whenever he does get back out of the locks, talking about Gaston. Oh, here we go.
Here we go. Look at Dale Prinky. Looks like we're going to get a look at what happened to Dale while we were checking in with David Gaston. Oh, no.
Ooh.
Oh, no.
This is a hard deal.
Oof.
I've actually been through this.
So, looked to be a quality fish, too?
Absolutely.
Just a bad break all the way around. So we're going to go from Dale with a bad break to a break for our commercials right now. Sponsors for the MPFL that we're so grateful for. And we will see all of you MPFL Live viewers on the other side of this for more action from the Harris Chain. Getting close to that final hour from Leesburg, Florida.
This is my passion, and this is my tackle store. Because Fisherman's Central is owned and operated by a group of anglers who are as passionate about fishing as I am. That's why you'll find the highest quality tackle from names you know. Plus hard-to-find lures designed to give you that extra edge on the water. And they all come with expert advice on how to use them. It's like having a tackle store in your neighborhood, no matter where you live. So visit one of our 2 Ohio locations or shop online from anywhere. At Fisherman's Central, our passion is catching.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
It's a bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here.
Super fun beach day, everybody.
Omega products are built by fishermen for fishermen. We set out to build the best vibrating jig on the market. The blending of high-end components, a detailed assembly process, and a burning desire to achieve perfection are the pillars of the Rapture bait. Nothing in life worth having comes easy. The Rapture was no different. Countless hours of testing and retesting. The result, a vibrating jig that hunts, hooks, and catches bass like no other.
TH Marine has been producing top-of-the-line marine accessories to rig boats from transom to trolling motor for decades. From jack plates to fish care to LEDs, TH Marine has you covered. TH Marine, outfitting your boat from transom to trolling motor.
Welcome back to Lake County, Florida. The beautiful Harris Chain of Lakes, which are playing field for these 103 NPFL pros this week, fighting it out for $50,000. And one of the guys that's putting up the best fight right now, Mr. River Lee from Texas.
We live, River. We're live? Oh, well, I'm about to start fishing.
You just about went on point.
That's pretty good timing.
Welcome back. Thanks, River.
That won't even help me. I doubt it. I'm about to look. Why can I not get a big bite? That ain't gonna help me. Now, my scale is slow.
River does not mess around.
No, he does not.
That won't help. I'm gonna check him anyway.
River's got, I think River's going to have north of what he's
2.5.
estimated.
I need a 289.
He's weighing them all.
Cool.
He's been stuck on that fish for a while.
Oh man, but that was good timing though. Yeah, I'm going to fish for about 10 more minutes here, and then we're going to go start running new water the last hour and a half. I was really trying to get rid of that 289 I got, but it is what it is. We'll just have to go run new water and maybe
look at the rain over River's shoulder.
So, but bunch of those today, bunch of two. Bunch of these right here.
Man, River's getting a lot of bites.
A lot of bites.
A lot more bites than anybody else we've seen flipping Kissimmee grass all week.
Those
see,
raindrops.
when we get bit,
Luke's
we
coming
get bit.
again.
3 or 4 more times. Like, you'll fish 50 to 100 yards, not get bit, and run into a little stretch, and you get boom, 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 boom. You catch 3 or 4 or more. So, like you just seen there, I'm sure we'll get another bite.
Clearly unfazed by the rain, though, River Lee.
But that's just how it's been. Caught a bunch of fish today. I've probably caught almost 30 fish today. Or more.
Whoa, hey. So, seems to be a good time going on right there.
That was a
Behind
party.
River, I don't,
Was
wait a
that
second,
Dudley?
so
Was
many-
that Dudley?
Was that Dudley? Was that Dudley? Is Double D in the house?
I'm sure
Wait
it
a
looked like him
second.
in the back of that boat.
I tell you what it looked like. A sunburn waiting to happen on that ginger man in the back deck of that boat. He better get some SPF 80 on quick. It's going to be a miserable young man this afternoon. Blinded by the light, son. I don't even know what that was, Bradley. Harris Chain bringing it this week.
I don't know what that was either.
What it is entering the last hour, Bradley. This is where the wheels come off. The freaks come out, baby.
Look at him work this dock.
This is what I know. That's not going on over Mark Schilling's shoulders. Using the spinning rod, Mark Schilling. Something we haven't seen that we thought we would see a little more of. Coming into this event, Mark was 5th in our Progressive
All right, let's go.
Insurance Angler of the Year standings after just 2 events. Had a strong final day at Eufaula to move way up the leaderboard, and then very good event at Wright Papman.
What's up, buddy?
Gonna make a move.
Oh, man.
Looking
Lots
a
of
little
bites.
gray in places there, too.
Getting suited up.
Lots of bites. Little bitty. Yeah. That's all right. This is when they start biting right now. I'm gonna go catch them. See, buddy? Ready?
Oh, that was a little reverse boat to boat. That was the big cat.
Is that who that was?
That was. It was the big cat.
Been around long enough.
Reverse boat to boat, man. All kind of craziness happening going into the last hour on MPFL Live here on the Harris Chain. Mark Schilling going to make a move. He's got the flow going.
Yeah, we should get
Back to the rain.
They're in here. They haven't been beat
Turkla?
to heck already. This bank's been throttled.
Wind picking up, you can tell there in the background.
I wonder how much new water Rob has covered today.
Hope Luke's
You know, a
still
lot of
enjoying his
times,
coffee while I'm getting rained on.
you know,
Getting the shout outs for Turkla.
Come on, big bite. How are you?
Rob, you can't hear me right now, but it is nice and dry in here. I would like to point that out. Climate controlled environment here at the MPFL studio, Rob.
We've already moved.
But
this
you caught an
front looks
8-pounder
too good.
yesterday, and I didn't.
I got bit twice here. Practice.
when it's fly, give it a try.
Some Okie knowledge there dropped by Mr. Hallman.
He said the point looked really good, and I agreed.
When it's fly, give it a try. Those T-shirts will be available on the MPFL website pretty soon. Bradley Hallman's new catchphrase. He has been one rod Todd.
He has been.
One rod Rob, I guess, would be more appropriate. We haven't seen Todd this week.
I was going to tell you I had a rain jacket inside my
Here it comes.
box. Did you believe me? No, you're good. That's fine. I mean, once you're already wet, it don't matter. No, I don't need it. I'm good. But I was just kidding. I really do. I mean, do you want it?
I have one.
Oh, okay. Why did this bite shut
kinda
off
tough
in
it
the
out.
grass?
I like it.
How much time I got?
I got glasses, and every bag that I've weighed in since then, I've been like, man, I got some big ones. It's because
Welcome to Florida. If you don't like the weather, just go to the other side of the lake.
bottle glasses on my old head. Gosh, that felt good. That was a long grind of a day to finally get that bite we
Jake
needed.
Boomer, our day 1 leader.
I poked
As
myself
we
with
enter
this
our
bleeding now.
final hour of live coverage here today on day 2 from the Harris Chain of Lakes. Stop number 3 for the National Professional Fishing League, presented by Fisherman's Central. Getting a good look at our day 1 leader here, Bradley. Jake Boomer, who's had a little bit slower day today.
He's had a rough go today, for sure. But he has spent some time out there where he talked about, and but yeah, it's been much slower. He said he told you yesterday that he'd gotten down to what, 7, 8 bites yesterday.
Putting that
He
weight
had,
right
and he had
here.
been getting multiple bites.
I'm not getting in trouble again.
Thank you, Jake. It's a good man right there.
I'm beginning to think that you just cracked the whip around
Listen,
here.
when I tell you at Wright Patman, I wasn't nice.
Drew, we're going to
I
call it
wasn't
6.
nice.
You truly are the
You
commissioner.
second the motion? That's at least a 6.
As a
If it's
commissioner,
little
I
light,
bang the gavel. Yes, you're good, Jake.
cool.
The golf commissioner for MPFL and the Way Live app commissioner.
Please hurry back, Dudley. Please.
I'm taking over.
We got a 6, a 2, a 2, a 2, and a 1. I think we got rid of that 1.5, didn't we? It's a 2, isn't it? Yeah. I forgot to
He's
put
got a
that in.
6-pounder.
He's gonna get
Whoa.
mad at me.
Yes. Yeah.
It changes our scenario.
He's getting mad live with you.
I'm the guy that my wife has to call me and remind me when all my family's birthdays are because I don't remember. You know, I get a text, it's your mom's birthday. How can I remember to do something like that? I can't even remember my parents' birthdays sometimes.
Jake Boomer, man.
6-pounders.
All right, we're back on the clock.
Just updated there. The Way
Couldn't get
Live
my
app
drag to loosen.
updated.
Every time I pulled on that drag, it.
Thanks to Jake. And
I
he
kept
put in
turning
that
the knob and it
6-pounder
just
that he'd
kept
been
digging and it
holding
wouldn't
out on
turn.
us with there.
Almost
And
pulled the rod out of my hand.
Jake unofficially in 3rd place now, so not going down without a fight.
Yeah.
Jake
That's why
Boomer,
you throw the rebound.
We were just talking about how he didn't have such a great day, and now he's sitting here with close to 15 pounds.
he said,
You
"Oh,
got a
wait a
guy like
second,
me.
guys!
I've
I
got
had
a
a 6-pounder in my pocket. Boom, a trump card." Thank you, Jake, for filling out the Way Live app there for us.
Hey, I'm with him. I'm the
So
same
they
kind of
didn't
guy.
leave.
Like
They
people
just
have to
show up
remind
later in
me
the
on
day, I guess.
birthdays, anniversaries,
I
things
didn't
like
fish
that.
in the afternoon
I'm just like,
yesterday. I
I'm
had
that
20
guy too,
pounds.
so
There
I'm
was no
really the
reason to
wrong
fish it.
guy to be yelling at
When I
him for
found
not
it, I
doing
found it
it.
at like 8:30 in the morning.
Because I would not
I
be.
caught 2 3-pounders. I
if I
thought
had
this
to
looks right.
fill out the Way Live app. You
It's
get
like a
caught up,
grass
man, you're
point that
catching
comes
fish,
out.
You're having a good time.
There's no
and
grass that way.
Momentum is a huge thing. I
Yeah.
don't want
All
to
the
stop
current
and
in the
start
whole lake has to
typing
come
in the phone.
Yeah.
through here
Yeah.
some way or some show. You know.
But great day too for Jake Boomer's turning around, man. A lot of fishing time with.
who we got leading this thing right now, officially, unofficially?
Unofficially, unofficial is Dale Prinky. Top.
She was right on the very
Dale at
end
the top
of
with
it.
36.5, followed by River Lee.
Oh my God. Eat it, girl.
went back to that offshore hydrilla program he was running in practice, he told me. Had a lot of success. He said yesterday, we were texting last night, my favorite thing, he said, they went ... somewhere, question mark.
One more like that, and we're sitting good for tomorrow. But I'll take 4 more like that. I don't think you call that greed. I think you just call that like, hey, I know that I'll just call that a blessing. So go ahead and hand that over. Yeah, that was pretty awesome. That fish was a blessing because today has not gone as well we thought it would, and I knew it wouldn't. I just can't believe I had almost written off this grass patch. It didn't have the bait in it this morning. It didn't have, I mean, it's just weird. They must pull up here to feed or just to come out here and give dirty looks to all of us running over their faces all day long. Fuck.
Rob not enjoying the weather.
Clearly having a rough time. Did decide to put on, still not wearing the rain jacket.
He is having himself a wet fishing shirt kind of afternoon. You know, normally we say sun's out, guns out, but
yeah,
this shirt's grabbing onto the biceps there. Turkley's been hitting the gym. I've been following him on the IG.
Kind of looks like a Batman uniform now.
It does indeed. I do like the hood, though, even though it's kind of melting into his head at this point. Rob's sticking with it. No rain jacket necessary.
Spent all that money on a rain jacket. I didn't fucking use it. What an idiot. What an idiot.
And from one weather condition to another, back over to the man from the West Coast, sunny California.
Switched it up
Brian
from this
Smith,
morning.
who's
Had a pretty
had
good
himself
morning,
a day.
And up shallow, throwing a square bill. For the past couple hours, I've just been flipping the Kissimmee grass, trying to upgrade a little bit. It's the way I got my 2 big bites yesterday. Just pitching a stick bait on a 1/2 ounce weight, 50-pound braid. Just kind of on the clumps and the edges, and anything different. But I got my 2 big bites like this yesterday. Trying to run some new water, some stuff that I looked at in practice, didn't necessarily fish. And just get that one more big bite. I think one more big bite would have me sitting really good. Got about an hour and a half left to do that. And I'm gonna give it hell. It's been slow. It's been really slow for the past couple hours. I think this stuff is pretty beat up, so I'm trying to look for some less obvious stretches. I know you can't catch every bass in the Kissimmee grass, but you could definitely tell they've seen, on the ideal spots, you could tell they've seen quite a few baits over the past week and a half. So keep my head down, keep focused. They're even biting it a lot lighter than they were in practice. So I can kind of tell that I think they're getting pretty pressured. So just got to keep focused and land the next one that bites.
He was doing something this morning that we did not discuss. We didn't have too many shots of it, but I did catch it in a couple. He is square billing those cypress trees in the morning and making hay with it.
For about the first hour or so, hour or two maybe. He told me, and we haven't seen it today, and I mentioned it earlier, but Bryant does have some offshore hydrilla that he's thrown a vibrating jig in, a Strike King Thunder cricket.
So he's mixing it up as well.
He's been doing that some too. We haven't seen him do it today. He's really stuck with this flipping program once the sun got up good.
It's crazy too. You'll just be flipping along. You flip for a quarter mile without a bite, and then you'll hit a stretch that you get 6 bites off in 100 feet. They really seem to be grouped up in this stuff, but finding those groups has been a little difficult today. I got one good bite doing it, and I'm going to stick it out till the end of the day. I think this cloud cover's got them a little messed up too. They're probably roaming around a lot more than they would in the sun. That sun seems to position them a little bit better in the little shade pockets and the little tighter clumps of the Kissimmee grass. So now it's just kind of random. Hope I land on one while it's swimming by. Keep at it though. Got the most confidence in this, getting a big bite.
Good look at that Kissimmee grass. So many of our anglers are focusing on, Brad.
I like that he says he's going to stick with it the rest of the afternoon. We talked earlier. You asked the big question, when this weather comes in, or if it comes in, potential thunderstorms, would it make it bite? And we laid out a scenario where it would. But it is very evident from the anglers that we've seen in the places they've been, it has not triggered them into biting.
Other than River Lee.
Right there.
I feel like he had some success in the rain, but he has some success in all the weather conditions.
The Kissimmee grass guys, yeah, he had it. I'm watching somebody come up in the leaderboard that we talked about who had caught them in the mornings.
Yeah,
and it seems to have moved up. We haven't seen any video of it yet, but seems to have moved up this afternoon during these thunderstorms. And see what happens there. I don't know if he's even in a thunderstorm. He may be in the bright sunshine.
Who knows? Bobby Lanham making moves. There's a lot of moving and shaking going on, a lot of new names, and we'll get to that for sure as we go along in this final hour. But we're have some new names creeping into this top 10, gaining on our leaders a little bit at a time. Some good bags coming across on the Way Live app, which can be found at tnpfl.com. All the information on the event, the coverage. You got the photo galleries from the guys from Twin Visuals going up there. They're on the water. Everything can found at TNPFL. With all these crazy weather conditions, who better than to put on location than the big cat, Fat Cat Newton, out there being Jim Cantori for the league right now. Let's go catch up with the big cat out on the Harris chain.
All right, folks, here we are. I just pulled back up to the ski beach area here at Venetian Garden, Leesburg, Florida, on Harris Lake of Harris Chain of Lakes. We came back in. We're just supposed to be a few little storms moving through this morning. They've been lingering all day long. You got boys on one side of the lake getting beat up by waves and rain. Boys on the other side are putting suntan lotion out, laying and just baking and just snatching hogs. It's funny how this weather has changed the lake at Harris just today. Earlier this morning, like I say, it was slick over there. Then on the west side, it was slick. East side was rough. And now that transition is taking place here right around a little after midday. Now it's starting to lay down a little bit on the east side, and we went back to west side around Helena Run to check on the guys over there. Them boys are getting beat up over there, but one common thing I'm seeing almost everywhere we go, a lot of the guys are just fishing that Kissimmee. They're just fishing that edge. We talked to Jim Jones earlier. Jim Jones is having a fantastic day, wall-to-wall, treetop tall. He has got a big belly Kelly in the live well that is going to hurt some feelings. Caught that on a chatterbait this morning, bladed jig. A lot of his fish are coming on that bladed jig. What he's doing with his bladed jigs, when he has cloud cover, he's throwing that white. He likes that white color. He thinks that's related to the shad spawn and everything. And then when the sun's out, he throws a darker color, more of that green pumpkin. So that's what Jim Jones is doing. On the way back down, we were watching a little bit of Mitchell Webb. Mitchell Webb was over on the west side around Helena Run, just sitting there flipping. He's just flipping that edge of that daggone Kissimmee. Same thing with Jake Chauncey. Jake Chauncey saw him doing the same thing on the way in. So you got some guys out there that are loving the sun, some guys that are hating the rain. I've learned this about Florida. The only thing consistent with the weather in Florida, the sun comes up, the sun goes down. The weatherman is just, I think as a fisherman, none of us are big fans of weathermen. Anyways, we're going to cut this a wrap. Remember, at 3 o'clock today, man, the weigh-in goes live over here at Venetian Garden, the ski beach area. I'm about to go over there, get up there, run on my lips, shaking my hips. Big Al McCullough's going to be up there being your MC with the boom. So Luke and Bradley, we see y'all boys soon. Thank all y'all for tuning in. We will catch you tomorrow on the water here at Harris Lake, Leesburg, Florida.
From the big cat to his favorite angler, Bobby Lanham.
Fished a bunch of the outside stuff and everything. I mean, I got, I think 16 pounds or something like that.
Bobby's made a jump up the leaderboard this afternoon, but we're going to jump real quick to some commercials, Bradley.
Let's leap.
Get these sponsors in here who make all of this possible. The Harris Chain of Lakes here. National Professional Fishing League. Stop number 3, presented by Fisherman's Central.
This is my passion, and this is my tackle store. Because Fisherman's Central is owned and operated by a group of anglers who are as passionate about fishing as I am. That's why you'll find the highest quality tackle from names you know. Plus hard-to-find lures designed to give you that extra edge on the water. And they all come with expert advice on how to use them. It's like having a tackle store in your neighborhood, no matter where you live. So visit one of our 2 Ohio locations or shop online from anywhere. At Fisherman's Central, our passion is catching.
Hero Beverage Company. Specialty grade coffee that's small batch roasted in the U.S. and shipped fresh to your door. Enjoy a freshly brewed cup knowing your purchase directly helps everyone remain operational. Order a bag today at drinkhero.com.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
It's a bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here.
Super fun beach day, everybody.
Hey guys, Brad Fuller with the National Professional Fishing League. We're here at the Harris Chain and I've got an exciting announcement.
Fully Loaded Chew partnered with the NPFL, and they're bringing you a contest where you can win free dip for a year. You simply go to our website, click on their banner ad at the very top of the homepage. It takes you to the Fully Loaded page. You enter, you win free dip for a year, as well as the 20 next contestants will win a sleeve of their chew to try. Don't forget, you can go to fullyloadedchew.com and you can get a can for $1 to try out. Fully Loaded Chew has 3 levels of tobacco-free nicotine. They have Fully Loaded, which is the full deal. They have Half Loaded, which is half the nicotine, and you can win yourself all the way down where you have no nicotine, but you still get to enjoy a nice dip. Check them out at fullyloadedchew.com.
TH Marine has been producing top-of-the-line marine accessories to rig boats from transom to trolling motor for decades. From jack plates to fish care to LEDs, TH Marine has you covered. TH Marine, outfitting your boat from transom to trolling motor.
Welcome back to the Harris Chain of Lakes, Lake County, Florida, in the city of Leesburg. We are proud to be here this week for the third stop on the National Professional Fishing League. Thanks to one of our co-hosts for the event, the Greater Orlando Sports Commission, for having us out here for an event that will mark the midway point, Bradley, in this 6th event season, this inaugural season for the NPFL. The guy that wins Angler of the Year, the progressive AOY that we've talked so much about, will definitely earn it. And a trail that starts in Alabama is going to end in Oklahoma and see all sorts of fishing in between. Of course, we've been to Texas and now Florida. We're going to go to the Tennessee River, my home lake, Pickwick Lake, for the next event out of Counts, Tennessee. Looking forward to that one. And then we go up to Wisconsin, Lake Winnebago. Finish up the year at your home lake, Grand Lake of the Cherokees, Grove, Oklahoma. And what do you know? River's got another one.
I think
River
that
Lee.
might Cole.
Another good fish.
Maybe. He's fat. I don't know if he'll cull or not. It's freaking crazy, man.
Do we consider that a big belly Kelly?
I don't think so.
I don't think that would make the big cats classification there. Just feel like at any moment River could get that 7+ pound bite like some of these guys have, man. He's just so consistent with that flipping bite.
River has a nice bag with a small
yes,
fish.
he does.
He has a small fish at the bottom end of his bag, and if he could trade that out for
4 or 5 pounder,
an explosion at the end of the day, it would do a lot.
Still think we'll see a big move from him before the drive-through weigh-in here at Nation Garden.
Highly.
Right now we have
Yeah, 2.5. Oh God. Oops. I'm sorry, guys. I didn't mean to do that.
Oops.
So why was this?
Oops, I did it again. River League.
Speaking of that, I lost one just like that a few events ago
Really?
with the coal tag still in its mouth. He just kind of escaped and escapied out of the back of the boat with the coal ball, and down they went, and they never came back.
He got back to his buddies, and they were like, what is going on with you, man?
Slippery little critters. Well, they're hard enough to catch the first time.
Doubt. Yeah, the second time can be worse. There's no doubt about that.
Oh, this is definitely the last hour.
It is. And for our live coverage, of course, these guys check in at 3 p.m. And something that I've seen here on our Way Live app as I refreshed it is a name we are very familiar with on the MPFL. We've covered him boat to boat today. We don't have a camera on him. He was actually in a tie for 10th place today with David Gaston. But John Hookup Soakup, unofficially with 20 pounds, 3 ounces in first place.
Why can I not get a big one?
No.
And at this point, I'd be happy with another
a 6 pound,
3,
4
3.5.
ouncer.
Just to get rid of that.
John was in the
288.
jungle with Fat Cat earlier today and then moved out to the Kissimmee grass. Doing some work on Lake Harris, looks like. Over to
That's her.
our day one leader, Jake Boomer.
That's her. That rod looks like it's her.
No doubt. Isn't that
Oh,
Alpha
stay on
Angler
there.
Rod? Jake owns that company.
No, 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 no.
Popular rod series.
I think it's safe to say the evening fireworks have started.
Here we go, afternoon delight. And that offshore hydrilla showing its head right here. Oof.
You know there's not a better feeling in the world than this right here.
And intense when you don't have a net. Or a partner to net it for you. Of course, no landing nets allowed. Push in the corner of the mouth.
Plug.
It was. Boomer. I said it. I finally did it.
You cheated me.
Dude, how many times did we come
wasn't
back
gonna
to
let
this
you
spot?
Get another one in, dang it.
I got friends for you, buddy. Are they just gorgeous?
Jake.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank
Come on,
you
Drew.
so much, Jake.
Put that down.
The day one leader not going anywhere going into showdown Saturday. Strap through weigh-in is going to be
That's what I
lit,
just called
as
out.
the kids say, Bradley, this afternoon.
Oh, thank you, Jesus.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Jesus. That's what that bite felt like yesterday, too. That's the right one, right? Don't answer that. I'm not allowed to ask you.
I have a surprise for that
It
man
happened
when
so
he comes
fast,
on
but
stage today
I
at
really
weigh-in.
don't want him in the boat anymore. See you, brother. Thank you for your time. 1, 2,
Jake always polite.
3, 4, and a monster.
That's awesome, man. That's what this entire deal is about, man. If you don't get fired up watching a guy
I'm
with a
gonna need a
chance to win
minute
$50,000 and he knows it,
Get all the things back where they belong. You know, like my sanity back in my head, heart's beating through my chest. I need to get retied and get back in there.
What do you think she is?
She's got.
There's just not a better feeling.
Like I told
you know,
you.
when he cracked the whip on that.
Ever since I got glasses, everything's bigger. But she's got to be 6. She's got to be 6. I don't know. I put on my thing yesterday that I had 22 pounds, and I only weighed 20 and a half, 21. And I told Drew this morning, I'm 44 years old, and about 6-7 months ago, my wife's like, you need glasses, because I couldn't see anything. The kids had to do all the reading for me. Couldn't read a menu at the restaurant. If I let the girls order for me, I'd get like mac and cheese all the time because I couldn't read anything. So I got glasses, and every bag that I've weighed in since then, I've been like, man, I got some big ones. And it's because like I can see like everything looks a whole lot bigger. Bottle glasses on my old head. Gosh, that felt good. That was a long grind of a day to finally get that bite we
stuff
needed.
from Jake Boomer.
I feel his pain.
Jake Boomer taking a stance on day 2 late in the day. And a man that gave us those afternoon delight fireworks yesterday, Keith Carson. In Carson Creek. like he's still flipping.
Keith is the guy that just won't go away.
No. Has slid a little bit on our unofficial leaderboard this afternoon. But certainly a guy going into Showdown Saturday, if he's even several pounds away from the lead, could just catch a giant stringer.
That might be the same one. They got some sharp teeth.
Keith's got one. Little bad cell phone service.
Is that a little grinnell?
You do not want to stick your hands in his mouth.
Not unless you want to miss a digit or two. Just trying to be very careful there.
We do not want him.
My, how they love frogs, though.
They love everything. That's I was going to say, such an aggressive fish.
Yeah.
Keith Carson over to John Cox. One of the most famous names on the Harris chain.
All right, so we're back here where we started.
Yes, John.
On this same stretch, we back to the Mike Bell Chevrolet struggle bus. And guys are still catching them around here. They're just looking for that big one. So I'm just gonna try to cover as much water as possible in this area. And we'll see see how it pans out. If I come across one 5-pounder, then my day doesn't look so bad. And if I don't, then I'm gonna fall a lot of places and I'll adjust and change from there for tomorrow. I don't know if any big ones have been caught in this area today, but I have to believe that there's still a few. Of course, I'm getting further back and trying in some of these harder to reach areas that I hope other guys aren't taking the time to get to. So we'll see how it shakes out. It's a long day. I've got a lot of time left, so. And with the short day yesterday, I didn't really get to see what the afternoon bite was like, so hopefully I did get some late afternoon bites in practice. So hopefully there's a few to be had.
John hoping that afternoon bite plays out that we heard so much about from anglers at the weigh-in. And Bradley would like to remind everybody to watch that weigh-in. It starts at 3 p.m., the drive-through weigh-in, where all the unofficial weights become official. And we have about 30 minutes left in our live coverage from an awesome day two, man. Fireworks, thanks to these 103 MPFL anglers out there putting some big numbers up today. John Cox, of course, hearing him talk there, he's had a little tougher day than he did yesterday.
Big Cat had a big cat.
Big cat.
Big cat.
Breeze coming in here.
Where's the big cat?
Where is the big cat?
He's always on our
Hey,
mind,
birds.
as Willie Nelson would say.
Everything we need.
Cox had mentioned
Have a
yesterday
4 or
that he
5
was
pounder
fishing
sitting on these,
a couple different
this little shade.
presentations with different swim jigs and was using
Yes.
different weights for different parts of the dock, and we really haven't seen that. He was talking about how he was fishing shallow in the mornings and then working the deeper edges of the docks in the afternoon and felt like the fish were pulling out. He's really stayed hooked up on those walkways, you know, the shallower part.
Bradley, let's take a bass tank breakdown look. I want to go to the Okie boy that is obsessed with boat dock fishing and take me through what John's doing here and why these boat docks are so crucial this time of year.
Well, I'm just taking off of what he just said. He said one little key word there. He's trying to cover parts of the dock that are harder, more difficult to get to than obviously he's got some people around him in the area. So it's late in the day. He feels like these docks in particular have been picked apart quite a bit. And so he's trying to reach the hard to get to areas, hopefully to present his swim jig in front of a bass that hasn't seen a bait in the last 3 hours. Other than that, like what I was just talking about earlier is that he did say that he mentioned that he was going to fish the dock shallow in the mornings and then was moving out deeper during the day and was actually going to a heavier jig to kind of slow roll and get to those depths as those fish moved out. That made a lot of sense. But we really haven't seen him do that on camera today. I'm not saying that he didn't do it at some point because obviously we haven't been on him all day long. He's obviously got the cloud cover on him right now too. He's just looking for a really, really good bite. That's one of the great things about docks is there's always some hidden because it's just what he's doing that are hard to reach places that everybody else has just kind of passed up. He spent, just like he did yesterday, he spent a lot of time right there and made multiple casts without his boat moving. Same thing we saw him do with a lot of success yesterday where he caught a 20-pound bag doing the same thing. Multiple casts to a dock. It might be the 4th, the 5th, the 6th, or even the 7th cast before he gets that bite.
And casting angles.
Absolutely.
Super important on that because no two anglers are ever going to make the same cast at the same piece of cover for the most part. And so, John, you can see going way down the walkway of that dock, presenting his bait to a lot of different angles, different looks for the fish. And he was certainly successful with that yesterday. That's your Bass Tank Breakdown from Bradley Hallman, the Bradley Bass Tank Breakdown. All the bees right there, Bradley. I said this yesterday, too. It's odd to talk about docks with the Bass Tank Breakdown because the Bass Tank specializes in electronics, where guys don't really look at a lot of docks. Offshore, the Bass Tank, of course, leaders in marine electronics installs out there in Oklahoma and online sales. Live scope experts, I would say, forward-facing sonars. So thanks to the Bass Tank for supporting the National Professional Fishing League. And now we're taking a look at this Florida weather. John Cox looking like he's on vacation and just there in the small box. Mark Schilling just wishing he was anywhere but right there.
At least he has his rain suit on.
He did put on the rain suit. He didn't turtle the situation.
I'm sure he hesitated just like the rest of us. We try to put
in the
off,
heat.
We try to put off putting that
yes.
rain suit on as long as possible, but then it becomes inevitable that it's not going to stop.
Here it is. Yeah, that's right.
Try to get it on before your boat fills with water.
No doubt about it. And as we winding down today, a guy that we have spent a lot of time with today. We're going to catch back up with Dale Prinky out there on the Harris chain. It's actually staying on Harris Lake itself.
Luke, Prinky is turning into a fan favorite.
Yes, he is.
Going into Showdown Saturday.
He's worked hard to get to this point in his fishing career, and now he's getting to shine on the MPFL stage. Man, it's been fun getting to cover Dale today, learn more about him. Had one big Philippine bite this afternoon, but for the most part, his damage was done early. And he told us that yesterday, you know, that he had a morning deal going, but I think in the afternoon yesterday, his magic dock played off, caught a couple nice fish. He was telling us about that. But for the most part, it seems like he's really focusing on these moving baits on the outside edge of that Kissimmee grass, probably that hydrilla mix that the Double D dropped on us this morning. You can see he's definitely ripping that vibrating jig out of the grass.
He is definitely ticking some hydrilla. There is no doubt that's what that little twitch is. And the wind is on that just perfect. I love it whenever it's blowing straight on, not at an angle, not at a 45, but when it's blowing straight into, whether it be a bank, a point, whatever the type of cover or structure you're fishing. I like that direct, straight it seems like it positions them better than at any other point. What do you think happened with that broken reel earlier?
Dude, I think the reel seat broke. I mean, that's what it looked like.
What are you thinking, Dale? How are you feeling right now?
I don't know. This is odd. All week I ain't had a problem getting bit, like basically all day, and it's been a while since I've had a bite.
What happened with that reel earlier?
It broke it. That was bad. Real bad.
That's great. Pun intended for sure by Dale Prinky there. Real bad break. He's in good spirits though, because he's had a great day on the Harris chain.
You feel like those fish in the well are doing well?
I think one's done. I'm hoping the other one is okay. Still going right now. The other three are perfectly fine. I don't understand. Three that are really good, one that's I don't know. Hoping he makes it. That's one of my better ones. Oh, man.
Winding down our live coverage today. Dale Prinky. Great day of live coverage from the Harris chain. So fortunate to have 10 cameras on all these guys. They've really shown out today. Brought us some giant Harris chain bass. We know of 2 over 8 pounds on the day. Big Belly Kelly's coming in. Bradley. To steal from, or swamp donkeys, as you like to call them. Coming from that Emerald Marsh over there. David Gaston. It's really shaping up to be quite the showdown Saturday. And, you know, I like that because at Wright Patman, Keith Carson, he had his foot on the gas going into showdown Saturday, and he was pretty much in control. But we are going to have, I think, the guys in the top 10 that leave the dock here at Venetian Gardens in the morning are all going to have a chance to hoist that trophy, because we've seen everything shake up so much over the last 2 days. You know, things change from the morning bite to the afternoon bite. So many shake-ups, man, and it's going to be quite the showdown Saturday in Leesburg, Florida. You're going to want to make sure that you're with us, that's for sure. We are going to take one more short commercial break to thank our wonderful sponsors that make all this possible on the National Professional Fishing League, and we will be right back to close her out here in Leesburg, Florida.
This is my passion, and this is my tackle store, because Fisherman Central is owned and operated by a group of anglers who are as passionate about fishing as I am. That's why you'll find the highest quality tackle from names you know, plus hard-to-find lures designed to give you that extra edge on the water. And they all come with expert advice on how to use them. It's like having a tackle store in your neighborhood, no matter where you live. So visit one of our 2 Ohio locations or shop online from anywhere. At Fisherman Central, our passion is catching.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
The bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here.
Super fun beach day, everybody.
Omega products are built by fishermen for fishermen. We set out to build the best vibrating jig on the market. The blending of high-end components, a detailed assembly process, and a burning desire to achieve perfection are the pillars of the Rapture bait. Nothing in life worth having comes easy. The Rapture was no different. Countless hours of testing and retesting. The result, a vibrating jig that hunts, hooks, and catches bass like no other.
TH Marine has been producing top-of-the-line marine accessories to rig boats from transom to trolling motor for decades. From jack plates to fish care to LEDs, TH Marine has you covered. TH Marine, outfitting your boat from transom to trolling motor.
Welcome back to the Harris Chain of Lakes in Leesburg. Bradley Hallman here with me, and we've had a good day, buddy. It's been a lot of fun watching these guys bust them out there on the Harris Chain.
It's been a great day, and they crushed on them today.
Yes, they did. Lots of shakeups from our official top 10 coming into today to our official top 10 right now. Looks a little different than it did going out this morning, and we're going to take a look right now at this unofficial leaderboard. Of course, everything will become official at Venetian Gardens at 3 p.m. They bring in all these fish to Big Al McCullough. He's going to hoop and holler, stomp and holler. I can't talk today. I'm so excited because we saw a 9-pounder on live. My brain is scrambled eggs today. Let's take a look at this unofficial leaderboard. And, man, Hookup, Soakup, John Soakup has absolutely came from 10th place, started the day tied with David Gaston, in the lead now unofficially over Dale Prinky, who we've kept up with all day long. Dale has had an incredible day. River Lee still hanging in there just like he has at almost every event of the season we've been covering. River had a tough event down there in Texas, but has absolutely rebounded on the Harris Chain. Jake Boomer, our day one leader, still hanging around. We saw him catch a really great fish earlier on the offshore hydrilla to keep him in the ball game. David Gasson, of course, the man that has a 9-pounder in the box that we saw on Topwater Frog this morning. Bryant Smith, Bobby Lanham, Jim Jones, who has registered on the Way Live app a fish over 8 pounds as well. Keith Carson and Texas angler Jake Chauncey, one of our favorites going into the Wright Patman event, showing out a little bit. 16 pounds, has jumped into 10th place unofficially on this Way Live leaderboard. And looking at that list and comparing it to our progressive AOY list, of course, Nick Gravanizak sat on top of that coming in. He's had a tough go so far. Decent first day, but Nick having a slower
go
second day today.
For sure.
So you got to think guys like John Soko, who came into the event in the top 5, David Gaston, they're going to be in control of this thing going into that Pickwick event. There's really right now out of our top 5, you've got Hookup, Soak Up hanging around there. Of course, Keith Carson in the mix. We started today with Mark Schilling, who's also in our top 5 AOY. He's had a little tougher day today, but it's really looking like if things look like this tomorrow with Hookup being close to the top, he's going to come out of here with that AOY lead. And would that surprise anybody?
The cream continues to rise.
Exactly right. That's what you're always going to see. And John, I think it makes John very dangerous if he is in control at this halfway point, because it ends on a lake he knows very well in Grand Lake, the season does. So if he can survive these first 3,
absolutely.
The next event, being an electronics expert like John is, Pickwick Lake, Tennessee River, offshore fishing could definitely play there, will play there a predominant role. John could be hard to beat.
He could be.
The
He could be.
AOY, just a fantastic angler, man, and he is nobody is surprised to see him up there a little over 20 pounds today. Unofficially, of course, we say it over and over and over, it becomes official this afternoon. But any surprises on day 2, Bradley?
I'm a little bit surprised with Suka. I had a nice conversation when I had to leave the dinner table last night for a phone call. That's who it was, and I was getting information because he was in 11th and asked him about his day, and he quite frankly told me, if I can knock out 13 to 15 pounds, I'll be happy. And I was like, hey, Bubba, there's 20 out there. And he's like, I know that. I realize that. And he's fishing by the seat of his pants and shows it right now, showing.
He's making such great decisions this year in his fishing. Every event he enters, he's a threat to win. Dale Prinky hanging in there. Fat Cat's pick. I'm so excited to see Dale on day 3. Showdown Saturday. See what goes on with him. River Lee, all he's missing is that big bite. He has quality fish. The best quality we're seeing from anybody on average.
Totally
He's
agree.
just missing those
Totally
Harris Chain giants. So much fun to be had on Showdown Saturday. We want to thank each and every one of you for tuning in. Make sure you are right here in the morning at 8 a.m. Eastern time to kick things off on Showdown Saturday with myself, Bradley Hallman, the Big Cat, Fat Cat Newton out on the water. But we're going to take off here in just a few minutes, but make sure you tune in at 3 p.m. TNPFL.com to check out our weigh-in for stop number 3 here at the Harris Chain National Professional Fishing League presented by Fisherman Central. We will see y'all next time.